All right, we're live. Oh, what's up? What's up, man? Yeah. I mean, it was pretty one-sided. Like, legit, it could have been email. I mean, today's also gonna be probably, like, really one-sided. The thing is like, maybe... Oh, I mean... Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be one-sided. It's like the group draws afterwards that are the most exciting part. Is it time for Dokal to get pooped on?
Hello and welcome to Worlds 2025.
I mean, you don't think it's just gonna be two 2-0s?
For the penultimate day of Swiss stage here at the JDG Esports Center. Today is a day to make history. Today is a day to show your legacy, to give it all with no regrets, as we will send two teams home at the end of the day. The fans are excited, and they should be, as we have two exciting best of threes ahead of us, and the teams are ready as well, giving their signature once again, and staring to the camera a bit as well. Yeah. Hello.
I love the little squid that Quid always does with his signature, because people call him Squidward or Squidward. He has that icon on his stream too sometimes.
And as we see, the teams are gearing up for the first best of we're gonna have is gonna be BLG versus VKS, and I'm so happy to be back here on the desk. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing great.
Yeah?
I am so excited for today. I can't wait to see
Did they give Chronically the box?
Obviously, we have clear favorites coming into the day.
Yeah.
But Worlds is where magic happens.
Anything can happen. It's the day to make upsets, and obviously we're going to see some today. That's the hope, at least. But before we get into all this, Riot Games is celebrating the 15-year anniversary of Worlds, and they've been posting the plays from Worlds history. So let's check out the next round that we have here. It is Rollers Virus Flash from 2017 versus Balls Pentakill in 2015.
To hold the front line, and Samsung Galaxy push mid first. As you can see, the flash hold left. They've caught Faker. They've got the CC. The mid laner is down. The unkillable Demon King has done just that. As Ruler stays in, life stealing. In the back line, they found more as Hootie does not have a way out. Pops to Yolt, but he has
using triple pressure on all the lanes. You might see an engagement.
Yeah, the jump in is a two-man ult. He catches balls. Sneaky is out. There's a turret alive that they got to be careful. A big knockback, and that's the kill into Morgana. Azir goes down as well, but the dunks are coming through. A double kill for Balls. A triple kill for Balls. Holy cow!
A pentakill for Balls.
I gotta say, Legion is featured in a lot of memorable plays.
I'm pretty sure he's standing on the box that usually Emily stands on, though.
I will say, shout out to the Balls Pentakill for starting the Jats like a worrying trend because of his solo queue exploits, but I think the people chose right.
Yeah, I think it's really Flash, or Varus Flash. Wait, that's the one NA play?
We have Ruler's Varus Flash versus
going all the
Fakers.
way.
No,
Isn't that the only one from
Fakers is your
NA?
shuffle,
The fucking
right? Because I do think
Balls
I don't know, I have a
Penta?
soft spot in my heart for Praise Ash Arrow. I'm
it's
rooting
hard.
for it.
It's hard. I'm sure, Laura, you have a least favorite one that's still in the running.
Here's the Brazilian LCP expert. Your stream is good.
Lucille double kill, I gotta say, was really impressive. Not a good memory for us either. We'll see who wins next later in the Legacies of the Rift. But for now, let's check in on more Crystal Ball predictions and how they're panning out so far at Worlds. How are you guys doing in that department, actually?
Not well.
Not well. Okay.
I believed in KT the appropriate amount, so not super.
Okay, so KT booed me because I didn't believe.
Yeah, as
Anyway.
they should. Anyway,
Yeah.
first up is
Wow.
No, I had
Most
them going
kills.
through, just not like this far, right?
so Crystal Ball had Genji. It is T1 actually with 128.
I did actually go T1
Huh.
because
Yeah.
I know T1. They're very bloodthirsty. They're a team that loves to play aggressive. I was contemplating between them and I want to say BLG or TES, but I ended up going for the LCK team.
That would make sense, knowing the
Most
other
kills.
Next one here will be
You
the
just sound
highest
like.
KPI
Yeah,
There you go.
I also did earlier,
Smashing
but it's
again.
VDD. Look who's there. KT Rollster represented. Mao is already rolling his eyes at us.
Well, I'm more so.
Surrounded by
Isn't this
KT
worrying
fans.
for the two of you?
It is
Yes,
very worrying.
it is concerning.
I'm just saying, the stats are great. They're 3 and
No.
0.
Okay, shut up.
Hello, motherfucker. What's up?
Okay, we'll check that out later.
Let's
in
move on to
Fnatic Huni.
What is the next
Huge
one?
pick.
Which team had the most unique champion picks?
Oh yeah, I saw this. Dude, this is fucking
It
hilarious.
is MKOI and T1.
Dude, he doesn't have a shirt on, and he's doing a
Knowing
fucking
them
jersey
in Legacy. I am
exchange.
surprised that they managed to flash that many at once because usually it's gonna come from Mirvin. But
Where the fuck is it? There's one like.
right now.
There's one where
Yeah,
Seal was like
hasn't
trying to
really been
explain to
well
him,
seen
like,
with the creativity.
hey,
I think it's been somewhat supports jungler left and right. I went with Genji actually. I was expecting them to
Like,
have fun.
oh, yeah,
but
yeah,
I guess
yeah.
They're saving that till best of 5s because they have drafted box standard so far.
this
Let
this
me know a
video is
little bit.
The
so funny, dude.
next one up is which player had the most.
Why I want to
unique
play
champion
fucking
picks? Fine.
Dude,
Keria
Twitter
is
video
an
is
easy
the
one,
worst.
of
Oh, there
course,
it
we
is.
could think about, and it is Supa.
이기고 나서
I'm basic. I went
셔츠를
Keria.
벗어요.
I also went for Keria. 'Cause
Look at Ken. Dude, Kenyon is like,
저지
what the fuck?
Still expecting
뭐라
T1 to have a long run.
불편하시면 안 해요.
He's like so confused. Like, what is Brazil, dude?
The next one we have is which player.
What do you
had the
mean he
most
takes off his shirt and he
At
celebrated?
Worlds, we
근데
had
젠지
Honor.
이미지 문제도
It had to be in the jungle anyway,
Yeah.
and it is a
패션 케이스긴 해요. 네네네.
Again, I feel like I'm kind of showing my colors here. Given that he is.
Oh, he did one normal.
But I know Seal, you know,
Dude,
players
look
in
at
the
his
jungle that
face.
I always domestically have really respected.
He's
and
like,
always a problem when a player then
so
can't be white
confused,
red
dude.
at an international stage. And I think so far, the fact that he's able to pick this many first bloods.
Oh, so funny,
yeah,
dude.
and
I had Jinja.
Oh, makes sense.
Oh.
Yeah.
This one's gonna pay off in the late game of Worlds.
Shortest
for sure, though.
game.
Shortest game, Genji. It's
No,
Yeah.
100 Thieves.
That was a-
that's not surprising.
one of the drafts of all time.
I
On
also
the side of
did.
100 Thieves.
Yeah, I also did put Genji here though. As I think.
No, I went with T1. I feel like T1 have more stompy games.
I thought it was gonna be MKOI. MKOI T1, you know.
Is Sam
Like
shaking
Japanese
himself?
as well.
Oh,
We're
dude.
used to this one, but no.
I'd be like, it makes
it is
sense,
always
man.
From the west, though. Yeah, that's what we have so far.
But they weren't hitting the Nexus. That's right, they were tower diving, weren't they? Weren't they tower diving during the TES game?
We're gonna finish the
Oh,
best
is
of
that
three
why they're not the
rounds of
fastest?
Team
Oh,
Home
motherfuckers.
City. Two teams are going home tonight. How have things gone so far? That's
Yeah,
2024.
because we're looking back to the
Yes.
bracket from last year. Because I kind of want to highlight something very important to me. We'll get to that later.
Yeah, we'll bring the best later.
But
It's
it is
fine.
actually.
I mean,
precursor
dude,
to this because I think it's.
I
very
was the
important to
exact
note
same
that teams
way.
that struggled last year in Swiss still have an opportunity to bounce back, and if you do well in knockouts, none of what has happened so far matters.
Yeah, true. And obviously, we're looking at a few of our teams here with that, right? Like T1, BLG, both of whom play today. There are so many juicy possible 2-2 matchups.
yeah.
I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. I feel like that's going to get super spicy.
Now it's time to go in the past, actually, because we're going to talk about BLG. They're coming up against VKS that we see here behind us here. And guys, BLG,
So
are they
Genji
about to
can
win again?
face
Their run so
HLE
far at Worlds,
G2.
not the best, but we know
Yeah,
how
oh,
things went last year.
yeah.
Because last year they barely scraped by, right? And I do think
If you're
that, there's been a lot of
Q1,
talk about
or
the
if you won
difference
here,
in
like
level of
3-1,
teams
you
that
can
they
face
lost to
these
back
teams
then
and then
versus
one
now.
of
I think
these
that is
teams.
valid. I also think how they looked coming into the
So
tournament.
Gen G, yeah, Gen G could face HLE in the first round, dude. That's fucking crazy.
Even barely squeaking by.
KT will have to play
final series.
KT or AL have to play T1 or
eventually were
BLG.
able to
Yeah,
make
or
it through.
both.
They were one game away from winning a world championship, so I'm not going to truly doubt BLG.
Yo, what's up, Vale?
Until
Yeah, the drawing will be today for 2-2 matches.
I'm gonna point out a few differences from
No, CFO plays
how
tomorrow,
BLG
so we'll see.
performed recently as opposed to that BLG last year, because I do think they had a really rough start to Swiss stage last year as well, as you said. However, I do think their draw this time around has been a little bit easier, let's just say. And then I also think the big thing is they've been doing this jungle thing, right, where they're swapping.
Are you scared of
Shadow
CFO draw?
Shadow
No, not
starting
really.
today. Last year it was Shun coming in that actually really made the difference in kind of turning their fates around.
Like,
Here's a
'cause
quick little BLG
to be
shift,
honest,
some do's and don'ts
the
for
best
today. I think
team that
they
CFO
haven't
can
been
get is probably
coordinated in
BLG,
their
and
team fights.
BLG has not
Also,
looked
when I think
good.
of this team, I do think of stuff like that Caitlyn Elise, right? And them being able to pressure and completely take over the map. That faltered as well.
Like,
And then
they were, like,
finally,
struggling, dude. They
I
were
think
struggling.
Ben's been having a rough time.
Yeah,
is
Ben's not
potentially
playing
the
well,
roughest
and-
time I've ever seen him have at an international,
can
including
play
his
TS?
debut in 2020.
Yeah, his debut
I think
was
TS is
mind-boggling.
worse.
It was the breakout year of 2023 and 2024, where he was
Like, they
at
lost to
worst
KT,
contesting for
which
best top laner in the
did not
world,
look
right?
good,
top of that
right?
elite pool,
And then
we just
I
haven't
guess
seen
they
the
lost
level of
to
gameplay thus far at
what's
Worlds.
it called, Gen G, and that looked really fucking bad. But I don't imagine anyone looking good.
Let's turn our attention to VKIC's jungler Disamis as Shox caught up with him earlier today in the Verizon.
I do think
Open.
CFO is better than, like, for example, G2 and Fly. So that's
It's a really
like
big
my
day for Vivocate Stars and Disami is going into
What's
this
it called?
matchup versus BLG. So the first question I have
judgment
to
level.
ask is, how are we feeling? The first seed from the LPL is waiting for you.
I mean, we're actually kind of confident because I think even though they are the first seed, I think they are maybe the worst LPL team on the tournament right now.
damn
So
worst
they're just here
LPL
to
team in
play
the
our
tournament.
game, you know. We kind of have nothing to prove to them, so we're confident.
Okay, I heard from your coach Seal that it was a little bit harder to find scrims in the beginning. So how is that looking now?
After we won PSG, it got a bit better because some teams actually wanted to scream us. But like before, we were losing to every team, so it was really hard to find scrims. We had to scrim some LPL mix, you know, some players that are off season right now, but they are actually pretty solid, to be honest. I think they were better than most of the teams in Worlds. So
That's fucked
fine.
up, dude.
Oh, the mixed team. Okay, I see. I also saw you do the jersey swap with Canyon. Can you tell me about that?
Bro, that was insane. Like he's my biggest idol in league. Like he's the guy that I look up the most. So Chris has a friend in GNG, so he messaged them, and he said that like he actually wrote like a big test saying why I should take off my jersey to take the picture of Kano, and I mean it was really insane. I hope you can actually like do it again, like and meet on other internationals, so we can do it again because it's so cool when you see those players that you used to watch a lot, you know.
Yeah.
So it was just really cool.
Lovely. It's a magical moment, I'm sure. Well, obrigada e boa sorte.
Obrigado, obrigado.
Obrigado, obrigado.
Unbelievably based. Having Canyon as your go jungler, great taste. Also having the guts to just fully commit to the meme, you love to see it.
Yeah, this man, when they were about to lift their trophy in the LTA South, was like, wait a minute, I have to take my shirt off. And then there was a really funny moment in the pre-press conference before LTA Grand Finals where they're like, I don't know, they're on not sure if I can do it.
Well,
1 hour?
Again today for him.
Yeah, I think
His
the
team,
breaks
they
are gonna be
managed to pull
long.
This upset against BLG, and guys, it wouldn't be the first time that Brazil does it. I remember 2016 INTZ versus BLG. Nobody saw it coming.
She's like, I remember 2016.
Yeah,
He checked the year.
upset.
Dude, we're in
Especially meant
2025,
a lot
dude.
to those players specifically, Revolta.
Oh, there's talkers. Yo, let's go.
Clearlove so much at that point in time. Clearlove was his favorite jungler, was constantly just studying his VODs. And this
Revolta.
was huge. Like, this is a massive, massive upset. Obviously, this is a best of 1. Today is a best of 3. It's going to be a little bit more difficult. But yeah, like this INTZ team, I miss them so much. These were such a fun group of guys, and being there in San Francisco to kind of see this upset was amazing.
All right, so thinking about the matchup that we have here today, I remember we had Shrimby on the desk when we did the draw show.
Oh,
and
Yang
looking
made
at those
Mouse
odds, he's
retire.
giving
Hell yeah,
75%
dude.
for BLG, which is understandable, but if they can do it,
Well, you
what is it
shave
gonna
your
come
head
down
to
to,
CFL wins
Eddie?
World.
So I have a quick
Damn, Ace,
illustrator
like that's
that I'm
a
gonna kind of
tough
fly
one.
through just to talk
Ooh.
a little bit about,
I don't know if I want
what
to shave
they
my
ended up
head if
doing
CFL wins
well
Worlds.
here. So
You know what?
this is a setup from
Yeah,
their
I'll do it. I'll
series
shave
against
all 3
Flag
hair
West, and it's the game
follicles
they
I have
won in
left.
Grand Finals. What they like to do is kind of play with vision if they can draw you somewhere where you don't think they're going to be. The most important things here are going to be this Nocturne Akali combo. Akali is already in a really good spot. They know that
Dude,
Quad
I don't
kinda
want
wants
to see my
push up here.
chins, dude.
Because there was a lot of contesting
Wait, what is
here
this?
and Fly saw Disamis, Inspired thinks
Oh,
he's
this is
going to be able to go in
LPA
here as we
finals.
roll
Okay, this is
through,
the one,
but
because I was
he's
like,
going
wait,
to try for a
he
play
keeps up,
onto
that's was up
Akali
5
in the
kills
top lane,
at Worlds? I was
and
like so
BKS
confused.
are
No,
gonna
it's
respond
LPA.
really well by kind of trapping them in there. As we roll through,
Oh.
you see Nocturne flying in, right? They use this against PSG as well to qualify for this match. And then I love how they come down river and kind of draw
I love the
this
way you just
out
sit
for
there.
a really
Yes.
nice Jhin setup on the other side. Basically, it's kind of rudimentary
Dude, I
macro,
love
right?
sitting
But
on
they
my
like
fat ass
to
doing
be
nothing.
able to try to play and make you think they don't have as many people
This is
in
the only
position
game
as they
BKS won.
do
Yeah, I
by
know.
soft contesting, and then kind of trap you. And I thought this was well done. Again, a composition they really like to pilot.
Why is
especially
my
Nocturne
phone
Akali.
tilting when I open your
They're two best
stream?
players mid-jungle,
What
so
the fuck?
BLG have to watch out for
God
that.
damn,
watch out
dude.
for
How
that,
heavy
and
am
again,
I?
They didn't have the best performance so far in Brazil. Has been surprising. It is do or die here in this matchup for both teams.
Dude, I have no
BKS
aura.
against finalist BLG. Let's check out what happened in this best of 3.
A little early. Okay.
There's a saying.
Oh, Dokla!
Beware a man with nothing to lose.
Damn! Beware a man with nothing to lose. Big Dokes! Get in there, boy. Let him know.
We are 1-2 and fighting for our lives now at Worlds. It could be our last chance with this roster. All good things come to an end, but I don't want it to end like this. So I want to play my heart out and leave with no regrets.
T1이 지금 절벽에 있지만
Dude, did you see Big Dokes today? He was like, oh, like, 안녕하세요. sorry, and he's like, I'm learning Korean, but when I met Faker, all he said was, bah, bah. I'm like, damn, dude, that's fucking crazy, dude.
I expect both teams to really just give their best, put all the team issues aside and try to come together and win.
저희가 여기서 떨어질 팀이 아니기 때문에 오늘 승리해서 더 높은
I'm gonna cheer for 100 Thieves, dude. I'm not gonna lie.
Do or die,
I love, like, I've been, like,
win or go home,
Dokla is like,
with everything on the line.
he's such a, like, funny guy, dude.
T1이 없는 월즈
The last heist.
상상하지 않으셔도 됩니다.
Why does he open his Twitter videos when he's speaking Korean? I mean, he's practicing because he's trying to learn how to be better at League. What language do you speak? English and bad English.
보여줘야 된다고 프로게이머로서 이제 스스로 직업 인식을 좀 가지고 있어야 되거든요. 도전자 입장이다 보니까 이제 열심히 해서 더 잘할 수밖에 없는 상황이 된 것 같고요. 또 어깨가 무거우니까 그 어깨 무거운 걸 좀 잘 즐겨보도록 하겠습니다.
And China is upset. BLG in the dirt again.
因为我们现在已经1-2了嘛，然后之后的每一场比赛都有可能是最后一场，然后就希望我们能够给我们自己做得更好。
BLG는 엄청 강한 팀이고 옛날에 MSI에서 저를 좀 강하게 이제 찍어 눌렀던 팀이기도 하거든요.
I don't even remember that.
사실 저희 팀한테
I had no idea it was on R7. Dude, Mirror's on every team, dude.
저희 팀이 BLG랑
Every 6 months he changes a team.
말이 안 되는 거긴 해요.
That's crazy.
그래도 사실 프로게임에서 항상 변수란 건 존재하거든요.
我们的目标是最后的冠军，而不是一时的胜利。我们会一个一个击败你。
계속 이제 정신 못 차렸으면 좋겠고 저희 팀 이제 기회가 좀 더 생길 수 있게 그리고 저희 팀이 이제 2승 2패로 올라갈 수 있게.
I hope the team keeps struggling. What the fuck? I'm here, sadly, to win this year play League of Legends. It's kind of crazy how he's Korean, dude.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Worlds 2025 here in
Professional
Beijing,
hater?
China.
What
There
else
are
is he
only
supposed to say,
2
dude?
days remaining of Swiss stage competition, and all matches from here on out are for elimination from the tournament. Today, we have 2 best-of-3s ahead of us to decide who will get to move on to tomorrow's final day of Swiss, and those final best-of-3s.
Big dokes, dude. You can't expect everyone to be like big dokes, dude.
First head-to-head pits the LPL
Fear a man with nothing to lose.
up against Brazil's #1 VKS. A very seemingly lopsided matchup on first look, but anything can happen at Worlds. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Azael and Vedius to bring you the action.
I mean, it is just insane to think that today we have the 1-2 bracket, and both of last year's world finalists.
Duro's the best support in the world.
It's ridiculous. We have T1 and BLG. They were
Duro's
in
really
world
good.
Finals last year, and so there
I
are
will
some
say, I'm impressed.
massive challenges now for these teams that are down there with them. VKS and 100 Thieves have got their work cut out for them.
And I think that if
Yo, I'm cheering for VKS. Let's go! Vamos, Brazil!
against PSG, to bring violence to the Rift.
I let
Create
Duro CC
chaos,
my butthole?
look
What the
proactive
fuck?
As often as you possibly can, because
Dude, he
this
would
is a team
stun
that,
lock your
on a
ass,
macro
dude.
sense, I feel like can't compete against what BLG brings to the table, but in the individual playmaking, that'll be
Pocket
where I
pick
think
Blitzcrank against
I think
me!
when you watch Brazilian League of Legends this year, or even historically, that's kind of the attitude that comes to mind immediately. They like to fight.
Trying to
they
be
like
Japanese
scrap.
seal?
Macro
What
might
the
not be on
fuck?
the same level as other regions, but they're always willing to take the skirmish, take the team fight, take the opportunity for some PvP. And Vivo Cade Stars are going to have
Kill
to
had a
do
good moment,
everything
yeah.
they can get if they want to stand a chance against, like you already said, Isaac, a team that just last year was World's Finals runner-up.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be an incredibly difficult challenge. Trimby gave them 25% chance. I think that is, very generous. To me, this would be the biggest upset of all time. If this is, a series win for VKS.
Start doing videos talking about how you have all the answers for Furia. What the fuck? I'm not gonna lie, dude.
Because I do think it's going to be very difficult for VKS. Just when you're looking across the board, you're favoring BLG in every lane, you're favoring BLG in team fighting, you're favoring BLG in macro. So they need to find ways to really make things uncomfortable for
Listen, as the biggest League of Legends expert in the world, I only spit facts, okay?
It's BLG on the blue side, VKS on the red.
Dress in red if you join
going to go
Dignitas.
ahead and ban out the Wukong, the Aurora, and the Scion, while on the VKS side, it's that
I feel like it'd be more red for FlyQuest.
we very often see first round.
Azir also going to be left open historically against Knight, not one of his preferred champions. But with the Rise open,
Paid viewer for
anyway,
CFO. Yeah, I have a lot of paid chatters.
Stand corrected with the Nico open. This is something that On often tends toward. It gives them a lot of agency on the bot side of the map, and also gives a direction. Things like Caitlyn immediately rise in priority as a powerhouse bot lane pick to pair alongside it. Potentially something like.
Oh yeah, dude, I'm really afraid of both of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely.
You surely are the cutest. Yeah, paid chatter.
The question is, will VKS try to go for a dominant bot lane of their own?
Yeah, I don't even know what I would stream on Sunday. I don't even know what's going on.
Karma and some of these more aggressive lanes. Azir feels like a bit of a no-brainer when that is left up. But I want to see them play for priority lanes. I don't think you can play a slow game to try to play like fully slow and just
2-0.
It's not going to be a recipe for success, and especially when you're here on the
Wait,
side.
you just gave me Azir?
Them prioritizing both top lane counter pick and support counter pick. Try to get winning 2v2. Try to get winning top lane, and see if that can give you a way in.
No, fuck off.
There's the karma I was talking about.
Yeah, looking to match
What?
range on the bot side of the map. That means Engage has to come from somewhere else, with Wukong taken out of the picture. Things like Xin Zhao. Oh, never mind. BLG are not going to waste any time. They're going to go for the Trundle Ziggs first rotation, assuming this Ziggs is actually in the mid lane as a response to the Azir, something that we've seen from so far this year.
2-0 VKS Copium? Yeah, dude, we got all get high in
Yeah, what would be very
Copium.
interesting, obviously, is a flex, could go bot as well, but definitely does feel like for now it is going to be that answer. And the question is now, do you actually match jungle picks here, or do you let that fall? They are going to go for the Kiana, so going to be needing some hard engage here that is kind of lacking right now, and I'm a little bit concerned with, you know, some of those kind of like prime top lane tanks being much less valuable when the Trundle is there, and you haven't got engaged from jungle, you haven't got engaged from support. You could draft an engage AD carry, but those, like, we haven't seen Ashe at all in the meta, so already a little bit concerned how VKS are going to be looking to start fights.
And we know the Trundle can be very effective at neutralizing a lot of other fighter type of junglers, like Xin Zhao is immediately one that comes to mind that Trundle is adept against, but Kiana can actually dance circles around him, going invisible, bursting him very quickly. It's hard for Trundle to maximize his dueling power against this champion.
Why, what
So at least in
happened?
the jungle matchup,
These get banned?
has here for Desamas, but I
Whoa,
agree,
what the fuck is
the
that?
engage opportunities are going to need to be
Wait, they're,
bumped up
oh,
if
okay.
VKS
Yeah,
want
Ziggs
to
mid.
find
Ziggs mid.
chances to make this game bloody and make it chaotic. They will go ahead and ban out that Caitlyn pairing that you guys were talking about as a potential partner.
Whoa,
for
dude,
Nico.
don't talk to
Next,
Star
they
like
got
that.
BLG.
You're such a fucking what? What are we gonna call Star? That's fucked up.
Lane. As you said, Azale, there's always the possibility of it going bot, but for the time being, VKS want to limit that bot lane pool. Meanwhile, BLG, I think it was a good read on the Trundle early priority, making it much harder for you to get that engage on the top side of the map. Also removing the Renekton, kind of giving that safe top side of the map as well. Things
Me?
like
I didn't do
definitely still an
anything.
option, but like, where do you find that easy way to start these fights? Varus and Ashe are the two AD carries that come to mind that provide a little bit more utility. I can also pair nicely with the Karma.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
tired.
I feel like Varus is so underwhelming as a primary engage. You can obviously go something like Ornn if you want.
Don't make me fuck you.
But it is just a weaker pick because Trundle's in the game, right? Like you're both buffing up the Trundle and you're making yourselves weaker. I would not like Asante at all, just simply because it's not going to bring anything as far as the engage, and really, I don't think it's nearly as strong as it has been in the past. This pick does not feel like it scales very well. And
Bessa locked in.
Double blind soul laners on red side. And
That's a little crazy.
And, you know, like, the only response basically they've gotten has been this Karma. Is the only response pick they've
To be honest, I think I'm a good at chatter.
They are going to be able to save
I
the
don't
bot
hate.
lane pick for last year.
True.
But either you have to have something super spicy in bot lane for this to make sense, or they were worried that Ben was
Okay.
taking Bessa away. But
I don't know
again,
what the fuck
it
they
now
pick
feels
here for
like it's
VKS.
you know, this a little bit
This draft
split in
seems
what the
so
Karma
hard
wants
to
do, because
play.
Karma, which is more usually kind of like kite back and absorb the engage, with Kiana and Bessa, which is like full dive and fully send it in. So I'm kind of a little bit unsure you know, what pick could actually bring it all together.
Camera
This
VKS
Jack's
side.
pick for BLG, it's easy to
Ah.
discredit the situation they're in because of their performance throughout the year, but this was a super famous pick for Bin. It was something that at
I'm fine with
international
Smolder.
competition, you just couldn't afford to give him because of how dominant he would be on the pick. So now, picking it into Boal on the top side of the map, things are already looking very scary from the perspective of VKS, with the fact that BLG have so much comfort on their side.
And so the final pick of the draft here on Red 5 is just that Varus that we were talking about
So,
already. And
who
I'm not
wins
gonna lie to you,
draft?
Isaac, if we're talking about spices, Varus
BLG?
feels pretty vanilla.
Yeah, it absolutely does. I mean, so you blinded your top. You know, you gave Ben counterpick on blue side. You gave double soul lane counterpick to BLG on blue side. The Varus does give you a little bit of that engage of Chain.
I mean, picking a Zir blind is fine. It's like the Bessa blind.
But I'm really scared for how Morteos is going to be able to actually survive in these fights. When I'm looking over at Jax, at Nico, at Trundle, you just pillar this guy in, hop on his head, throw in the Ziggs ult, and it's kind of lights out. So I do think it's going to be really difficult
I
for
don't like
Morteos to
the
survive.
Varus at
We'll
all.
see how they can manage the 2v2. Karma Varus, especially if you're going poke Varus, which is what I'm expecting here, you know, can be a relatively strong lane. But you know, we'll see if they can.
106 spam gank that little rat.
VKS's comp has is range.
Yo,
because
big
on
wave.
the other side, it's not like BLG have the strongest engage tools. Like, you're looking at Flash Nico definitely as a big threat. You're looking at a potential Jax flank, and I'm thinking, okay, Kai'Sa ideally wants to dive in.
Dude, this is, I feel like VKS draft is so fucking bad, dude.
Depending on how they approach the fight, can be an avenue in which VKS try and leverage their range, play it slow, look
Teams need to stop going Ziggs. It's Ziggs mid.
For a favorable fight. But
the thing is, it's Ziggs mid against Azir.
Around these neutral objectives. And this is for a team that just is very known for diving
so,
in.
like, it's not that bad.
And I mean, I hear you, but at the same time, also on the other side,
because like Knight
you have Ziggs
is not good at Azir, right? So he, I think he made the Ziggs counter pick into Azir.
To an engage. Because Bin on this Jax, I think, is also going to outscale in the side lane. So
yeah, okay, it was Knight. Yeah. Knight was the first two Ziggs mid versus Azir in LPL, and it worked out.
To be able to win it out for VKS, I'm already not feeling that confident.
All right, so here's a couple of numbers for you guys as we're waiting on the minions to spawn here at the beginning of the game. Bin is 67.
Yeah, I didn't know if Knight was the first or what, but yeah. He's played it a bunch, and it's been good. I understand what you're saying about like Ziggs bot lane, but it's a little different. And it's not like something he randomly pulled out. It's something he's done for a while now.
Pro Kiana game in his career. So the numbers certainly seem to be in favor of BLG.
You're telling me he's never lost. And Jax, Bin has lost 29 games on Jax. Thomas has never lost a game on Kiana. And you're trying to convince me that the Jax is favored? Come on, buddy.
I got more numbers for you.
Okay.
I got even some more.
Flowers.
Listen, I got some fun statistics for you as well, because we talked about violence is what we need to be seeing from VKS. And so
you showing some poke? I think there's a good, decent amount of poke. Kai'Sa, Nico.
Combined kills per minute from the series was 1.12. So they're getting a kill and a bit every minute, right? You then look at the average combined kills at 14. There was 10 Flowers at 14, and that was the average on throughout the series. This is a team that loves.
Oh, On hasn't landed a single Q yet. We're waiting.
We'll see if that's the approach they take, given the composition they've drafted for themselves.
Well, and we have to see how Bin's going to survive actually in this 2v2, because they have decided to send Elk up towards the top side, feeling that, you know, against this range it could be difficult. And so Elk is going to have a nice lane here against Boal, but you're going to have Bin on this Jax up against...
Let's see how good Knight does.
Miserable. We'll see how much of this farm he can even get under his tower, but right now, it's looking like he's playing for XP.
Okay. Trimby uses heal.
Trying to work with Morteos to get this wave shoved in. And you can see here on your screen right now, BLG's opponents...
This kind of is BLG's best? Kind of.
A lot of fans have been very critical of this team, not just for ending up in the 1-2
VKS should not think about game 2 and 3. They should think about game 1 and only 1.
It's definitely a weaker performance than a lot
for drafting, I don't think teams actually think about games afterwards.
Western teams, and you're not at a group.
I mean, like, I don't think I've ever heard a coach talk about, like, oh yeah, you know, we didn't pick Kai'Sa because in game 2 we think Kai'Sa will be much better. You know what I mean? It's like, if it's good in game 1 draft, they'll just pick it for game 1.
And a lot of pressure is on them as a result. But Shadow here, looking to see if he can find an angle.
Yeah, but Smiley is there.
Okay, let's see what the Trundle can get here. You would hope for at least a flash, and there it is.
Okay.
However, going to still knock him back a little bit, but because Miru has the shifting sands, he can get away to the safety underneath the turret. But
I don't even think he needed to flash that, but whatever.
Needs to be a return visit here in the mid lane in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, a little antsy there, I feel like, from Miru to flash that early. Yes, you know, there is potential of a pillar or a sapphire charge or something.
I haven't spoken to the players in a while, or since the 2-1 or 2-0 matchup.
Either way, now Shadow staying active and looking for Boal.
Yeah, Shadow wants to at least get another summoner spell up here. Takes a
but everyone's still like pretty happy mood.
Taking a lot of turret aggro. Shadow with a late flash. What in the hell is going on? BLG just gift wrapped it. Boal gets a double kill.
What the
That was one of the worst tower dives I think I've ever seen.
I agree.
They just walk underneath the tower.
That was the worst tower dive. Yeah, that was the worst tower dive.
Way too late. BLG completely fumbled the execution.
They didn't even get his flash. You didn't even force his flash. This is crazy. Shadow's not even hitting him at all. And then he flashes out with the last tower shot in the air. Elk loses both summoners. You didn't even get Boal's flash. And he gave him a double.
That was an absolutely abysmal tower dive
damn,
from
dude.
Shadow and Elk. That was just
Two flashes and a barrier
BKS
for
would've wanted.
nothing.
While Zambessa, remember they swapped to make the lane tougher on this Zambessa. The harass him in the lane. Put you can make that dive. Then you
Dude,
make
that
the
was
dive
some
and get
fucking
2 kills for
disgusting
free?
shit.
You gotta be kidding me.
That was like the
That's
most
crazy.
disgusting thing I've ever seen,
You know,
dude.
you see something like that and you're like,
What the fuck was that dive, man?
The thing as well is...
What is happening to BLG? What is happening to BLG? What the fuck?
Nameplates across from you, you're super focused, but you're also a little antsy. You want to flash early to be that defensive, but getting a play like that off has to fill you with nothing but confidence. Now you find yourself 5 minutes in with an early gold lead, and you're just kind of like, all right, guys, even though the odds are stacked against us.
Yeah, Boal got 2 kills, doesn't even use flash.
and look at the top lane.
He has
right?
blue
Big
buff
comes
as
up
well.
there with cloth armor boots. You've got a pickaxe longsword on top. So
He's all 6.
has that blue buff. So
What is Ben supposed to do? What
yeah,
the
I want to see
fuck,
what kind of
dude?
an advantage he can build here against Ben.
And
God damn.
The EXP, not just the gold. The extra experience you get from the 2 champion kills has Boal feeling very comfortable. Ben is only 2/3 of the way to level 6.
Oh my
Boal's
God,
about
Shadow's
the same
coming.
distance from level 7. He's an entire level up now because of that botched dive. And we'll see if Shadow can try to get something back now. He is hovering around the area. Ben's going to jump in, finds Counter-Strike, pillar right on top of it. Boal trying to skip his way out of here a little bit. Does not get a whole lot there. With
God
public
damn, he misses all, but
again,
he
he doesn't even have to.
He doesn't even have to flash. He doesn't even have to flash. Oh, Samus, don't fuck this up. We just laughed at fucking Shadow Elk. Don't fuck it up, Samus. I trust you.
As much farm as they can. They secure a plate as well.
The Samus!
Out of the Nico on trying to buy a little bit of time, but no,
nice
BKS teaching last year's Worlds runner-up.
Oh, what the fuck?
Chains of Corruption coming out.
Is that worth?
They want a little bit more damage.
Oh!
Morteo's barely hanging on to life and Samus
Oh!
as well.
What?
Double kill for the Nico with the minions. And right as
Nico?
I spoke too soon. They dive too far, but it ends up being a 1-for-2. BLG get the better of them.
Listen. Let's. Hey.
Absolutely.
Teams, both teams, let's just agree never to dive again. No more tower diving.
But Elk
How
has
the
killer instinct,
fuck
has
did
the
that
barrier
happen?
That is so much shielding to get through
What?
when it's on a redive.
The bad news for BLG is both kills went over to On. Ideally, they would have loved a little bit more funneling.
Yeah,
into
oh,
Elk,
both of them
but
went to
at the very least,
On?
they the dive, they closed the
Oh,
goal down.
Trimby's
Trimby's
fucked.
taking a lot of damage.
Trimby trying to get away from all of that burst.
What?
The Mega Inferno Bomb only hits him on the edge as opposed to the center, so Trimby stays alive, but he's got to go back to base.
That is the bad news, but the good news is he knows the recipe for Proto Belt.
That he does. We're going to look back at the dive. And so On plays this about as well as he can. Flashes away from the damage as much as he can. Try and locks up Trimby, gets his flash early. Then a lot of summoners already used on the side of VKS. The level up comes through, the ulti connects, but Trimby tanks an extra tower shot, then an additional one along with the minions. The minions finish the job. And it ends up being a double.
I mean, the tower was still heated up, right?
Yeah,
So
it was.
The tower did so much damage there as it turns on them. And he hit the Mantra Q, gets the slow into the
I mean,
again, barrier, killer instinct.
I don't even know. What? I don't even know what's going on in this game, dude. What the fuck, man?
And is able to turn around that dive, and we are pretty much.
I thought that Varus ulti would do more than nothing.
His gold lead has been eroding. He's only up 250 now. Down a fair bit of CS. You know, was up.
Shouldn't be still level 4? God damn it.
I just love that earlier I mentioned the average kills throughout the PSG VKS series was 10. And right now we're at 5. And we're only 9 minutes in. We've got
rookie
5 more
numbers.
minutes. Yeah.
Gotta pump those up.
I'm hoping that we get them pumped up right now. I want to see VKS keeping the pressure up because BLG, they are stumbling.
flipping?
That's what we're seeing. And it's
Oh,
kind of the story of BLG at this
Filipino.
tournament.
Okay.
Coming in as the first seed.
Isn't
the
Filipino
level
spelled
that
with
you
a
expected
PH?
from them is not the level that we're seeing on stage. And I feel like that the pressure might be getting to them, but there's still a lot of the game left to play.
I mean, you gotta remember, 100 Thieves beat PLG. And
I'm
BKS beat
flipping.
100 Thieves. So who's the
I'm
real
flipping
favorite
out.
here, Venius?
The classic transitive properties, the Western reliable.
Yeah.
All right,
Hey,
so
they
this
get
is
grubs.
actually one of the latest grub takes I feel like we've seen at this tournament, and even throughout this year. Grubs are almost always within the first 30 seconds they spawn. You see at least one of the teams sending their jungler over to at least secure one grub. But because of the chaotic state of this game, it's 9.5 minutes in before the grubs are first taken, and it is VKS securing all three.
Okay, Shadow.
Trimby's in a bit of a tough spot
Trimby's
here.
in a
The
bad
killer's
spot
trapped
again.
with a mega Inferno bomb for the slam dunk, and that means Knight's getting paid on this one.
Filipinos, Filipinos are from the Philippines. God damn, dude, that makes absolutely no sense, dude.
He's just secured an objective. And so
Why? Like, how does the P8 become an 8, and how is there only one P instead of 2?
Yeah, he seemed very slow to react on that play, and maybe
That's like if I was like, oh,
a
I'm
little bit
Japanese,
there. We have seen that before,
not
but, is gonna
Japanese.
get
Like my
taken
foot
down,
changed
and
the J
there's
to a
freebie there
G.
for Knight, who now completes the Ludens off of that. So it's going to be pretty happy.
Like you'd be like,
about
that's
the result,
dumb.
and BLG
That makes no
pulls
sense.
ever so slightly into the lead. Bin obviously
Bullish
going very
supports.
defensive early tabbies here.
I mean, there's Trimby, Vander.
Against Kiana plus Boal
I don't know.
here,
I don't
who
know
got
where they're all
gifted
from,
those
right?
Early 2 kills, and we want to see Boal trying to push the pace, trying to create some sort of advantage with those 2 kills that he was given. But
Cap
really,
me.
Honestly, if you're VKS, you're probably pretty happy with how things have gone. Like the expectation.
I don't like this karma pick.
Far behind probably by now for most people.
Like, I don't know. I don't understand why. I mean, like, obviously pick it because they picked Nico, right?
This previously was
Wouldn't Bard have been better? I mean, obviously he probably doesn't play Bard or whatever the fuck, but or like Soraka. Like he likes Soraka, right? Why doesn't he just play Soraka again?
Bin's perfectly comfortable laning into this Ambessa, it appears. Desama's hanging around the area, looking maybe for an opportunity if Bin continues trying to shove this forward, but he's not going to find that opportunity, so instead just goes back to...
Imagine Pro Delta here? Nah, dude, then they wouldn't have been CBL champions.
Both of their timers are still pretty much synced up for the next Drake and the next Herald spawning, but they're still...
And, like, it's just so cringe that you try to, like, outsmart the best coach in the world.
To make something happen in the meantime.
I don't see your CBL title. It's not being a bait. I'm a masturbator. How you doing, Crazy?
The mid lane is having that finished their first item. Boal now picking up as well his first.
Dude, nobody masturbates more than me, dude. Like, I'm always baiting people left and right. Ooh, that pillar was invisible. That was weird looking.
But yeah, both teams without really anything significant to play for. It's a lot of fishing. It's a lot of maybe playing for plates, maybe looking for a pick. And so I expect both teams to be kind of very respectful of one another. As I say that,
On
goes in for the pop blossom,
okay,
and
Trimby just instantly dies,
off the rift. He
and they're fucked.
The wall, but the follow-up damage after the Nico ulti guarantees he drops, and BLG gonna pull a little further ahead.
BLG might make mistakes.
Masturbator, like I'm the master at baiting people.
To punish you for it, on with a really nice ultimate. Elk quickly to follow up with the ultimate of his own, results in another kill onto Trimby. 0-3, the scoreline now for the VKS support.
Yeah, and it's insult to injury. You lose both your summoners there.
Damn, why are you so mad, dude?
Champions without a dash when you're playing with.
Man woke up on the wrong side of the bed today.
Trundle just throws down the pillar. You're slowed. It's so easy to hit the root to follow that up and to be able to find these engages. So Trimby going to be really having to be careful in these next couple minutes. Has died a couple times
Holy
already.
shit.
Has got to be clean.
God damn.
Giving over too much free gold to BLG.
Yeah, the largest individual gold difference.
I didn't know I was going to get promised a good time.
With On grabbing those first couple of kills from the botched redive in the bottom lane, with Trimby being dead 3 separate times now. 1.5 minutes until the Herald spawns. I would have to expect that this is going to result in a larger team fight as both sides want to try to fight.
Yeah, I don't understand the karma pick.
Caught by the pillar there, as again it's BLG looking to push slightly past neutral territory here in the river, control more of the rift, just try to make VKS a little bit more nervous, make them a little bit more antsy as to where BLG might be and what they might be doing.
Yeah, and I'm liking how BLG is really utilizing On and Shadow to just kind of control the river, right? They've maintained their vision in that area, and I'm kind of wondering how VKS even wants to try to play it out, to try to approach some of these dragons, because how do you walk in if you don't have vision against that Trundle without just someone getting pillared in and poked down?
Well, I mean, it helps that BLG just ran the fuck down top side for no reason.
Not really been able to extend this lead. You know, he is up a decent amount of gold, did get a plate, that is nice, but Bin and Shadow here.
I mean, he did do something. Did he just die?
Throws the pillar down. Public execution from Boal, trying to play this defensively, but now with a redemption.
Oh! Talk shit about the Thomas, bitch! Woo! Whatever.
As the
Fucking
supreme display
noob.
of talent would have slammed him back into the wall and potentially set up a second kill. Nicely played by Boal to survive long enough for DeSamas to show up and set up the kill.
Yeah, that was really good for Boal, and he's able to extend that advantage not through a play of his own, but through the outplay, the response to the gank that does come in. He's able to kite it down towards the redemption here that comes in from Trimby, and DeSamas arrives, gets a kill, and
I mean, Kiana has a hard time setting this game up, though.
Much more of a
Like, I don't know
possibility
what DeSamas can really
The story
do.
of this game for BLG needs to be to play through their bot side. So far, we've been seeing on and
No matter
out
who is
fight.
on the top side.
It's just that it's been really working when they do play through this bot lane, but every time they try to force something on the top side of the map,
No, I don't think Kiana's a shit pick. I think that they paired it with like Varus Karma bot lane. I mean
Boal doesn't really have much left.
Ambessa into Jack's kind of rough.
Again, they brought their bot lane up, and this is a nice sign from the side of BLG as they now want to try and get Elk and on.
Is Redemption gonna be up in time?
The Herald here immediately. Boal trying to get away. The Pop Blossom
Oh,
catches a Mega
fuck.
Inferno bomb from downtown. Means Knight's the one
Oh.
taking the kill credit, and Miru and Trimby have no choice but a full retreat. The Herald's gonna be driven into the tier 2, but immediately
Where's Nico?
All's gonna be shuffled back
Oh,
towards
Nico doesn't
him.
have all, never mind.
Flash away in response. Herald then going to secure the first turret, put major damage into the tier 2, an extra kill onto Boal here for BLG, and this sequence of events leads to a 1,500 gold lead.
Yeah, that is big for BLG, especially because DeSamas, he was over by the Dragon. He could have just done Dragon and at least made it a trade. Instead, he runs all the way across the map without flash, without ulti to try to answer, to try to defend this play. And that is kind of what we're talking about when we're talking about some of these deficiencies as far as macro play. You can try to trade, you can try to get things elsewhere. It doesn't always have to be trying to look for that fight. They will eventually be able to get down here and look for a Dragon.
I don't know what the fuck that thing was. The top.
Spending a lot of time there.
Try to save him, but
not really get involved in anything.
All right, Mountain Drake at least does go the way of VKS, even if it is on a slower timer than you would hope for. And interestingly enough, we now have Feat of First Turret going over to BLG, Feat of Warfare going over to VKS, 2 and 2 on the Feat of Monster Slaying. So the next neutral objective will also determine the boots, as Miru has to use the Shifting Sands to get away from BLG, who are overloading this top
man.
side. Mega Inferno Bomb, only the edge clips
Woo!
Miru, so he still survives.
What the
tier
fuck?
2 cannot tell the same tale as that one
Dude, they
drops,
do that
and
shit
BLG
so
are at
fast.
almost 2,500 gold.
On is working very well with Shadow to just keep pressure up on the map. You can see why he's so proficient at this Nico, landing so many skill shots.
Is it a quick series? You don't know that.
Yes, is quickly losing control of the game. They were finding some nice skirmishes, they were finding some cool opportunities, but now that the map is opening up a lot more, this is where BLG has the clear advantage. This is why we talked earlier about how I want to see VKS try and force fights.
I think you're just cursing BLG.
Wider scale map focus of it, and you can turn it fight objective. But when BLG just kind of get to play the map,
The Brazilian LCP expert.
And right now, with a 2-tower advantage on top, with no.
I don't know, man. I've seen some other people talk about LCP.
Extremely comfortable spot.
Yeah, they're in a great spot, absolutely. And VKS, even if they want to try to force fights, they just don't have a lot of great tools to start them, and that is going to make it so difficult for them here. And we're seeing.
I am Brazilian. Vamos! Obrigado!
In their opponent's face, taking
Brazil!
Putting on pressure, stealing away.
I am a Brazil!
Hasn't been
yeah,
that
baby!
Active, isn't even up in farm as a result, so looking good.
Okay. Okay. Debated. Outsmarted. Vamos!
Tie it up 5-5. Bring that gold lead back under 2K. But what about the follow-up? He's got to be a little careful here, but BLG won't find any more.
You know, honestly, I don't even think it's I mean,
that's probably going to be a 2-0, but I don't think it's going to be as
you do give over a couple hundred.
Leo's Thomas Genji versus TS. Especially when BLG fucked up that early game that hard. Oh my god. Oh my god.
With public execution defensively from Boal, just trying to get away and buy a little bit more time, but Counter-Strike number 2 locks it up and knocks it down. Bin gets his first kill of the game.
BLG finding advantages where they can.
I won't read that. I'm going to delete it. That is inappropriate, Min. Please, be respectful.
very quickly now.
Be
in the
respectful
mid-game,
of your
taking
elders.
firm control as that gold lead only continues to grow.
Yeah, and it's
I
really
am
wanna
your
see, can they punish
senpai.
Mateos before his flash is back up, right? You know, that is
You
kind
are
of
my
what determines,
kohai.
was that play from On worthwhile? Was it a bad play? Is, you know, can they actually punish, get a kill here?
Etchy till I
Because they're
die.
gonna
Oh, my
have
lollies call me
that flash up on
senpai.
On, they're going to have the flash
You
up
call
on
me
Shadow, they have
bitch.
the ulti available for
Senpai
Knight. And that Varus with
KMP.
no flash, you get in on top of him, you land any CC, the Ziggs ult's going to land on your head, you are just going to be toast. You're so reliant on that flash to stay safe.
Individual
Or you can call me
gold leads
Oni-chan,
everywhere
that
except
works
top
too.
lane now for BLG, and the largest one is now mid lane, or at least tied with support here for Knight on the Ziggs. 2 fully completed items with the Horizon Focus now done alongside that Luden's Companion. The burst from this champion is so
Oh, he messed it
extreme
up.
as Miru
Oh?
forced to flash because of a mistake there in positioning the soldiers.
Yeah, exactly. He tried
Dude, this
to
is a
do
Zir
the
pick. It's on
WEQ,
fuck
but
all.
he E'd too early
Oh,
before
he's
the
going
Q actually went
Rallies
all the
too.
way out. So he did not extend the range of his dash, and as a result, he doesn't get
Gochujin
past where the
sama.
killer was gonna
That
get
means
placed.
master.
And,
Gochujin
does
sama.
lose his flash, which is another
Kaikyo,
big tool,
onegai
not only
itashimasu.
defensively for the Azir,
Hi,
but of
hi.
course, the offensive potential there is large, especially for a team that is so lacking in engage. And now it's just going to be an immediate Otacon start. No
Spear,
flash
what
on
did you
either of your
expect?
carries.
I expected
This
him to
is
fucking
great
play the
from
game.
BLG, and he's going to stop his recall again.
Yeah, Miru's not even going to be able to participate in the fight at all. It's going to take him so long to get back and heal and then try to teleport in as Knight is just trying to keep everybody on
Look at this
VKS
TP.
away. The Otacon down to 3,000 HP. On playing defensive here with the pop
What
blast, just
the
trying to create
fuck?
enough space. Thornbound Otacon secured. But while
Okay.
dives into the BLG
Did he
front
just
line
lose?
as they root up Bin, but they do not have
Okay,
the
there's
damage to
ah!
Bailey missing out.
What the
Miru's gonna
fuck,
be the first to
man?
die. There's no way out for the Emperor. There's no way through for VKS. BLG. Take
How
the
the fuck did
Otacon.
Jax
VKS
get
came
that?
So close to
Oh,
such
he
a
makes
good
one
teamfight,
Azir
but the
play.
pieces just didn't come together. Once the Azir ultimate
What
missed,
the
BLG see that
fuck?
as an opportunity. They find a quick punish and they just take everything. Otacon gone, kill secured, blue buff taken. VKS is crumbling under the pressure of BLG.
And in the midst of that, they even took the bot tier 1. Now they take the mid tier 1. Now
Holy
you look up, it's 4K plus
fuck,
Otacon
dude.
pedals in the advantage
What did
here.
I just
And it's
watch?
only 21 minutes in, plus they'll grab the
Bleh.
dragon. BLG just getting everything.
At least for VKS, the pedal difference isn't massive because they were pulling most of those from the Rift.
They were doing a
themselves
good
throughout
job
the game.
gardening.
Yes, they were doing a lot of gardening in the first 20 minutes of the game, so BLG mostly equalized in that count, but you're right on the money, Isaac. A 4,000 gold lead. They're up in the Dragons. They've got the feats as well. They're getting to the point where they can buy the extra empowered shoes as they're
I mean, this will be the first game that happens,
Honestly,
right?
This game went from, okay, you've still got
Dude,
to
Mir's still working on a second item, man. Holy
time to put your hands together
shit.
and pray. Because right now, BLG are running the Rift.
And it is one of those heartbreaking moments.
Dude, my
for
balls
Miru.
are stuck to my
Obviously,
ass.
a little bit of nerve
Oh.
there. This guy, I've watched a lot of him. He has been incredible, you know, in the LTA South, in the CB LOL. By far the best player this year. So to see that little mechanical mistake, forcing him to use his flash to retreat, then meaning he doesn't have that flash for that big team fight, you never know.
Is
what it
Miru
could
really
look
the
like when you add
best?
it up.
Ow!
Miru tries to go in, find a shuffle
Ah!
onto On. Does not connect. On's response, Pop Blossom, also a swing and a miss. So 2 ultis, neither one finding any success up here. Just going to trade those away as BLG moves more men into the area in case
Why
VKS
duck
tries
ass?
to find something else.
You can see that VKS is just really
Dude,
fishing
this
for
is like a
anything to
bad
fight
day to have
it.
eyes.
Any punish onto BLG, at least it'll give them something, a moment of reprieve, but no opportunity will be found. The pillar comes down.
Okay, the Thomas is in there. Can he kill? Can he kill? No, they can't.
With them, but he just does not have the damage here on the Kiana. 0
Oh,
damage
this
to
useless poke
Isaiah
Varus.
mentioned earlier about how Desamas just hasn't been able to find a lot of
So
activity throughout the Rift in the first 20
useless.
minutes of this game, so he's not fed enough to get the burst in a situation
I
like
can't.
that matters.
Yeah, and just not really coordinated there with Morteos. He did hit the ulti, but he didn't have his Q or his E up to actually pop the blight stacks, unfortunately, you know, on this stunned target, so couldn't
Fuck, I
help to
can't find my
knock him
glue
down.
stick.
And it's definitely
I was thinking
looking
about gluing my
rough
eyes
now
shut.
for VKS.
Yeah, where was
Don't
the
really
Varus
have
Q?
engaged, you don't really
Like,
have
he
the
landed
ability to get
the
picks.
ult,
You're
and
kinda
then, like,
depending
I was
on
like, oh, it's gonna
BLG,
die
looking
now,
for
but
engage
then
of their own,
I don't know.
really
Did it not
being
come
able
out,
to
or did
execute
it
on it, and then maybe
do
you can
0
somehow
damage?
turn something around? But it's starting to feel like BLG just going to completely run away with this. This Ziggs is getting ridiculously strong at
No,
this point.
I don't think so, right?
How Knight, we haven't been mentioning him a lot.
Oh,
in
it could have
this
been on
game,
cooldown.
but you can see his impact has definitely been felt. The way he's been using.
Oh, Casting didn't have Q up? Oh.
The side lane plays that have been happening.
Then
the
he's
fact
just.
that he was able to
I
make
mean,
Miru's life so difficult in a side lane, and then in these team fights, he just dishes out so much damage. He is just one of the many threats that BLG have brought to the table here in this first game. Of course, still a best of 3. There'll be opportunities in the event that VKS falls short to potentially bounce back in game 2, but right now, this is BLG's game to lose as they set up around the Baron, spawning in about 10 seconds time.
Exactly, that's the name of the game. There's no dragon on the map for another 2 minutes, so there's nothing to distract them elsewhere. The Baron pit is where the next action is going down.
Oh my god, dude.
Red buff. Desamas down to 1/3 HP. Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't hit him, but he has to flash over the wall because BLG is collapsing. They are forcing some.
I mean, this game is kind of dunzo, right?
Bars. They are setting up
now
Baron,
it's like fuck.
and they make their way over as Elk starts it up.
The poke alone.
Like, they don't have anyone that can face check. That's what I mean. Like, these comps are just, like, so hard to play. Because they just like, look at this, and they can't even walk forward. He's just losing all their health. Oh! Desamas! Oh! Never mind. Okay, well.
BLG are gonna get everybody here as Miru and Morteos cannot get away. Elk will not be found. It's a double kill for the Kaisa. It's black and white screens for everybody on BKS, and BLG get Baron.
Bears all works by his
BLG
white
ace
stacks.
them,
Each
and
stack
they
gets
are
12%
pushing
CD
top
to
lane
his Q.
immediately. Let's see how much damage they can get done.
Oh, okay.
Gonna be up in a couple
Wow, I
seconds,
didn't know that.
But they're going to get probably 2 inhibitors here for sure. We have been pushing mid lane. Knight is already going to crack this tower. And we'll just be the inhibitor tower, not the inhibitor.
Knight's damage on turrets with this Ziggs is just disgusting. Every auto attack is taking a 1/6 of the HP, then you blow it up with the satchel, and BKS couldn't get anywhere close.
Yeah, I mean, this only is a small glimpse of the poke that BLG were able to dish out. Desamas had access to the Baron, but isn't able to win out on the smite fight. Once he separates,
I don't think his smite was up, actually.
Chaos in the river. We jump back to live.
Oh, I think it might be a repeat of that performance here for Desamas as Shadow just beats him upside the head with the bat. It's another death for the Kiana. 0-3-2 now for Desamas as BLG are taking everything from the enemy jungle, starving them of any possible resource they might be able to have. They've still got their Red Bull Baron power play for another 90 seconds. And gentlemen, they're already at plus 6,600 gold on this one. This one's looking like the end of the game as Boal cannot do anything to try to protect the tier 3 here in the bottom lane. Bin, split pushing.
BLG had a fucking disastrous early game, dude.
Inhibitor is first to fall. The 4-man squad on BLG continues pushing bottom as Trimby's got to be careful. Shadow.
I mean, like, I just don't think this is a good draft for Kiana to do well.
Trimby has to head back into the
I get what you're saying.
Siege continues.
A lot of Western teams are very slow.
Trimby was able to sidestep it, but Knight is 16, has a death.
They just picked Mundo.
Miru's just getting chunked out.
And Ben is
they
going
fuck
to
it.
take care of the last tier 3 turret at the same time. That one's gone. Inhibitor about to follow here in mid, and now Ben, if he wants to, can just try to walk up to the top side, take out that 3rd and final inhibitor, and lock BKS in their base for the rest of the game. Looks like BLG are putting a lot of pings up there towards that area. It's going to be Elk, actually, who steps up forward to start putting the damage.
8,000 gold Baron play? Holy shit.
Trying to put themselves in a position to maybe stop this, but with Knight and beside Elk, it's far easier said than done.
I mean, like, the thing is, I don't know, man. I complain about Varus and Karma so much.
BKS stuck inside their base, double super minions in every lane.
The base
I really don't understand this Karma pick. It did fuck all the whole game. All he did was just get caught and die.
They'll go back to base, spend what gold they have been able to accrue, and then look likely to end out this game. I really don't think they need the dragon. They might just go and get it anyway. But yeah, I think BKS need to use this time to already be thinking about what they can do in game 2. I really think they need to pick up the pace a little bit more, playing this more slower, long-range composition where they need to have good setup around objective, really nice poke, good control during the laning phase. I think just doesn't fit into their style and what they found so much success with.
I completely agree, and I mean also going on red side and allowing both your soul laners to get counterpicked by the blue side team, to me is just like, that is kind of asking for it, right? Like, you know, when you are the heavy underdogs, you need to be able to be aggressive. You need to be able to get advantageous matchup. Push the pace. Trimby's in trouble.
Yeah, Trimby with a killer instinct from Elk, threatening his life. Does stay alive for now, but the Mega Inferno Bomb will remedy that real fast. Miru tries to finish the job, but the only thing finished is his time on Summoner's Rift. 50-second death timer here for the mid laner from VK.
I don't have anything to say. I don't even have anything funny to say. I'm just getting fucked so hard.
Of this game, Shadow throws out the pillar, Chains of Corruption, Pop Blossom on 3. Ben gets the kill. Morteos is already down. Desamas trying to fight back, but he can't even kill on. Boal stuck on the steps of the fountain, watching the last remnants of his base get destroyed.
It's average. It's around 30 minutes, right? That's like normal game time.
Is what we expected. The start was not, absolutely, as Boal was put in a pretty good position early, but BLG crushing it.
BLG, it might have been shaky, but they got it across the finish line. Analysts, what do we think?
I think it's not for not for the lack of trying. Honestly, on the side of VKS, but you can really see why BLG was the world's finalist last year, because a bit of funsies here and there in the
That's how I was.
You're being way more forgiving than I would.
I'm being nice. I know you want.
If I'm a
Talk your
BLG
shit.
fan, I am incredibly concerned.
Yeah.
That top lane dive was unforced, okay?
Yeah,
Why are we diving onto an Imbesso in that situation?
I think we simultaneously see
Let him
here
know.
the way that the map is played out in particular, and the vision is set up, the tempo is played. Why BLG is such an extreme favorite in this series. We're
Doesn't
also
30
seeing
seconds pass?
why they're here.
Yeah,
in
but
1
like,
and
but it's like
2,
by 5
despite
seconds.
the teams that they have drawn, because all the issues are still there, with the one caveat that if Ignite, no notes, grade 6 game, love the counter pick, good on you.
All right, let's get straight into what made the difference here. And thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Knight makes just enough distance and space and pushes Mirror away and secures the fight. And this is where you
I'm gonna
can
get some
see
ice
how
cubes.
strong they
Not the
are
wrapper,
connected as a team and how
the
it
thing
doesn't
that you
matter
put in your
for VKS.
cup.
Yeah, I don't know about being strong connected as a team, but this was a really nice play from Knight and Shadow, right? They get the flash, then this delays his back enough that he's not back in time for this Otacon fight. You can see him kind of
I'll
TPing
be
in
back.
the backside,
Oh, wait,
and it makes such a huge difference. This is Zir. It's such a massive damage point, and then here, yeah, Knight and Elk kind of end up running over this team fight towards the end of it, but it really started with that blown flash, with delaying the back, and yeah, Knight's Ziggs in this game was kind of their saving grace.
Yeah.
Because the follow-up play that Mirror had there, if he has flash and he catches 2, like, they got Otacon obviously, but it was kind of a flip. If Mirror has flash and he swoops 2, they could actually lose the ensuing fight, right? So Knight for me was the only player. I think Elk came back really nicely, right? But after that, we have to deduct some points for that initial dive, because that was not it. But Knight for me was the stable pressure that they relied on to win the game. But it was a bumpy ride, Laura.
I was being nice. It's a bit sus, not gonna lie. On the side of BLG here, Emily, you were talking about the do's and don'ts. For BLG, anything you want to follow up on here, on what they've been doing and what you hope they can showcase in next game?
So, I mean, I'm kind of surprised to see BLJ still make this many mistakes compared to their domestic performance, right? Just because, again, domestically, they were a lot more coordinated. Their dives especially. This is a team that since their inception, the core of this team has been known for being able to pull off these kind of masterful dives, right? That top lane dive was absolutely not it. The Ziggs damage though, almost 40% of his
That's bad. And that's not even every Ziggs player knows. That's not the relevant damage. The relevant damage is damage to turrets. So let me tell you, I did great in that department as well. It really is such an interesting game. It's simultaneously, again, I want to echo this going into game number 2. I am very confident that if BLG play the way they have, they should 2-0 this. Because when it comes to the key fights, when it comes to playing the map, they will be able to pull ahead. But really for this team, it's about the 2-2 bracket. And I think with this performance, there's a lot of teams you're just not going to beat.
And so far, it's enough for BLG. We want to see more, though, because they're still the finalists from Worlds last year. VKS, we see you backstage. Focus. You're going to have to focus even more in the hope of coming back here, because so far, even if BLG really don't try that much, it is still their Summoner's Rift. Let's see.
I mean, I think they're trying. I just don't think it's succeeding.
We'll see if VKS can come back right after this.
BLG, and he's going to stop his recall again.
Yeah, Miru's not even going to be able to participate in the fight at all. It's going to take him so long to get back and heal and then try to teleport in as Knight is just trying to keep everybody on VKS away. The Otacon down to 3,000 HP. On playing defensive here with a Pop Blossom, just trying to create enough space. Thornbound Otacon secured. Boal dives into the BLG front line as they root up Bin, but they do not have the damage to try to kill him. The bouncing bomb barely missing out on Trippy as Miru's going to be the first to die. There's no way out for the Emperor. There's no way through for VKS. BLG take the Otacon.
Hello everyone, this is Boal from VKS and this is my first time at Worlds. Since I started my career, I always felt like I would be at Worlds at some point. Coming here and having like such a cool stage and so many fans and such a different environment, it's like completely different. It's so like amazing. It's a dream coming true to be here, and I'm really happy because it's what everybody always wants, right? It's coming here, playing internationally, and showing your game to the whole world. My role model is probably Zeus. I always learned a lot, I always watched him a lot. I hope I can play against him eventually because it would be a really cool experience. Being able to make a good run at Worlds has always been my goal because that's where I want to be, that's what I want to achieve, so it would be extremely important for me. Well, I guess that's it for today. Thank you very much for watching and hope you guys enjoyed the show.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated. We will dance together. The future of money is here. Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The Ice Cube tray is like the best thing I bought. Oh, my shoulder blade. Yeah. I love my ice cube tray and my thermos bottle. Keeps my drinks cold. Yeah, I mean, normal day today. It's very predictable. Yeah, I don't really have anything interesting to add. Honestly, like, besides me, like, getting shocked at the fucking crazy ass plays. Dude, it's always weird when I see like a team with imports and like the imports having like questionable games. Like usually the whole point is like you get imports to, you know, fix up the fact that you don't have enough good players. But like, I mean, Chimby's Karma and Muse Zir both were like kind of fucking ass. Yeah, I mean, it's hard. You can't really coach that. You can't really say like, oh, don't fuck off, fuck up, you know?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Worlds 2025. We are here for yet another elimination day, and game one of this first best of three was messy, to say the least. There were some misplays on both sides, but ultimately after BLG got going, they never really slowed down.
I'm playing coach for import issues.
Over VKS.
I prefer to think of it as a creative exploration of the limits that our wonderful game provides.
Why are you a caster, Vedius? You could be like a marketing politician.
There's a lot of Japanese baseball players in Taiwan.
But no, I mean it was definitely.
I was kind of surprised.
Taken in that dive. In the
Basically, like every region just imports. It's like okay.
Before 30 minutes, right?
Japan has American baseball players. America has Japanese baseball players.
It was an extremely dominant game. I want to see what VKS can bring out here. I want winning lanes. I want hard engage. I want go buttons. And I want the easiest possible composition to play. Like, I just think when you are an underdog, that's what you need. You are a scrapping team. Let's get scrappy.
Well, one thing that
do
we
you not have notebooks?
Last game was VKS's usage of the red side, allowing both their solo lanes to get counterpicked and saving R5 for just a very bland.
Do both teams not have notebooks? What the fuck?
Since they lost game one, they have elected to be on the blue side, so we'll see how that changes things up here in the draft, as we do have Caitlyn, Orianna, and Ryze banned out by VKS, the Scion and the Yunara banned out by BLG.
I can't imagine doing draft without a notebook, dude, or something to like help remind you.
It's easy champion, has a good R button, works well at level 6, kind of ticks all the boxes, I feel. Skirmishes really well. A lot of mid laners can pair nicely alongside it too.
You can press W and then there's two of you.
That you can.
Yeah.
Double the knockups.
Double the spins. Makes a lot of sense. Feels like a pretty straightforward one. And yeah, it fits the bill, right? Like this is what you would want. Now the question is, what will the answers be? I was going to say Rumble is up and available as a pretty strong top blind. But that does open for Ornn. Like Ornn, I think, doesn't have a lot of great matchups. I actually think it's pretty solid.
No, Big Way does have a notepad.
Go button. I would honestly be pretty happy to see Boao.
Okay, BLG doesn't have anything.
Like
what the
that
fuck?
Ornn. And you could even do like Ornn Talia with the Wukong, you know, pair it with an aggressive 2v2.
I'd be fine with Ornn Talia.
There. And I think that would set you up pretty well.
Galio also fine.
Yeah.
If they do want to fight.
Any program for baseball?
Into it. Cassante definitely struggles a little bit more in the early game, but if you're just looking for something relatively safe on the top side of the map, it doesn't have the best win rate at Worlds, Cassante.
It has the worst.
Yeah. Again, I'm trying to phrase, you know, not the best, you know, could be room for improvement.
Room for improvement,
yeah, absolutely. Now,
there's Talia. I was about to say, this is Talia. What else would they pick? Unless you want to go for another lane.
Need a champion to help them garner space around an objective. He's someone that's just not afraid to just walk at his opposition with confidence and bravado. BLG likely going to respond with their mid lane pick. Oh, but the
Yeah, there was a lot of
we've
like
been seeing this
Otani
pop up
stuff
a
when I
lot
was
at this
visiting
tournament. I feel
Japan.
like it's a champion that people forget about at the start of Worlds, and then the more you play, everyone's like, ah, Poppy, the anti-hand
I was like
run,
surprised,
but
like
yeah,
what the
yep,
fuck?
Really good disengaged tool that, I mean, we're expecting in the support position. I'd be shocked if this Rumble went anywhere else.
Yep.
But at this point in the World Championship, you never know.
Yep, you never know, but definitely does look like it would be
Yeah.
going down
Well, even at the
towards
airport, I think I saw a bunch of him.
Kazante,
Or maybe on the train.
So far here at
I don't know. There's
Worlds.
just like a lot of posters and
It is
ads
gonna be
for
pretty
him.
difficult. You know, was literally kind of as expected. I do like just targeting some of these support engage champs here. Wukong is not the best as primary engage. Generally, like you can obviously find, you know, just W flash in, ult people, whatever. But I do generally like it, you know, more as the follow-up. So taking away.
Yeah,
some of
I
these
agree.
point clicks
I think
and
Wukong's
some
better
of
as a
the
follow-up
hard
than
engage
primary.
options, especially, you know, for the pairing not only with Wukong but also Talia. You know, easy setup there can be quite strong. So they're going to be banning out both the Nautilus and the Braum. Well, it's just going to be protection bans.
Whoa,
on the
two
other side.
Aries.
Ari, obviously, a famous pick here for Knight.
Yeah.
So they're going to be looking to take that away.
See what else we get here. Do they want to continue targeting that mid lane? Try to alleviate some of the pressure on Miru. We talked in the last game about how it felt like maybe the lights were a little bit bright here with the pressure on them in this elimination match. We talked about the early flash on the level 4 gank in mid. We talked about the misexecution on the Azir dash that cost the flash before the Otacon pit. So just giving
did he
Miru
go like
as much comfort as
Sivir?
he possibly can, especially considering he has been the standout player, not just on this team, but in the entire league, right?
I don't know if Zaya's
In the LTA
the
South for this
go-to.
year, trying to unlock him, trying to give him the opportunity to carry. I like this.
Yeah, I mean, he was on Isurus. They won split 1. He goes over to VKS. They win split 3, right? Like, this guy, to me, is by far LTA South Player of the Year. Like, if there was that award, he should win it. You know, really has been fantastic. Sivir going to be a bit of a kind of a pseudo go button here. Now, the pairings I'm thinking about, you know, things like Rel, Leona.
Yeah, I was thinking Rel.
These types of picks, I think, are what I really want to see. Tarek would be interesting. I don't know if they're actually going to go for that. It is really good into melee matchups as far as the 2v2 is concerned, but I think he's just kind of having fun with some hovers, so I'm not really going to talk too much more about the Tarek.
Yeah.
Bard? I don't like the Bard.
Stuff until he actually locks something in. This one, of course, far more normal, and it looks like that will be the choice. Bard locked for Trim.
Well, I think VKS, they have a lot of scaling. I think that because of their mid-jungle, they do have better skirmishing power than what we saw from them last game by locking in the Azir. BLG contemplating what they want to go for in mid. It was funny because when I was thinking about as the bans are coming through, like Ari and Annie, and then both those immediately get targeted by VKS. So I'm very interested in the direction the Knight goes. Right now, On is hovering Zed and LeBlanc. Will that be the direction that we get? Yes, it will be. So we're going to get to see Knight's LeBlanc come through. And I mean, a mid laner that just works so well with duelist junglers. She can either be the follow-up or she can be the initiator. The chains provide so much setup or follow-up that she's a very multi-purpose mid laner that just works so well with aggressive junglers.
And the thing is, remember that with LeBlanc's dash, the dash in is a movement skill. It is a dash forward, so trying to go over to Leah's Unraveled Earth is going to stun you. The reversion dash, going back to the original point, is a blink. It will not trigger the rocks.
Yep.
So that means that Miru is going to have to be ready.
Gotta be quick.
If he sees Knight dashing in, he's got to be ready because he cannot do it slow and reactively because Knight will just blink back to his origin point.
Yeah, exactly. And this is quite a tough matchup for Talia. We've already seen it a couple times at Worlds. Both Shanks and Caps brought out the LeBlanc. Those are the 2 LeBlanc games we've had. They were both wins, and they were both against Talia. You know, yes, you do have that answer as the Unraveled Earth, you know, to try to actually stun up Knight when he's jumping in, but LeBlancs will often be pretty clever about it, and they'll kind of like dash on an angle towards the side, a little bit more difficult to actually be able to get that interrupt instead of just going straight on at them. And the poke can be pretty difficult for Talia to deal
I
with.
think this is going to
And
be a
obviously
BLG2,
the
alright.
setup for the junglers coming in is the real
I mean, maybe Trimmy's Bard's okay.
See how much value Trimby can get as well.
We've seen some really bad Bards, though.
Games are ones against, you know, 2 carries without dashes, right? You know, that is kind of like the dream world. LeBlanc is very, very hard to ever hit. And Corki, yes, it's a lot easier than LeBlanc, but you still do at least have the Valkyrie. You have to be relatively close. Like, I love playing Bard. If you're relatively close, the travel time is quite fast, so it's hard to actually Valk out of it. But not the easiest Bard game. Also going to be interested to see if he can affect side lanes, because Rumble is someone that you can try to prey on alongside that Cassante.
All right, we're on to the Rift for game number 2. And a reminder that drops are active all worlds long. So be sure to log into your accounts at logsports.com.
Hey, drops are
for a chance
active.
at earning some digital loot. It doesn't look like anybody in-game is looking to grab some easy level 1 loot on this one. I don't see any really creative invades or anything like that here just yet. Just mostly defensive positioning on this. Remember, if we're remembering back to game number 1, it was Trimby who got caught a lot with some greedy movements, kind of just not respecting what BLG could do. So particularly on the Bard, who wants to roam around a lot, I want to make sure he's not getting caught out in this one if VKS wants to stand a chance. And then again, just seeing Miru be able to try to step up and carry the team.
Yep. See Trimby gonna.
Okay, Trimby.
And he eats both sides of the hammer there from on. And Elk not only got the Foss Bomb on Morteos in the dry brush earlier, hit another one there on Trimby. So, you know, you are playing this double range advantage here. Morteos has to use the bear really early. It's going to be traded, but you know, you're supposed to be able to get that push, but this early chunk is going to make that 2v2 a lot more difficult now for VKS.
For the time being, it looks like
It's, I don't know, man. I'm not confident in Trimby's Bard.
These junglers both starting on the top side of the map, looking to path towards this bottom lane. Sivir is a champion that we know has so much damage in the late game, but the concern for me around VKS's composition is very much about whether or not they can get there, and a lot of it is going to stem from this mid-jungle combo. They're going to need to find some advantages to help bridge them through the early game, as BLG in a very similar position. When you have this LeBlanc Xin, it provides you with so much agency in these early skirmishes. You don't even necessarily need that first item, but that first item spike, it is a scary one against this combo.
Good word there from Miru. Does spot Shadow walking into the side brush, and though we did see the Unraveled Earth come out there late, this is Knight down health while having already used a potion. So Miru definitely winning out in the early trades here, has the HP advantage, has that extra potion. So definitely has been hitting with his rocks. And
the thing is, like, Knight's like really good, so I don't expect Miru to be better than Knight. I feel like that's kind of crazy expectation. As long as he's able to like hold his own, I feel like that's good enough.
Here in the bottom lane, even after eating the extra skill shot damage early on in the lane.
I mean, right now, VKS kind of pushing lanes across the board. The bounce back
He's missing a lot of the
on
CS.
the top side of the map, but LeBlanc doesn't have that wave clear to compete against Italia early on. It's not until you get that first back and a couple levels that you really have any sort of kill threat on that mid lane matchup. And on the bot side of the map, Poppy, I mean, what can you do against the Bard? So this gives a lot of room for Desames to secure this bot scuttle crab.
Knight actually interrupted the recall there on Miru, who was trying to recall in that side brush, but Knight, I saw on the mini-map, you know, was able to distort over there, stop that. And Miru is getting quite low on mana, so Shadow's going to come over here. They were going to try to see, can they interrupt the recall once again? And Miru going to have to at least walk all the way back to try to take a safe recall here, as BLG looking like they're going to try to push out one more wave.
Well, Shadow, because he has the assistance from Bin's pushed wave, because he knows that Miru has no mana and is forced to back right now, he also knows he has a green light to secure this topside Scuttle Crab. So 1 for 1 on those early crabs between our junglers. Despite the fact that Desames was a little faster to the first one, it still ends up shaking out dead even. Once all is said and done, first recall complete for Desames, just with the standard type of stuff that you would see, building towards the Phage, building towards the Trinity Force, and Shadow the exact same buy as On and Elk are going to get the wave crashing into the turret down here in the bottom lane. However, they don't.
I thought Bard was gonna stun him.
Still outside there, so Morteos and Trimby going to freeze this one up.
Yeah, Trimby doing a nice job just being really annoying there. Of course, Elk didn't want to actually stop his recall. Great trade there from Miru as Knight does arrive on the TP back in. But going to give a very slight advantage here to Morteos, at least for now. And the lane's looking pretty decent for VKS, all things considered.
For the time being, we find ourselves in a very slow accord. Which, I'm going to be honest, Flowers does disappoint me.
Yeah.
Had some fun combined kill stats earlier.
Oh, Morteos
might find himself in a full press here, but he doesn't honestly have to spend a whole lot, just the barrier, so no flash forced out on that one, but still a good quick trade coming out from Elk and On. Try to take advantage of the opportunity that they had. But all getting cooked a little bit up here against Bin's Rumble. You guys mentioned this back when we saw the Cassante locked in. The early laning can be a little bit difficult for him into the Rumble matchup. It's generally once you get that Koenig Rookern completed, once you have the Magic Shield, the trades become much more manageable. As BLG have started up the first Drake of the game, Trimby, Morteos, and Desames all around. even levels here for everybody except +1 level for the AD carry roll on BKS.
Okay,
Now,
can he punch Shadow?
The wall straight in. Shadow under
Oh my
pressure a
god.
little bit here.
Oh wait,
They
Rumble's
want to kill
seeping
the
in.
BLG jungler, but it's
Wild's
first
not?
blood of the night
Oh, that's gonna be so bad. They gotta run. Wait, Mir died.
In arrives with a teleport, and the
Oh,
lays
look at
out
that
the red
fucking
carpet.
ult.
Dizamas is welcome
Oh
straight
my
to the
god.
spawn platform. One more auto attack takes him down.
Can he punish?
BLG have already secured 2.
No
Shadow
fucking
getting
way.
away just barely.
Okay, Trimby
Trips
gets
with a
it.
flash in to finish off
Fuck
the
it.
kill, and he gets back through a magical journey over the wall to stay alive himself. So VKS get one back, but BLG wins the fight at the cost of Vin's teleport.
Yeah, Boal just decided he wasn't actually going to match the TP, so it's always going to kind of be a losing fight here.
Yeah, how did
BKS
Mew
quickly, so I'm
die?
surprised that Boal didn't want to come for it. They pushed Shadow
Oh
out,
my
got him
god,
incredibly
knife
low
damage is
very
fucking
early, but
crazy.
Miru died quickly, and then it was honestly a nice job by VKS on the kite out. This equalizer was placed perfectly here, but Trimby on the turn with Morteos not fully on the same page because he should have been able to actually get the kill right there.
Alright, nice
but
Q.
Morteos threw one auto attack onto the Corki first, then missed his boomerang blade. Means Trimby has to flash in and finish it off.
These early skirmishes going the way of BLG. The gold not going to amount to anything too significant, but look at that mid lane matchup. This LeBlanc, 1-0-1 now. Already picking up that
Dude,
initial component.
it's like,
Ultimator is so valuable for these short trades on this champion that this mid lane matchup now going to be a lot scarier.
Oh, it's just one of those games.
I think is just one of the first champions that comes to mind when you think of, I do not want early kills going to this champion. His ability to burst you will be so powerful if Knight continues stacking up a couple more kills in this early game. Already commands the highest individual gold lead here after that first skirmish. And considering it's not just LeBlanc, it's Knight LeBlanc, this is a worrying concern for VKS.
It really is. You know, you're saying LeBlanc is the champion you don't want to have the gold. Well, Knight is the player that you don't want to have the early kills. He was really killing it on the Ziggs last game, and now is going to have the agency to try to take over here once more.
And it's important to remember that
Can he win
in
the
solo queue, many people see her as an
Rift
assassin.
Hair or
Pro
Grubs
level,
fight?
She's a poke champ. Like, she sits in pockets of vision, and she jumps over the wall. She does exactly as Azale is saying. She takes a bunch of your HP.
I mean, they're wave playing as best they can. I don't think Trimby's gonna hit level 6 off this.
You've got decent vision, and what's she doing? She's sitting on your red buff, comes over a wall, takes off your AD carries HP, or your supports, or whoever's, and then you're like, well, now you can't fight anymore. Sucks to suck. And that's why she's such an advantage champion and difficult to lock down. And that's why hard CC is super important for her. And in this competition,
Oh, the Samus came up.
really isn't a lot. So right now, the Grubs have started
Mirror's on his way up.
Going to go ahead and secure that first grub for BLG, but it's VKS moving to the river now as BLG decide one is enough.
Exactly.
I mean, VKS aren't playing that bad compared to BLG, or against BLG, I should say.
BLG do back off after this one play. But the problem is there's no TPs up here for VKS. So great, you got 2 grubs, but look what's happening bot lane. You're dropping waves. You're going to lose at least 1 tower play here. So BLG, take 1 grub, get Elk paid here on the Corki, and I still think, yeah, you went down 1 grub, but who cares? The play benefits them.
Exactly. As long as you're not giving away all 3, giving them the ability to spawn the Voidlings every time they're trying to push and attack the turrets, you don't feel too bad about the 2-1 split.
Absolutely. Right now, BLG are in a very comfortable position. The one advantage that Miru will have in this lane is that right now he still has more wave clear than Knight does, and he has to invest a lot of resources. You just saw him spending so much to kill that cannon minion. But On is here to assist, going to look to try and clear out some of this vision, or actually completely ignore the vision as he's set his sights on getting some vision of his own.
He knew that they would place another control ward elsewhere and just delete that one, so he didn't really care about it.
Smart man.
Just thinking ahead as he heads back into the mid lane, just keeps picking up these minions. The first Drake of the game still alive as we're about to crest the 10-minute mark here, so not a lot of importance placed on that one after the first fight that was over it, as Elk, he does get himself caught up inside that Tempered Fate.
Oh my god.
Cyclone interrupts it. That Elk just got hunted. Morteos is the one holding the smoking gun, and BKS get everybody away. They take the kill.
That dive could have been so much better.
But the dive overall still very clean. They get the kill that they're looking
I mean,
for.
I think he was supposed to only ult the tower and not Corki as well.
Valuable target. So VKS.
And then, oh, he misses the Q timing. I don't know, man. It's like so rough, dude.
Do it by feel, but it's very easy to actually just watch the animation. There's these little
Yeah, you
sparkles that
can
basically
watch
pop on
the
champion and come back towards the champion right before it ends. And you can throw your Q when that happens and hit the Q stun basically every single time.
I remember a few years ago when you literally made a video about this. Watch the little fireflies. Once they go back into the statue's chest, that's when you press the button and boom, you've got them. Guaranteed. Drake now begun once again by BLG. Last time BKS came in and decided they wanted to try.
They can't get it. They can't get Dragon.
We're not going to see any such thing on in the enemy jungle, placing down some vision, just making sure he maintains control over this area. Nobody from VKS can step up, and that's BLG securing their first Drake. Very late first Drake this game, 11 minutes in.
BLG slowly but surely taking a little bit more control over the map as they set their sights on VKS's bottom side. These Raptors be a point of contention, but okay, VKS fighting back. They don't want to concede that space. Overall, it's a very close early game, and we want to come back to this scaling element that we talked about earlier. Sivir is such a huge late game threat. One of the problems for me is that she's a little bit short range, which can be a scary thing to play into, especially against things like a Corki and a Xin. But of course, the upside of that is her ricochet. The fact that she bounces through multiple targets. If the enemy is just grouping up, she just melts through her opposition. And I feel like VKS, even though traditionally we expect them to be a team that's very bloodthirsty, a team that usually focuses on skirmishing and fighting, by having this pace of game, it's giving a lot of time for your AD carry to scale up. And right now with a 300 gold lead, the Sivir is in a very good spot.
I mean, once Sivir hits Essence Reaver, you have infinite wave clear, right? You're never running out of mana. As long as you're not poked out, you are just going to be able to sit there and be a brick wall in the mid lane. We can see Boal has that Kaenic Rooker now, so he is going to be very difficult to push out in these side lanes by either LeBlanc or the Rumble.
Okay.
Ooh, Tempered Fate there coming out from Trimby. Does want to get the binding for the wall after, but On's continuing to just walk away. Point blank Keeper's verdict.
Oh my god, man.
Survives the ambush.
Just barely is he able to get away.
On doesn't even go down.
Yes, I like the fact that they are trying to be proactive where they can, catch BLG out here and there. It's not really converting into much.
I don't really have faith. I gotta get more excited.
He should have his item on base now.
I don't know, dude.
Big spike. We talked about it. That first item for both the Xin and the LeBlanc.
Before v1, he walks away. They can't even kill the support. Poppy.
Yeah, it really is. The Psalmist, though, has his Triforce completed. You can see the Ludens, as expected, coming through there for Knight. But yeah, like I agree. I mean, it's good to see Trimby staying active. Every time that Bard ult is up, you know, trying to look for plays is important. Stay active on the map. You know, move around. Try to put pressure on BLG. Don't allow them to just kind of rinse and repeat.
The new ARAM mode is really fun.
That is what they are trying to do. On and Shadow are just remaining this two-man duo. They're moving in. They're taking vision. They're stealing away camps.
It makes a lot of the other champions more viable.
VKS and Samus trying to now look for this Sivir.
Okay, Morteo's just going to toss a boomerang blade back in there. Trimby showing up to try to guarantee that On and Shadow cannot aid Elk in his siege of the mid lane, as they will take priority over this. But again, it's not like there's any objectives for BLG to turn this priority into immediate setup or starting of. So, yeah, okay, we got the mini
that stun land. Wow.
Everybody always likes to fight over these. And BLG are going to secure the steal on that
one.
Ooh, flash out there from Trimby. Got a little bit nervous as Knight jumps over the wall.
Holy fuck, that damage.
There's Poke LeBlanc right there.
Yep. That is some poke, and I mean, you got the flash off of Trimby, you steal away the jungle camp, and they're still not leaving. This is just
it was like
mass
Massey EQ.
It's the jungle support duo. To me, that was kind of the biggest difference in the last game, how they played together. They're TPing in Miru. They're going to see if they can do something.
Yeah, looks like the Samus has to try to get all the way out here.
Okay.
Cyclone wants to re-engage there onto Shadow.
I mean, they're fighting this, but do they even win this?
Down to about 20% HP, and On's
okay.
turned off. Nice move.
Get on.
BKS fighting them off to secure the feat of warfare.
Themselves 3 kills, but PLG's not done yet.
Yeah, Shadow wants to step forward, but he's chunked to half HP. Trimby
here's a wall.
Away as Miru
oh my, Miru didn't join.
Wall in, but it knocks Shadow onto the wrong side, so he's still safe.
Oh,
Miru!
He lives.
Never mind. Still alive for an extra second. Knight takes him
out.
This
is a disaster. What the fuck?
LeBlanc is getting fed, and BKS needs to run. Ben's here to cook. Triple kill over to Knight.
What?
The LeBlanc gets a quadra
kill.
15 minutes into the game.
The LeBlanc is fed and VKS are dead. 4 members
Knight just got a quadra kill 15 minutes.
Unblinking health bars, but surviving there. They try to look for the re-engage.
Yeah, it was like best EQ.
Was just a bit too late. Shadow gets out to the other side of the wall, and then Knight comes over the wall, puts the pressure here in onto Miru. Elk, Valk, Sin, they all fully commit. And look at how Knight is just dancing back and forth in this fight, putting on so much pressure, even at low health, that when Bin arrives, everyone is just prepped up, and it's dinner time.
The Comet ends up getting that kill from Bin on the backside. Actually, no, I mean, the quadra kill, we saw it from Knight, so the fact that he was able to secure it, this LeBlanc is now monstrously fun. Let me guess, there it is, the Mejais, a traditional Knight staple. And I mean, there's no reason.
Yeah, this could be. Look at the damage on Disamus. Knight just needs one more spell. Sigil of Malice, one more. Oh, there it is. Knight is dominating. 6-0-1 on this LeBlanc. 4 more pages.
The Mirrors. I mean, like, the crazy thing is it feels like Miru and Trimby are like the worst players on the team.
1,000 gold. He's waiting over the wall. He sees Morteos. Wants to go.
I didn't think Boal's not helping. The Samus is trying his best.
The Rift Herald was already secured off screen by Shadow, and we're talking.
I don't know. I don't blame the Kiana game on him. I think it's more of a draft issue.
The binding was already used there from Trimby. On jumps in to try to help Knight's dive. Not quite enough damage to kill either one of the BKS bottom laners, but they have plenty of firepower to take down the tier 1 turret, and that's just another dub here for BLG.
You know, nice use of the ultimate there from Trimby to at the very least save the HP of that tier 2 tower. But you know, often when I see Magicians, I expect a plethora of tricks, but Knight's single trick, it might be the same thing every time, but my goodness is it effective at making the enemy disappear.
If you're not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks,
like the Karma game was useless.
10,000 times, and it's a pretty damn
The Bard
good
game is feeling kind of useless.
You called LeBlanc a poke champ, and he's poking pretty hard.
That he is.
The poke is 100% of your HP.
Yeah.
It's getting pretty dire out here for the side of BKS. Knight is still the vast majority of his team's gold lead, however. So if they can kill him, it will be huge. Knight now in some danger, down to 10% HP.
Okay.
The wall misses the third in Tofo strike as Miru rides the wall forward.
Oh, nice.
Trimby is waiting. They give
there
the
we go. Good job.
And Knight
Good pick.
Too far into the faces of BKS. Gets punished. The gold lead now down below.
Oh, never mind.
But BKS has overstayed. BLG's reinforcements arrive, and Trimby is immediately destroyed.
Okay, missing
Shadow
again.
sidesteps away from the seismic shove. Miru now in a little bit of danger. He no longer has the unraveled urn.
Well, tanking. Nice, Disamus. Good knockup. Okay, let's go. Damn.
As Elk is grounded.
What the fuck?
Miru takes a triple kill.
Yo.
Chaos has enveloped the rift.
Dude, before Worlds, if you listen to like a lot of people that talk about VKS, you would think Boal is like some kind of fucking bum, dude. Boal is pretty good. I mean, I always like the Samus, right? I'm not gonna like.
Miru's coming, but so is Knight.
I mean, like, yeah. Well, the Samus are playing well.
Bin finding a decent amount of damage here, but Miru is first to arrive. Knight wants to
and he's dead.
Miru dies. Bin is traded. Knight looking for a little bit more, but now he's in danger. He dodges away from the Tempered Fate with Distortion. Trimby continuing to chase, but there's nobody else left to chase with him. Gentlemen, we went from a 2.5.
No, but I mean, like, expectations, right?
VKS leading by 1,000.
Like, expectations of LTA to like Worlds. Boal, I feel like is playing above expectation.
And as a result, they could actually run him down. And BLG,
whereas like Miru is playing below expectation.
The early exhaust that was used did end up hurting them. Shadow goes very far.
I'm not saying Boal was like amazing, right? But I don't think it was like dog shit. I think it was like okay.
No hesitation, flashes in.
But I feel like at Worlds he's playing like well.
Tries to turn around, but can't make it work.
Let's please win this. It's fine, guys. That's so bad, but it's fine. Is that what he said?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing some serious mistakes when your LeBlanc is 7-1 and 2, and you just
you need someone like Perks, dude.
The kind of mistakes BLG can't afford to be making.
You need that mental gap.
Aptly punish BLG, and they've made this game too very interesting.
I found Miru that God Brazilian people were painting. Yeah, I didn't think he was that amazing.
Back down to 10.
I think it was more like other players just like fucked up. Like Tuts, like I don't know, dude. He kind of fell off, no? The Furia mid laner, Tuts, right? I was forgetting their names, but yeah. And I don't know, dude. Like, for example, like people like say Jewel is shit, but like I didn't think Jewel is that much worse than Miru, for example. Like to me, it was like, yeah, that's just Korean mid. What's the difference? I don't know, dude. They're both kind of Korean.
Doesn't get caught by anything. Knight over the wall, looking for a quick trade, won't find it. As it looks like VKS are ready to start up the objective. They are daring BLG to come and stop them. Shadow immediately dropping the ulti here. Knight goes for some quick burst, doesn't find a ton. Trimby only tagged with a Sigil of Malice, but no detonation here just yet. Morteos using the spell shield on, looking for maybe a flank here from the other side.
Okay, I think that's a pretty good wall.
To prevent any approach
Not bad.
from BLG, and VKS just navigated the dragon fight better.
Yeah, really well.
I'm trying to defend Jewel here.
They're watching both sides. They're marking the potential flank from on.
I think Griffin was way better.
Knight and Ben are, and as Shadow goes in, he loses the ulti, and then you can't really commit fully to
it was Griffin and Root. Those were my two favorite plays on Loud.
Otacon take here for BLG. VKS have no vision in that area. We don't know if they're on it. Okay, they're recalling.
Root is good.
They're not.
Root is good.
I mean, honestly, that was one of the cleanest sequences we've seen from VKS here at Worlds, and I'm super impressed with how patiently they navigated it. Azel, you broke it down beautifully just because of all of the pieces, how well they tracked everything. And
you like Red Bark?
Conversation specifically around this Sivir, what felt like an insurmountable disadvantage.
I don't know, the games I watched, I didn't feel like it was that good.
Now it feels surmountable.
I felt like he was getting caught out a lot. It's like
how much stronger
forcing bad plays.
2 items finished, 2 items also on Morteos. And,
it could have been in a bad split.
I mean, this Otacon, if BLG tried to force it, we've seen a lot of shenanigans happen around this objective.
They
absolutely have, and I mean, I agree.
Gyoza.
Really well, I think, for VKS.
Oh, I love Gyoza, dude.
BLG clearly want to try to push.
The fried dumplings is so goated.
Put a lot of pressure on. There's still no vision in the area. And we gotta see Boal down here because this is the problem. No one can walk in really besides
Not
Boal.
good when teams eat. Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
And they are on it.
I mean, I don't know his history that well, right? So maybe his macro is good. Like, you can say like Kaiwing is not good mechanically compared to Keria, but I'm pretty sure like Keria joining CFO might make them worse in terms of macro. Because I mean, I'm just assuming like that Faker is doing all the shot calling as well. And it's not Keria that's making the like good macro plays.
He tanks up all the damage. They pop the ult.
Okay, they're on the hunt.
It's hard because there's a lot of assumptions about like those teams.
As immediately they seismic shove Shadow back.
Oh! Wait, that was just Miru. They just knocked Miru away. He's coming back though. Miru! Get in there, boy! Oh, fuck!
Knight with an assassination. VKS. They took out the enemy Rumble, but they lost their jungler.
That was kind of messy.
No chance to go for the Otacon.
I like the aggressive move there, though, just using the on the hunt, because all
do you think Faker's shot caller, not owner?
Tags them with the Rylai's. Once they're slowed down, you're gonna get.
It's hard to say. I don't know that. Like you never know, right? Unless they outright say it.
We can see it one more time.
I do think Faker makes a lot of the macro calls, though.
Tags him with the slow, is able to hit the seismic shove off the back of that.
Once he's knocked back.
Like maybe secondary might be owner, but I feel like main leader is Faker.
Yeah, back on live, it's BLG.
Oh, Boal's just hiding.
The Otacon, Boal is right nearby. The Otacon dropping decently quickly.
No flash out.
It's already down to about 130
Oh wait, the Summon's not even near. Oh, it's over. Yeah, it's over. Boal had to go away and way sooner to try to get kills, not.
And now BLG are looking to turn and maybe fight. On is the target here at the very start. Redemption coming into here.
Okay, the Shadow.
Shadow, defensive ulti, trying to buy a little bit of time. He has to know that he's dead here, so he's just going to create.
Yeah.
Look at Knight though, they're low.
Morteos over the wall.
When Poby played, yeah, but that's not a fair comparison because Poby was like a 17-year-old rookie, right?
For Shadow thus far, but Knight is still looking.
Yeah, Knight is still hunting. Desamus is going to try to look.
Like if you replace what if you replace Faker with Chovy? Do you think the team would have looked as bad? I feel like no, but never know.
Knight is even going to be able to push Desamus.
Oh my god!
His own jungle, forcing that defensive cyclone.
So VKS hold on to the gold lead, but with the pedals, you have to imagine that things are relatively similar.
Yeah.
This LeBlanc is still very scary.
Yeah, we had four. Yeah, that's true.
Fight was the main reason.
Yeah, that was like I don't know. That was a weird time. They did look really bad. Like Owner looked really bad. Keria looked way worse. Like Zeus was getting soul killed in top lane, I believe.
Interesting dynamic because VKS.
Like it didn't feel like a macro gap. It felt like a micro gap, which is like really, really weird.
that they could get prio faster to move into these the river and the jungle, but
yeah, Knight's
every time you
1v9.
move into these spaces, LeBlanc might be there. So it's not an easy thing to do. So what VKS have to do is group, and they kind of have to overgroup because they're very reliant on their top laner to help them create this space.
Exactly. So all BLG really has to do is push out a wave, force Boal to answer, then the
Yeah.
squad on the other side.
I mean, I always say like imports should not be the main thing. It should always be secondary.
Okay, let's take stock of where we are.
You need to find 3 good native players, and then you get imports to complement those native players, right?
Much everybody. Sundered Sky done now for Disamas there on the Wukong. Seeker's arm guards critically up and ready to use for both Miru and Bin. And BLG are just going to go ahead and start this dragon. Nobody from BKS is close enough to try to stop it, so that's objective, BLG.
Yeah, BKS are just going to show up, but this is kind of the worst of those types of contests. When you show up late, you don't even have any opportunity to get involved there either.
Okay, ooh, Tempered Fate, it fires out, but everybody on BLG can scatter fast enough.
I mean, honestly, I would have been happy if VKS just took vision around Baron, push out some sideways. Morteus has no flash, and I think you've got to be so careful about that, because even if you get that fight,
quad,
there's a flash on Bin, there's a flash on Knight. It could just be equalizer dropped on your head, some chip damage comes through from Knight, and then Bin flashes in and you're cooked.
Okay, Knight immediately looking for that poke yet again, distorts right back to his origin point.
I don't know, like, you can just try the Korean gotcha machine again, you know? You just turn the knob, boop, another Korean pops out. Oh, it's a jewel! Fuck!
Threatening poke onto Trimby on the top side.
Oh my god, it's Quid! Let's go!
We need to clear this out, and while they're clearing it out, Dragon ends up being secured. And now again, what happens as VKS is kind of reclaiming back control around the bot side, pushing out.
Deny!
Yes!
Yes!
Immediately move to top side and get all this deep vision littered. You can see these 2 wards planted in the top side jungle of VKS, ready for a potential TP, and that could give Knight the angle that he's looking for.
Don't look at me, dude!
And we were talking about this at the top of the day. Historically, this has always been one of the biggest criticisms of Brazilian League of Legends regionally. They can, even when they rise to the occasion, to meet.
It's probably because he called Star a bitch.
Team fight you. It's the macro where they often struggle.
I understand.
To keep up with their opponents, to make sure that they're not being out-rotated on the map, and that's where BKS are going to have to make sure they don't give the game away to BLG. They have the Infinity Edge now fully completed on Morteos. We are at the critical mass of Sivir, the 3 fully completed items, the Infinity Edge there. If he gets to Free Fire, if he's not immediately exploded by Bin and Knight like we're talking about,
Star doesn't like pulling or some shit.
Damage in these fights.
You can see Miracle trying to see if Bin would push up one more wave, look to wall him off, look to punish. We'll be able to get a nice little flick and some chip damage down on him.
There's good Polish junglers and supports, right? Because, like, I mean, Jankos inspired Trimby Vander. I don't know anyone else from other positions that's Polish. Yeah, and they're from Portland. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Now Morteo's in a lot
of Morteos! Oh, he's fine!
The redemption
hey!
does not do enough, and now VKS are looking to grab a little bit more. Trimby trying to catch up to Shadow here. Disamas and Miru also hanging around nearby. Morteo staying with the rest of the team.
Listen, dude, I feel like most people suck ass at Bard. That's offensive? What the fuck?
I feel like VKS needs to play with a little bit more confidence.
Dude, that Bard play is not that offensive. That's fucked up.
Like,
I mean, he's not good at Bard, but you can't say it's an offensive Bard play.
I want to get a bit of chip damage, the exhaust comes down, and then they engage in what was effectively a 3 versus 4. And it was a desperate engage too. I'm not really sure how On was hoping to convert that really into much. They end up losing a pick, and I feel like the VKS, at the very least, maybe they could have forced the TP out from Bin, used the Baron to just put a little bit of pressure, but I felt like they were too scared, because Baron, LeBlanc, it's a scary combo
makes sense.
for sure, but if they
yeah,
don't
that guy
really
is offensive.
force BLG into a play, it's going to be hard to secure that objective.
I completely agree, especially because Bin just had used his equalizer to clear away.
Absolutely.
Right? So it's like, you're in a 5v4, you can start
Jamie!
that up, and at the very least force the TP and back
hell.
off, but while here, now behind.
Okay.
Yeah, but Knight also looking at Miru. Finds a snap burst onto him there. Just a distortion, though, so Miru doesn't take a ton of damage here just yet. BLG continuing to try to posture themselves aggressively, looking for a chance to maybe punish VKS if they're out of position. Disamas, fortunately, sidesteps the chain there.
Let's see the Trimby ult. Where's that Bard ult, baby?
Worst of the trade so far as BLG take control of the mid lane.
Bard.
16 here as well. His poke is really ramping up. the XP advantages are all on the side of BLG. You can see them with these level leads here. Trimby into trouble.
Yeah, Trimby forced to flash there on the Bard, so losing that summoner spell could be another opportunity for Knight and BLG to find a pick, and with forcing Trimby back, now BLG takes control over the enemy jungle. Look at all the wards they're placing down in this blue quadrant as they look to steal away the blue buff from VKS, and they'll do just that.
I mean, BLG are doing exactly what you should be doing. Chipping away, forcing VKS back, taking back control.
Why make the game so long, just lose? VKS are up in gold, dude.
VKS, knowing that BLG are recalling.
Don't be so delulu.
Threatening the Baron. Kind of, again, it's that trade of pressure. It's Knight. Goes for a bit of chip damage, but right now it feels like BLG's just not under any pressure. They're just running the Rift.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I mean, they're controlling vision so heavily, popping out of that vision, getting poke over and over. And Morteos, you know, does pick up the null magic mantle here. Honestly, I would have preferred to see him just go lifesteal, just go bloodthirster. You're not getting 100 to 0. It's about the chip. You need to be able to heal back up to be able to stay active in these fights. BLG two-maning the Baron right now, but Boal taking space. Knight looking over the wall.
Boal here in the front line. Knight looking at the
there it is. Okay, the Psalmist.
Elk and on off to the side.
Oh no! Wait, Wukong? Oh my God, that Wukong goes kind of ass. Oh, Chippy! Ah, Badenia!
BLG find a 2-for-1 so far. Knight jumps over the wall.
Oh my God, Knight's fisting him. Oh!
Ben wants to go in. It's double golden statues. Ben is about
to
die. Knight is about to go with them.
Morteos! Come on, do Psalmist! Holy shit!
There are 8 dead bodies on Summoner's Rift, and only Shadow and Knight remain alive.
You wanted blood, Venius, and these teams are delivering. 15 to 14 at 32 minutes, but BLG are gonna get the Baron off
What in the fuck
this.
was this
that
fight,
is the real
dude?
Problem. They'll TP back out here. VKS fighting pretty well, but they get so split.
Exactly. The
Why does the Psalmist ult like that? Why did Chippy just ult Boal like that?
But you've got two people running all the way to the left, chasing down the support. The target focus needed to be there for VKS because the
even Brazzers got fucked. Makes sense, dude.
On these smaller 2v2s, 3v3 skirmishes.
You know when people talk about bangs, like they talk about like the front part of their hair. Whenever people talk about bangs, I think of a bang bus. Am I weird like that?
They will convert this into a Baron for BLG.
Yeah, and the Baron is the real problem. We'll see how well VKS can hold. Again, they have fantastic wave clear. So it shouldn't just be a.
They're like, oh, my bangs are short. I'm like, hey, the short bang bus.
Moving to Soul Point here, and just look at Knight's performance.
Oh, I need to trim my bangs. Hey, trim my bang bus.
And still, look at Elk, higher than anybody on the other side. It was actually Boal who did the most damage in the last fight on that Cassante, diving in that 1v3 scenario where he survived for so long.
Stop.
But this is about a 3,000 gold swing.
My bad, my bad.
Power play is only at about the base value because so much of it came from the team fight right before then. Now the next Drake is already alive, and VKS are trying to position to take control of the river.
I mean, Morteos had been in such a strong position for so long, but it's Elk now with the IE. He had completed the collector already.
Hey, they get Dragon though.
So nicely done to be able to just steal this Dragon away. I thought that was going to be BLG's for sure with the Baron buff. Being able to delay Soul even further pushes back the win conditions for so long. So now you're looking at a game where it's like, as long as you don't give up some sort of a crazy dive, Morteos should get 5-6 items before the potential Soul for sure.
Honestly, Azale, this is a messy series. It is.
Oh, needs to shift to Soul Plant. Oh, dude, wash my ass. Watch my mouth.
No Baron buff. That wave is going to quickly get cleared out, and like have they even really put much pressure on these tier 2 towers?
No.
The wave clear just feels too strong on the side of VKS, and it feels like, gentlemen,
VKS Larson would be so good.
I mean, we'll have to see if it does end up being an issue.
What is getting deleted?
Just really can't get past Morteos going for this X-Drinker instead of just going BT. I really think it's all about sustain. It's not going to be a 100-0 play, I don't think. I could be wrong, and then, hey, maybe this is really going to pay off, but it feels like it's going to be about getting whittled down, especially with the spell.
Humanoid?
It's hard
oh, humanoid! Let's go!
No one is around you.
Ooh, on throws the control ward.
Would that even be good?
Before he ends up face checking that one. VKS setting a potential trap there, but yeah, the Baron only not even 45 seconds left on it. The power play only at that baseline of plus 1500. VKS have done a good job of preventing.
You can't say that,
BLG
man. That's
from getting
fucked
a
up.
big win off of
How
it.
dare you mention that guy's name?
Will come down. Not going to result in a huge amount of the knockback.
Nice shove there onto Shadow.
You're worse.
Down to 50%.
Okay, bro.
So VKS recently had
Trimby.
a whiff coming out from Trimby.
What the
wants to
fuck?
poke over the wall, but he won't find it.
It says that On's ult
Shut
is on
up.
cooldown, but it's going to be
Nice.
coming back up very soon.
Bully
You can
him.
actually throw that one out.
It's like Trimby's ults are bullying me.
Control throughout the mid lane. Of course, no objectives on the map really to play for.
You think Humanoid? I mean, dude, I
recognize
still
that
think Humanoid's a good mid laner. Just he needed to get the fuck off of
An
Fnatic.
expectation that I think no one really had coming into this series. They've been able to punish BLG effectively, and you can really start to feel the pressure and stress that BLG is under right now in this game.
Absolutely, and I mean, Knight,
Good
he's been way ahead
AG.
the whole game. He's full build. It's not getting better than that. He's at 900 AP, but if this game goes another 10, 15 minutes, everyone is going to catch up to where you are. Yeah, he can sell the Mage Eyes if he dies, but until that happens, there's no better item. It's gotta be a
wow.
little bit respectful. Corki does damage now.
Yeah, but while he is going to get rooted up by Knight, he will
Never mind,
continue
it's fine.
making some distance. And it's not like he's only magic resist, right? Of course, he does have Mercury Treads. Kanik Rookern was the first item, but you've got
Fluffy?
Jack Show, right? You've
Would
got
you use one as a pillow?
do have some armor on this character. You can see he's working on more armor itemization now next, so he will not just be paper in front of the Corki, but Elk is the largest.
If he sat on one, would it die?
Now on that Corki, who is, you know, one item
Oh,
away
you
from
know
full
what would be crazy if you use it as like a football or some shit.
He's just there. He's gonna get picked.
Ah, Miru.
He tries to go for
Okay.
Gromp Gaming. He flashes.
Oh, he
is trying to get
flashes?
away. A potential massive mistake from Miru. The only good part
Cool.
there is the fact that there are no objectives on the map.
He died for
VLG to take,
Gromp.
But spending the flash too when you get caught, that's a big punish.
Yeah, I mean, it's a death and a flash for a Gromp, right? You know, at the end of the day there, overstayed his welcome, had no vision around whatsoever. And it's an easy pick there for Bin and On.
I don't understand this guy, man.
BLG are pressing. They take down that tier 2 mid.
This guy is the best player in Brazil? What the fuck? Dude, if Miru is the best player in CB LoL, just delete the league. Like, it's over.
VKS keeps it alive for now. Knight jumping
I
in
feel like
over
that's
the
kind
wall,
of
tries
an
to
insult. You
quick
gotta,
damage.
like,
Yeah, the back
gotta
door
stop
protection
that
pops up, but
narrative.
it doesn't matter. It's already so low. Miru's mistake costs gravely for VKS as BLG take the opportunity here with a 5v4 to force down the mid lane inhibitor turret. The inhibitor
Miru's,
right behind it, and finally break
the
into
Talia.
base. Temper
Okay,
fade, catches
let's
him to
go.
the very edge. Trimby trying to
did
bind
nothing.
him into the wall, but he doesn't have the distance now. The
What?
equalizer
I'm
here
not
down
saying
back,
it.
looking
I
for
didn't
the
say
back line.
that.
Keeper's verdict. Ejects the wall.
Oh.
Morteo's under pressure.
Okay.
BLG looking to go all the way in.
Okay, to get Poppy?
Morteo's barely hanging
Can I even
on.
win
Lucas
this?
Thomas is down.
Wow,
Got
get
killed
in there.
BLG
Ah.
still looking for even more. Morteo's barely hanging on, and that might be the difference.
Knight is
between
the father.
absolute tragedy or not for VKS.
BLG capitalize so effectively, and they don't give VKS the room to breathe, setting up the wave on the bot side of the map.
Delicious.
A good use of the
Oh.
Rumble ultimate to quickly follow up with Knight on the flank, secures a kill onto the enemy jungle, and note when the Baron is spawning. 5 seconds away, Knight is fishing.
Knight wants Miru again, immediately, just Distortion, Sigil of Malice, half HP on Miru, and Knight wants even more than that. This LeBlanc, this 900 AP, 25 Magi stacks carry is such a threat.
He really is. So many flashes spent across the board there, though, as that just seemed like a very disjointed fight for VK.
Hang on, Brazil League, help you relax.
He's gonna die to the chain. Knight with the pick. We've talked about it all game long. If you lose track of him, you are dead. And Knight will sign the death warrant for the Brazilian AD carry.
A beautiful game from Knight as he has continued to help BLG throughout this game.
You're saying it like it doesn't have every time it goes to topic sex?
Bloodbath
Sex?
is determined by a single pick as BLG find themselves their second Baron of the game.
Yeah, well, it's not over just yet, though, because they are not going for
This
the
is a
Nexus here. They are still
40-minute
moving themselves to Soul
game.
Point, so it's not Soul. It is a very big gold lead, but you look over at the other side, Morteo's almost full built as well, and he's going to be up in 15, so he will be there for the defense. VKS will have a chance to hold on, but these
Whose
two
scale's
picks have been
better?
so key Miru getting picked in the bot lane meant the base got broken, and then Morteo's getting picked there means the Baron buff is secured
You
once
started
more.
true. You started talking about Portland.
But BLG not getting that.
Portland is like an amusement park I would want to go to. Wow, there's the JAV section.
It should be a wrap, but VKS will see if they can still hold on.
VKS, their task is as tall as it has ever been here in this second game. If they lose this one, their world
I want to go to
is
Hentai
over.
Mountain.
They honestly put up a hell of a fight against BLG in this second one. But
Soapland's
BLG
true.
are looking to tighten their hold on this game. The Weaver's Wall flies in. It's on. The only one trapped on the other side of it. He channels the Keeper's verdict. Tempered Fate locks him up. Equalizer
Okay.
on top of everybody here on BKS.
I can't even tell what's good or bad. Oh my god, Shadow's in there! No fucking way.
But the tier 3 turret is erased from the rift. Bawal, the only thing that BLG can target
Is
from
Bawal
here.
gonna
Shadow
ult?
killed up by Redemption himself. BLG
Toby?
has
Oh,
broken
I
the
love
second
Toby
inhibitor from the
Tanaka.
bottom lane.
The mid wave is being escorted in by Knight. That's 2 waves hitting onto these Nexus towers. Baron empowered, only 4 members left from BKS.
BLG looking for their game.
Ooh, let's go! Whoa, oh!
Seismic shot, he has to get back. The barrier keeps him alive. Shadow also at death's door.
Get him?
HP here on the enemy jungler. Knight
Nice.
tries to jump into the back. Guardian Angel ready to bring Shadow back to life. As the pathmaker, the seismic shove kills him yet
We're
again.
gonna be here forever.
Morteos takes the kill credit, and VKS, despite their base being in shambles, 2 inhibitors down, 1 Nexus turret gone, they are still alive.
The question is, can VKS get something done with this really long death timer on Shadow? Because with only the 1 Nexus turret remaining, with 2 inhibitors down, backdoors become an opportunity here.
Now, I have to also take note, this is now officially the longest game so far at Worlds 2025. HLE
This is the longest game?
13, and this one's going the distance even further. Knight looking at Desamas, looking at Morteos here with the enemy jungle. Not going to find either one of them all the way.
Wow, they stole blue buff away.
In the face of Desamas. As VKS, they've put up such a valiant fight, and their fight is not over just yet. I thought that with that Baron, it would be enough for BLG to close out this game, but they hold on for the time being. The wave clear from Morteos continues to come through.
What the
I feel
fuck?
like he desperately needs a bloodthirst.
I know, man.
He needs that extra bit of shielding. But for now, VKS, miraculously, they keep their Nexus alive.
I mean, it's such a problem when you look at some of these last fights. Is On gonna get caught?
Yeah,
okay.
By the seismic shove into the unraveled earth. They commit the cyclone for it.
I mean, they use a lot.
Nice.
Oh, Knight! Knight! Oh, shut down!
Miru, VKS pick the enemy mid laner in support. Now they're running.
Push.
Look after Shadow as well. The Weaver's Wall doesn't catch him on the right side of it.
Sasageo! Shinzo Sasageo! Let's go! Vamos, Brazil!
But they have the Unleashed TP available on Bin and a massive wave in the bottom lane.
Push!
The pink spawn is going bottom to try to stop it.
Faster!
BKS continuing their push. It's Shadow and Elk trying to defend this.
Oh, fuck! Run!
Equalizer defensively. Shadow going in after Miru with
oh,
keeps
fuck!
the BKS mid laner alive. The push from BKS stopped for
That's
now.
a
TP coming in.
What is he doing?
But Ben's going to TP into the enemy base.
Oh, the TP! Oh, they just lost! They just lost! What did he do that for?
Super minions. The defense has to be mounted. Miru's the only one who can try to TP. He's
got no health.
Oh, he has no health! Oh, he's just coming to Sudoku!
Trying to survive as Shadow and out this
What the fuck? What did he TP?
Well enough. BLG move on.
So close for VKS. After getting that pick on tonight, they saw the opportunity. But that TP from Bawal was everything that BLG needed. It was the last thing that they were waiting for, because with him gone, there was no defense, and BLG could close things out.
Yeah, by the skin of their teeth in this one. 21-20, the final kill score. Nearly a 44-minute game. VKS held on for so
That's a crazy 2-0, dude.
Was a bloodbath.
That was like the most disgusting 2-0.
Analysts, tell us your thoughts.
I have so many thoughts. I'm not sure all of them are broadcastable. So the longest game at Worlds so far. I am impressed.
TSM!
Take your bow.
TSM.
You've earned it. You tried to make it happen, but sadly it was not enough. They had one of the most difficult run at Worlds. They had one of the most difficult season making it here at Worlds in the first place. The crowd is cheering
Hey,
for them.
avocado, man.
I have
It's okay.
I'm so
Unlucky,
impressed by
unlucky.
this team. I'm so impressed by the way they managed to claw their way back into what looked like a doomed game for them.
Yeah, I mean, especially with how they kind of progressed through the year.
That was
right?
a wild
it was a year
game,
for
dude.
this team until they
What
won
the
the
fuck?
OTA South Championship. It really was like failed to meet their very high expectations. They grew as a unit, and this is just, I mean, what a...
It's gotta be so frustrating.
It's an ugly ending to a very ugly game for BLG. Like, if I'm BLG, I am absolutely not happy with the way I played today.
It feels so fitting, though, that despite everything that happens, it comes down to just a macro mistake, right? Like, and I understand it's easy to hone in on that teleport from Ball, which obviously got punished really nicely. But I think that the call was correct there from VKS to try and end the game.
Yeah.
But it's the macro where you see as well how incredibly respectful all of a sudden the rest of BLG plays. They don't let them engage. They hang near their turret. So the moment that TP comes in, the game just ends. And it's a heartbreaking ending for VKS. It reaffirms all the doubts that we've had about BLG. This is a 2-0,
What the fuck?
but
Never mind. Maybe
even
it was
the
kind of
staunchest
fraudulent.
BLG fan will not feel very good after this one with them going into the 2-2 bracket.
VKS, respect. We thought it was going to be a one-sided matchup. I did not expect them to fight the way they did. And BLG, well, BLG will have some thoughts for you, but we're going to talk about them with Shadow, who's going to join me on the other side of this break. Do not go anywhere.
I'm going. All right, guys, that's it. I'm gonna go take a nap for 2 hours. Dude, what if I just streamed like sleeping in my chair for 4 hours and then just woke up for the group draw? I'd probably get banned for that.
이번 월드에서 가장 마음에 드는 플레이는 아직 대회를 많이
Ugh,
하지 않아서
I'm gonna go pee.
잘 생각이 안 나긴 하지만 CFO 전에서 렉사이로
CFO? Did you just say CFO?
다행이다. 후반 용환타에서 직스를 좀 깔끔하게 잡아내는 게 좀 마음에 드는 플레이인 것 같습니다.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, Owen by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Frost it will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Gen.G, they are just going to ace them!
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen.G, the EWC winners! Locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position, double break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment.
How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in! Betcha flashes in, and down goes Knight!
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
A story begging to be told, a moment pausing to unfold. In the silence, can you hear it, anyone? A memory scared of letting go, fading to a distant glow. In the darkness, can you still feel the sun? As it's coming up, welcome to the start of something new. Welcome to the hour that waits for you. The time feels like it could be right for our dream to come true. Welcome to the start of something new. Start of something new. A whisper floating in the wind, the hair standing up on your skin, when the voice you tried to hide is waking up.
And welcome back to Worlds 2025 here for the Verizon post-game interview with the victorious Shadow.
Thank
Shadow,
you.
give me your first thoughts on this game.
Shadow!
Sweaty.
Yeah,
You know?
I bet.
I really didn't expect them to be playing this well, though. But I think props to them.
Yeah, props to them, of course.
I think we all needed to catch our breath after this one. I want to go back all the way to the beginning
Kitty
because
food?
obviously the series didn't start off very well. You
Oh,
had the
man.
top dive.
Yep.
But then
No,
I
no,
do
there
think
are
both
other
you
games. I'm
and
just
Al bounced back really nicely with a lot
I think
of.
the next series is also
second
going to
place,
be
and this was also
one-sided.
uses of the Kaiser ultimate to pick up a lot of kills. So you go for that dive, it doesn't work. Like, how do you kind of bounce back, keep your head in the game? Because we were looking at them like, if I'm that jungler, I'm so tilted.
I mean, we just need to like look forward, right? And I mean, our comp late game is still good, so we just need to scale, and it worked.
So not worried at all.
I mean,
well,
it was a little bit shaky at the start, but at the end, it went well.
Yeah,
so.
game one was,
Game one was a little bit cleaner.
Yeah. Having watched you guys through playoffs and in the LPL finals, right? It's been kind of a drop-off in play this Worlds thus far. I feel like you guys definitely haven't had the performance you would have wanted. So going into the 2-2 matchup tomorrow, regardless of opponent, what do you think you guys need to work on the most?
I think actually we're just a bit too nervous, I think, on the stage. I think we're just not, I don't know, free enough.
Okay.
We just play too strictly, and it's not our play style, you know? So I think we just need to shake off this today. Even though it's a win, I think it didn't stand our standards. So I think tomorrow is going to be a new day, and we'll make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, and you don't have a lot of time to get ready and bounce back actually. So to get ready tomorrow, what is one thing that you would have to focus on? One thing that you especially have to work on to get ready for this best of 3?
I
Yeah, I
think
think
we
it
just
was
need
a
to
joke.
get a good
Yeah,
sleep
I'm
and
kidding.
play
I'll
more
watch
games.
100 Thieves.
Easy.
Have some
Their
fun.
final heist, right,
Well,
against
have some
T1.
fun. Thank you so much for joining
Thank
us
you,
today, Shadow. Best of luck tomorrow. Now we have another matchup coming up. It is going to be 100 Thieves versus T1.
100 Thieves versus T1.
I'm here with Trimby after the exit from Rookie Stars from the tournament against BLG. My God, that last game was so incredibly close. Can you tell me a little bit about that and about those moments and where do you think you left it?
Yeah, I mean, the game was winnable, as you said, right? Like, it felt like we had it in our hands, but as you may like think or not, like BLG is like a team that actually has like some fundamentals like prepared, and I think for us it kind of showed that throughout the year we didn't put like that much like good practice into that. So at the end of the day, you know, even though we had it in our hands, we just slipped it by, and it feels bad, you know.
Yeah, of course. I can see you're immediately thinking, okay, these are the things we can work on, which is good, of course. But can you tell me how you look back on this Worlds journey overall, and perhaps also your time in this Brazilian team?
Yeah, I mean, I did like when I joined, and then like after our first split, I was actually rethinking like whether like I'm gonna even be here. So I'm really happy with the fact that I'm at Worlds, and I think the players stepped up massively. And even though there were like days that we are all like really frustrated with how things were going, especially at Worlds, you know, we actually all of them stepped up, and I'm really thankful for that. You know, it just felt like they were there stepping up massively as like rookies, which is incredible.
Yes. Final words for the LTA fans, the Brazilian fans, maybe also the European fans. You have them all.
I'm sorry, because I was a European representative, and almost all of them won, right? No, versus BLG won, so I should have done that too, but sadly they were better. And yeah, hopefully I gave something to cheer for you guys.
You absolutely did. Thank you so much.
Thank
you. It feels like David versus Goliath in today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. 100 Thieves meet T1 in an elimination match.
Phase 1 has to come in, but with that, he's sealing his own death warrant as well. The first LPL team is getting bodied by a couple of risky thieves.
After a huge upset against BLG in their opening match, they found no respite in the subsequent draws and now face the defending world champions and gods of League Esports to stay alive in the tournament and as an organization.
Whipple's got to try to stay alive. Pop Blossom finds Faker. Gumayushi's already killed Buzio.
Damn.
Blossom flew into the back line, but he crash landed. And T1 tears them apart.
For T1, despite finding themselves in the 1-2 group, this should be a clean sweep and a reminder to never bet against them at Worlds. Will 100 Thieves rise to the occasion to slay the giant, or will T1 leave them in the dust and secure a spot in the quarterfinals?
T1 versus 100 Thieves. Owner versus River is definitely the matchup I'm looking at. I mean, this 100 Thieves team, I love them so much.
CFL plays tomorrow.
That this is, let's just say, likely to
I don't know
be
what time, though.
Their last potentially failed heist. But yeah, where it starts for me, for both of these teams, is really in the jungle. River is kind of the engine for a lot of what 100 Thieves want to do. Owner has been such a standout for T1, even when they have struggled. So I think that's where I'm definitely going to be looking as we see some of the draw reactions, a classic.
And you love 100 Thieves. They're easy to love. These guys are really funny, like the continued memes with what I think is one of the best Worlds quotes of all time. This video, I even retweeted.
Yeah,
if you haven't seen it, it is hilarious.
It's so funny.
You have all the flavors of what could be a reaction. Dokla is super happy. The rest of the team is like, yeah, but is this really how you want to go?
My favorite is Quid, who obviously was most recently back in Challengers, but he still knows, right? And he's just like, guys, I don't know.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be huge. Winner, go home.
I think it was River.
His mom basically being like, good luck, and he's just like cackling at it right here. Yeah.
Good luck in esports. Yeah, I mean, that's how you want to take it when you're facing against the world champion, right?
They truly do have vibes and the power of friendship. That is this team summed up, right? Yeah. When the vibes are good, they do have the potential to punch up and take out opponents that you wouldn't necessarily expect. Here we go through talking about how kind of poorly they were performing towards the beginning of Split 3 in LTA. It was a huge struggle. Dokla was actually coaching Sniper at the time before his days coming onto the team, and I think the big reasons they cited were, or one of the big reasons was, in the meta, they really wanted to be able to play Rumble and Sion, and those were two champions that Sniper had been having a lot of trouble with. Dokla was stellar on those picks during 100 Thieves and qualification to even get here. And two champions are still really relevant in the meta today. And also now Dokla is a Doyen star from his videos.
Every day there is a new vlog coming from Dokla. But talking a bit more about T1, similar to the previous matchup, they haven't looked like the world champion that we have been seeing, that we were expecting this year. So how do we think this one is going to go? I want to check out the MasterCard fan predictions here.
Are there games happening on the 26th?
76%.
No.
Of a prediction. Yeah, the fan prediction's also going to be.
Come on, guys.
I thought it would be higher. I thought it'd be at least 80-20.
No, I think that T1, especially, as we have said so many times, and I'm sorry, I keep repeating it, but it just keeps being true, I will not count out this team for winning Worlds until they are mathematically eliminated.
True.
I've seen them do this two times in a row. 2 years in a row, they somehow find a way.
They always find a way.
They always find a way.
They're T1.
You know what? I love the smiles on the face of 100 Thieves here. Dokla wanted this matchup. He was thriving for this matchup. Let's see if this is going to go in his favor. In this do or die matchup, once again, 100 Thieves, the last dance that there is for the history of the organization. And T1, as we said, they always find a way to come back, and you can hear the crowd roar for this team.
Okay.
Obviously, they're favored in today's matchup. One player that we want to expect to show up here today, it is going to be Owner, of course.
I mean, it's a no-brainer. Owner has just been the focal point for the early game, and I think if 100 Thieves are going to target someone, it's him.
All right, and let's see how this one goes. 3 games to prove it all.
I think when Owner's not doing well, the team looks a lot worse.
Thank you very much, analysts, and welcome back, everybody. Our first series has concluded.
True,
Won't spoil in case you're tuning in just now. And it's time for our next elimination best of 3 with North America's 100 Thieves going up against the winningest team in the history of professional League of Legends. The team that won back-to-back twice before anyone else has ever won back-to-back at all. The current reigning back-to-back world champions led by the greatest player to ever touch the game, T1.
I mean, we've had some pretty good games at Worlds so far.
One intro wasn't like the other.
I'm just describing
Welcome back.
of the two teams at international competition.
How many times have they won the LCS, buddy?
Okay, all right, you got me on that one.
Get down off your high horse there, pal.
Yeah, exactly.
T1 have 0 LCS trophies, I will admit that.
Yes.
Yeah, how many 100 Thieves have?
They've got some.
They've got some.
Oh, do they?
Yeah,
Nice.
They won a couple of times.
They won with that someday roster.
Oh, yeah.
They won someday.
Exactly.
All right. Well,
Time
anyway.
for the real world
The
finals.
winningest team.
I mean, I'm excited.
Okay?
Hey, if the first series has taught me anything, be prepared for the unexpected. Because we saw some things in our first series, and while the results certainly went a certain way, we'll see how things pan out. Because as the analysts were saying, T1 definitely coming in as the favorites in this matchup. But I think the biggest criticism surrounding this team right now is their drafting. There have been certain question marks.
Yeah, Golden Glue, he used to be mid lane.
How easily they've been shut down in their losses. But their opposition wasn't exactly easy. CFO came out the gate swinging with a really good plan. We saw a similar thing come through from Gen G, their longtime rivals who knew exactly how to shut them down. And as we get ready for draft, I'm very curious to see what T1 has prepared for us, and if 100 Thieves can show us any curveballs.
Yeah, it's going to be a big battle in the draft. If you watch Dokla's vlog after getting T1, he said it's going to be a battle.
Oh, it's Carrier. Holy shit, look at that pink white keyboard. Damn.
And he said they've been dominating in that area so far. So,
Good morning, Moon.
We'll see what they're cooking up here today. I mean, if you know 100 Thieves, this is a team that wants to fight, that wants to be really aggressive. So I think if there is to be any chance, You need to see Quid and River playing at their best and on a super aggressive duo where they can really make things happen. That is kind of the recipe to success when 100 Thieves is at their best, and they need to be at their best to even have a chance.
Kibing
it's kind of a similar story to what we were talking about in game number 1. Wanting to see VKS play aggressively, talking about how it would be the biggest
Flying Oyster よりもなった
are true here in this series as well. 100 Thieves have got to turn those nameplates off. Literally go into the settings, just turn it off. It doesn't matter. You've got to play your game. Bans are already starting. Bard, Azir, Poppy, banned
what
out by
the
100
fuck?
Thieves, T1 with the Yunara, Orianna, and Sion.
It's actually not Poppy, so that is a bug. That's what I was trying to get your attention for, because we're in-game in the client. It's an Alistar ban, so it's not a Poppy ban.
Okay.
So it's actually not showing correctly there, so just know that if
it's
Poppy
Alistar
is picked, it's not actually banned.
It's like the old school bans that you would do like in Season 1 League of Legends where not everybody had the champions. You just say Poppy is Alistar.
There you go.
That's a throwback.
Wukong first pick, and it's going to be an instant answer of Talia Zinzao here. So Wukong is very powerful.
I'm fine with this Wukong pick.
Do like it for River, though it doesn't really give them a lot of early action. It does give them some explosive engage. Quid, if he wants the matchup, could just play a control mage. You know, Victor obviously makes sense as far as being able to outrange it, but then you are looking for like scaling 5v5. You're not looking for early action.
The opposite of what we said that we wanted to see.
This would be more what I would want to see is some spiciness
Damn.
here from
And Corky?
Quid. Quid has always been a melee mid lane specialist. He can play the control mages
Look
really
at Quid,
well,
dude.
but
Does not
this
look
is
like
him
he
at
gives
his
a
best
fuck.
is on the melee champs. So I want to see what they can get done. They're going at best. It's full dive.
Ambessa
This
blind?
is
This is what we wanted to see as well. You are not going to lock Victor and play for a 4-item game of League of Legends and beat T1 at it. You're
Wouldn't
just
you go Aurora?
choosing to play on their territory. And for 100 Thieves, it's got to be fast. It's got to be furious. They got to play like family. And that's what I want to see here in this first game.
We often describe it, especially for fans that tune in mainly for international events, but we often describe this type of confidence as turning the nameplates off, where 100 Thieves don't care about the legacy of T1, they don't care about who they're playing against the Rift, they care about playing their game and looking to execute on the game day. The Renekton going to be the answer, a very effective champion into the Ambassador on the top side.
Faker might have won 5 world championships, but that doesn't matter because 100 Thieves can't read. So they can't even, they don't know.
Family. All about family.
This team, man, is a lot of fun to watch.
Power of family.
One of my favorite teams to watch in the LTA. We're able to go from 0 to hero, right? You know, they were struggling. They were in dead last. Dokla joined the team, and they're able to make it all the way to the finals weekend in LTA, go to Worlds, upset BLG, and then they're rewarded with the most brutal gauntlet of teams imaginable here. And we'll see if they can kind of keep this last dance running, because we honestly thought we had seen the last of 100 Thieves so long ago. We never even thought they were going to sniff Worlds, let alone make it here and take down the LPL #1 seed.
I mean,
you're
right on the money. They started out summer split with just like a winless record. They swapped Dokla into the starting roster, and they've just been on this streak ever since. Just this miracle run for the team, as they're going to go ahead and ban out 2 supports here in the Karma and the Nico, 2 very powerful laning supports, which again tells me they want to play early, they want to play fast, they don't want to allow T1 a point of power in the bottom lane. T1 going to go ahead, ban out the Ziggs, ban out the Rakan to get rid of some additional engage to go along with the powerful dive already drafted by 100 Thieves. And
Check
what
the fuck?
I just think banning out, you know, these 2 supports makes a lot of sense, because you have to blind pick your bot lane, right?
Yes.
So you do not want to walk into a really dominant support matchup, you know, as this 5th pick counter.
I'm surprised they didn't pick Xayah.
Lucian getting hovered. I feel like I believe more the Sivir when you're talking about the pairing with all these melee champions. I could see Sivir, I could see Jhin, I could see things along those lines that could kind of support and buff up what we are seeing in these first 3 picks from 100 Thieves. But we'll see where they want to go.
Okay, so apparently the Poppy was Poppy, and it's the in-game client that we have
client that's bugged?
on the laptop that's bugged. Because
Well,
the
that's
laptop
new.
currently says Alistar is banned and picked, but Alistar got picked, so he couldn't have been banned. So yes, Poppy is actually Poppy. Poppy is not Alistar. Alistar is
How was
Alistar.
the spectator client not bugged, but the in-game client is
I
bugged?
don't know. Don't worry about it.
That is crazy.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. We're not going to worry about it. It's Alistar Varus for 100 Thieves here in the bottom lane. They are still throwing in yet another powerful
Man,
diver
I hate
here
this
for
Varus
Ayla with
pick.
the Alistar.
Sivir
And
would have
the
been so
answer
much
for
better.
T1, we're still waiting to find out. Yeah, Braum, I feel like for such full dive coming out from 100 Thieves for all of these melee champions. It's a 4 melee comp. Braum feels so
League of Bugs, hell yeah.
But also, they're going to lock in the Leona instead.
So Braum would have been good into the composition that 100 Thieves have, but T1 would have no way to reliably engage onto their opposition. They could have relied on the fact that
like someone who hasn't seen Faker's seismic shoves this tournament.
Okay. My point is, though, that by bringing out the Leona, they at the very least have ways to start fights on their footing rather than relying on 100 Thieves to be the initiators in these fights.
Big Dokes making a lot of fans of this tournament. Some of his vlogs I had seen on some of the Chinese social media sites had like over 6 million views.
Yeah.
So definitely buying a lot of fans for himself here. He's been great ever since he's come back.
Maybe Ezreal.
I remember interviewing him the first week back, and he talked about how he wanted to make the most out of his second kind of lease on life as a pro, that he really regretted, not being himself coming into this second time. Wanted to change that, but up against T1 here, this team, yes, they are 1-2, but you never, ever can count them out. I still have that feeling like they could just win the World Championship. They could start that run right here, right now.
Hi, Kevin. Whoa!
Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I knew that.
Multiple T1 skins locked in 400 Thieves, though, against T1. I love it, man. We got T1 Silas, T1 Varus. Was there any others?
I didn't keep track. All I saw was that T1, they're bringing out the most recent T1 skins.
So, all right, we're ready to lock into this one. Game number
what's up?
100 Thieves versus T1. Elimination on the line. We started the last series off with a couple of fun stats, and here in this one, if you're a T1 fan, you'd be happy to know that Owner is 1 game shy of a 75%
Douglas trying to appeal to the T1.
He is 50 and 17.
He says T1 emotes.
Very, very effective on it.
Yeah, better draft.
Scrapping a little bit here in the mid lane.
And I mean, that is terrifying. Owner, I think,
T1 overall has a better draft.
And at the center of all the,
I mean, even if the 100 T had a better draft, I don't think they could win.
When you look at them in the
I just don't like the Varus pick. I feel like if they went like Sivir, it would have been better off.
And you have to be able to kind of keep him down if you want to have any sort of success against T1.
But I also don't like the Leona pick. I thought Braum was much better.
Hits him with the death thumbs.
Oh, you gotta ask Stream Raiders or ask Hooks with the scam game.
Because FBI also gave him the Keck W Braum to show you.
How much did you donate to that project, Spam?
But I do want to see how this bottom lane goes. Varus, we always know, is traditionally a powerful laner, but Alistar, the exact opposite.
Absolutely true. We'll see how things pan out in the bottom side.
Yeah, I mean, like, who has a better draft? I think,
themselves in unprecedented
honestly, I like the 100 Thieves draft for the most part.
They have ever lost 2 games, and not only the
Scam game live already? No, it's not live, dude. That would imply that he actually made something.
And this is the only time in the
Why make something when you can just keep the money and not make anything?
I mean, the stat alone sounds like dire, but then when you keep in mind that it is 10 years, a decade of Worlds for T1, and this is the first time that they've lost that second game before we get to the knockout stage, it does probably cause a little bit of nervousness in some fans.
Okay.
But T1 at Worlds is a different kind of monster, as Quid is down to 200 HP.
Quid?
Probably trying to at least force a flash here, throws another rock, and Quid has to flash level 2.
Yeah, just really nice unraveled
so
there
bad
from Faker. Quid was trying to play around the level up timer, and he got caught as he E'd in to try to kill that last minion to get level 2. Faker had the E down right away. He goes into it, gets stunned, and that is a horrendous start for Quid.
Well, if you got paid $16,000, you can probably make something more than what he's done. Doesn't have anything, so
when people talk
as long as you make more than 0.
Not Faker's laning phase that is generally looked at as one of them.
Yeah, I mean,
oh, Skrizzy, I wish. There's no game, it doesn't exist.
I thought that maybe the
but I tried calling him out, but everyone else was like, no.
Because it's still a very early TP coming through from Faker as well.
If you want to know what Hooks is up to, he's making AI porn on Twitter.
The early laning phase was so easy, he wanted to amp the difficulty.
Oh, that's true.
It's like when you
he gets like 2 likes a tweet,
maybe I'll try
but he tweets like every like second, because he like automates it as well now.
Walk back to lane, he didn't necessarily need to TP, but he is going to use it. He wants to make sure that he doesn't miss a drop of CS, as he does have about a 5 CS advantage. But a skirmishing happening in the bot side of the map.
Yeah, quick trade onto carry. area, but again, it's Leona. She's so tanky.
Okay.
Heals used there immediately by both supports just for extra laning power. Gumayushi's barrier blocks.
Do you share with Twitter? It's like I am hooked or something like that.
He had blight stacks on both of them. Was able to pop both of those blight stacks.
Because I was like, I wonder what he's up to. Because he's like, he did a Kickstarter, got a bunch of money to make a game, but he hasn't made anything. So I was like, oh, I wonder what he's doing. And it's just like nothing but like just AI porn that he like doesn't make.
Looking for the dive on
Oh.
Big Dokes, and it's first
Oh.
T1.
Now that
There's
is
Big
what
Dokes.
a clean dive looks like. No wasted movements from T1. An easy first blood secure. And Dokla, there is very little he could do. Expended the flash as well, but it wasn't enough to get him to safety.
And you can see the kill went onto.
Oh, you don't know who he
Honor, so
is?
he's at 300
Oh.
gold, but Doran, just because he got that wave,
He
crashed in,
does 24/7
Dokla dies as the wave
streams.
is dying to the turret, so now Doran's up
He
on
does
300 gold
24/7
as well.
words on
Really
stream
good
with
start
0
for the T1
people in his
top side.
chat.
Really nicely done. And this is also great from T1 because not only did they pull off that dive, but their bot lane was kind of in a lot of trouble. Guma had been put very low, but they can now cover bot side because Doran just TP's there, and Guma walks top to now lane against Dokla, who's been put very far behind. So this is really huge for T1, all off of this dive, this early action from Owner. Bails out the T1 bot lane.
Every once in a while, someone will
Doran to get
send me a
out.
message going like, look what this guy's up
The
to.
wave is really important as well because on the top
What
side
the
of the map,
fuck?
Guma can hold the wave, making it harder for Dokla and forcing him to overextend. On the bot side of the map, also the wave
I don't
in
follow
a really
him.
good spot for Doran. Notice that it's actually pushing towards him because he held it after the reset had come through. FBI should be able to push this one out, but T1 with really good lane control across the rift.
All right, River showing up mid, just wants to help get this wave shoved in a little bit there. Quid will take the last hit with the Q on the minions. Just make sure that that one gets all shoved in.
Up
T1.
one CS mid. Huge.
Yep, there you go. T1 trying to go in after
Okay,
Dokla here
Dokes.
now with the Carrier and Gumayushi combo.
Big
Dokla
Dokes.
can, of course, make a lot of distance here on Ambessa with all that mobility, so it doesn't take a ton of damage, but he's got to play so respectfully around the wave because it's so difficult to walk up to anything other than just EXP range.
Yeah, and I mean, the real danger is if you get redove, right? Like getting dove.
Oh, it is
once
lethality
really
Varus.
sucks. If you get redove, you're out of the game as Dokla. So they got to make sure that he can collect this wave. That is the real objective up on that top side. Doran 6 though.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's got the dominance. He's taking the 1v2 and he's taking it aggressively. Ayla jumps in for the headbutt pulverize.
Oh,
Doran
he
flashes
flashed
forward,
over the
FBI flashes
Q?
away. Doran with enough fury there. Call the Meek onto the minion wave, just continuing to push that out. A tale of two top laners.
God
as Dokla
damn,
can't even
Doran.
approach the wave, and Doran is playing so aggressively in the 1v2.
Oh
He's
my
forcing
God,
FBI
dude, they're
and
just
Ayla back.
fucking
It
up
looked
this
like
1v2.
Doran actually flashed over the arrow, I think, there, because so little damage was done on that timing. It seemed like he fully avoided that damage. With
Yeah,
the
I
blood
thought
back
so.
there from
I thought
FBI
that's what he
because
did.
100 Thieves thought they could re-engage.
Like, I
off
thought
of that
Doran
initial
splashed
play,
over it. What a
and weren't
fucking
able to,
Giga
thanks to a nice
Chad.
flash from Doran.
And now with Doran forcing those summoner spells in the bottom lane, chunking both of the enemy laners down to half HP, this is a free ticket for T1 to secure a very early first Drake. It's still a minute and a half until the grubs are around, so it's not like they're punished for overloading the bottom side of the map. Really good early game from T1.
They're choosing not to match the waves back to normal. They're going to keep putting the Varus into this Renekton. Ayla, with his TP into bot lane, he'll be able to hold the wave here. So at the very least, 100 Thieves will get something back as the waves have been in a really awkward spot for them for a lot of this early.
Yeah, but look how much more gold Doran has over Dokla, dude. 450 gold gap.
Small CS lead. Faker going to be walking back into mid lane means that he
They're
will
just
lose
losing
something
off
on there.
lanes.
So good job on him for being able to claw back the
100 Thieves scared the BBC. Yeah, it makes sense.
Top wave's still bad though for Ambessa. Dokla not having a fun game so far, and Ambessa from behind, that's pretty useless. You know, there's no utility to be talking about.
Ambessa from
So he's
behind,
just gonna have to
useless.
kinda sit
Not in
here
my book.
and, wait for this to eventually push back towards him. We'll just be bleeding gold out, just trying to stay in XP range for now, and that's really all
Sorry.
he can do.
I don't know what else to
Has
say.
been such a difficult position.
And it's one of the most frustrating experiences in League of Legends.
I'm just
knowing
watching
that your
Dokla getting
only option
fucked.
is to sit there, watch the minions die, and just essentially wait your turn.
Yep.
So bot lane did have a free setup, but I was questioning it initially, but with the grub spawning now, they wanted to quickly push out bot, make the rotation up towards top. They know that Renekton doesn't have TP available, so now 100 Thieves will guarantee numbers advantage. Note though that with the push in top lane, T1 still have access to the river, but Ono's not really in a good position to contest right now.
I mean, this is classic 100 Thieves. You know, when you watch them in NA, they're going to show
Dude,
up. for the
Varus
objectives,
is
they're gonna
still not
force
level
fight, they're gonna
6.
try
What the
to
fuck?
bait you into team fights that you maybe shouldn't be taking. But T1 doesn't need to fight. They can just take the advantage down on this bot side, but with Quidty being out, T1 now can move in.
Okay, T1 looking for a chance to at least take one of these grubs away with Quid's departure, and it looks like they're going to get just that. Owner and Carry are moving into the pit. So 2 grubs over to 100 Thieves, 1 for T1. And again, whenever you split the grubs, even for the team that got 1, it doesn't feel that bad just because the big thing is getting the little Void Mites if you secure all 3. So yes, 100 Thieves is going to get credit towards the feat.
It's sad G2 won? What?
One, the grubs still get split, and T1 also.
Fly would have swept T1 easy. What?
Just keep looking at the scoreboard. And
Flyke was lost to T1 super hard. What are you talking about?
Just
FlyQuest hasn't done shit, dude.
Oh, that's gone.
I mean, well, okay, well, I will for now.
I don't know why people think they're a good team. They cheated. No.
That's valid. True. I do just.
FlyQuest sucks.
Go back to that Renekton.
Believe in a good team like CFO.
Just now getting to level 8. Nice trade from Dokla though, as Odia.
Yeah, River. He's knocked onto the other side of the Weaver's wall, but still the seismic shove is in the right spot.
Oh, they spam your band.
Forces the flash from River. Big problem there.
Yo, mods, get this guy out of here.
Plays they want to make. Again, it's all about the Wukong and the Alistar for when they try to engage. Yeah. And Wukong losing his flash means significantly less
versus
threat
G2 would be a good one.
back
True. I'd be down to watch that.
They're having a much more successful early game here. The top side of T1, obviously, all jokes aside, are in a great spot. Doku is holding the wave to try to get farm. But problem is, he is up here by himself
so
once
useless.
again.
What do I not
Does
pay
it
you
in that
for?
way, but on the next one, they're going to look to dive, and I just don't think that Doku can really do much about it realistically.
Well, we'll see. Right now, he wants to step forward, try to clear out some of that
they did
wave
blind
a little
pick
bit, but Doran immediately
Ambessa
popped
into Renekton.
as Owner's ready to try to show up, dives in with the audacious charge, public execution from Dokla. Owner's going to go to the turret shot. Dokla stays alive for now. Doran's going to try to pick this one up a little bit, but Doran's going to die as well.
Big Doke!
2 for 1 in the top lane.
I'm sorry for doubting you, Dokla. Bollywood Bin in the top lane takes them down.
What would you rather watch, CFO or Pink? What the fuck, Paint Dry? You stupid ass Sonoko. CFO's a great team! You don't understand, dude.
And then hits him with the ulti.
FlyQuest hasn't done shit.
Flawless execution, but the action isn't over yet.
Now Faker trying to knock Quid back away from him. River is nearby.
They're not going to beat any Eastern team. The only way they make top 8?
Well, he doesn't have the
what do you mean more than CFO? What have they done more than CFO?
I mean, this was really nicely done. He forces Doran to use the ulti early, but Faker is getting a solo kill by Quid. 100 Thieves are coming to life.
I hope we get a replay of that one. I gotta see how Quid found this. 100 Thieves, first to 3 kills. They secure the feat of Warfare, and it looked like that was a solo kill on Faker from Quid.
Gentlemen, 100
Leona
Thieves
off the
are
clear
playing
wave
with
was
the
crazy.
nameplates off. They do not care what they're facing on the Rift. They're playing with nothing but confidence as they are finding kills across the map.
And Dokla has his Eclipse done now, so now he's the one in the driver's seat.
That was Big Doke's time to dive.
The one getting dove.
They want to give Doran a taste of his own medicine. Ayla's going to lead the charge. He makes the dive for the headback pull. The flash coming out from Doran, but the exhaust ready to follow.
Doesn't matter.
100 Thieves make boots out of that crocodile.
I feel like even if 100 Thieves win early, that's a better draft. 100 Thieves.
Their second one of those this game. Meanwhile,
but
Faker
team gap.
mining plates
Yeah, I mean, like,
turret. Gumayushi and
I think T1's just going to win late game no matter what.
There are costs to this play from 100
Thieves is playing well, though, early game.
This is the stressful thing about
They're doing well with their comp. These guys figure out something about bot lane, though. Like, poke Varus falling behind like this is so bad.
Because they secure their second dragon, they get plates in mid, they get plates down bot. And overall, the gold advantage is sitting in mid lane and bottom lane. 100 Thieves have showcased they have the mechanics, they have the ability to find these out plays, but T1, for the time being, are running the Rift.
Absolutely are, and we can see this one more time. The seismic shove is there, but Quid gets the Q slow, flashes in, kills him with the Kingslayer. Faker responds on the flash, but Faker's caught out again.
Faker in a bad spot here with the River. Ayla and Quid trying to chase him down and
fuck,
secure
boy.
it. Quid gets another one.
Another one.
Another one. Mid lane. Now up here on the top side, we're going to get yet another trade. Stridebreaker now completed for Doran, but again, the Eclipse from Dokla is so strong. River
what
coming
the
into the
fuck?
Carry wants to
Oh, Carrie is gonna get. Oh, never mind. Carrie's gonna walk away.
It's too late. 100 Thieves lead the game 6-2.
Dokla has done a legitimately amazing job to be able to come back from the
What
incredibly
the
difficult
fuck?
situation he was in. He's dove early. The wave is frozen on him. He's lane swapped into a 1v2 way behind, and now has clawed his way back into a 500 gold lead, into a level advantage. Dokla is just making it work.
We said at the start of this series, be prepared for the unexpected. And I think that this is about as unexpected as we can get. Dokla finding the 2v1 outplay. Another pick onto Faker as Quid catches him out in the river with the assistance of Ayla. I mean, there's not much to break down here. Faker goes where he is not allowed to go. He does not have the support of his team. And another kill is secured as 100 Thieves are taking control over the map.
100 Thieves are playing well.
This is the definition of a vibes team. When things are feeling good, this team feels so ridiculously confident. You can see the graphics there. I can't quite read it.
Yeah,
it's showing that they're a violent team.
Yeah, we're just talking about the kills per minute here.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
1 kill per minute per 100
but
Thieves,
I mean, 100 Thieves are putting up a good fight, making it interesting.
Match against IG, so both teams can get pretty scrappy. 100 Thieves making this one very PvP heavy early. Quid with a nice abscon to get out of the way of the seismic shove. That means
I just see what's up third drag. Watch get aced. Yeah.
And honestly, lots of props to
either third dragon. I mean, Rift Herald they can throw, but I think it's probably gonna be third dragon or Otacon.
Good use of the rocket belt there. Barely gets out to the.
Like I think 100 Thieves will be fine until the 20-minute mark, and then they'll just lose their shit and just run it the fuck down. Like someone will get caught around Otacon and then just lose the whole game.
Here. The big question is, can you actually stop T1 at this next dragon, right? Because yes, you're in a pretty good spot, but T1 did get 2 early dragons. They're about to take the first tower as well.
It's the objective that spawns at 20 minutes.
It's going to mean so much for the game. If T1 get it, move to Soul Point, it is going to be so tough, I think, to play out the game from there for 100 Thieves.
I think the Rift Tower is really important for 100 Thieves, though, because when I think about playing into Talia with Silas, that siege is not the strongest. We talked a lot about in draft how relatively short range on the side of 100 Thieves.
No, Baron is at 25 minutes. This is the objective that spawns before Baron.
Should really help open up that mid lane tower, which once that has gone, that deeper vision into the enemy jungle is going to be that much more valuable for finding those skirmishes and control. That
yeah, the little green bug. Scuttle Crab.
1 minute
I mean, the teams. If your name is Blabber, then yeah, Scuttle Crab is as important as Otacon.
That objective puts them in a great spot, and it also has the extra importance.
Guys, we have to throw the whole game for Scuttle Crab.
First to 3 kills. Both teams
Blabber, stop!
With 2 neutral objectives.
It's not that important.
Whichever
it's more important than Baron.
Will also
I lied.
Upgraded boots as the game goes on for just that extra bit of power.
Yeah, I'm really
going stacking Drakes. Yeah.
His first item, because Carrie already has the redemption. Not having that is such a big difference maker in a fight.
Did he level
like
11 off this
Redemption
wave?
Really can change the game completely. Dokla
oh, he does.
to pressure
Okay.
this tower here, but does have to still give respect over to Doran, who has that Stride Breaker completed now.
And you can see, look at the vision being placed down by T1 around this Dragon Pit area. They've got wards in the side brush.
Do they have to give?
Wards in the tri brush here in bottom lane. They want total control. They want to see where 100 Thieves are coming from when they're trying to arrive. River goes over the wall here towards the Drake Pit. He has
what the fuck?
Owner jumps in after the Wukong, stabs him with the wind, becomes lightning. Not a huge trade on either side, but Owner still wins it, and T1 are ready to start the objective.
T1 kick this one off. Their positioning is good.
Okay, nice little bit of poke coming out from FBI.
Here comes the Renekton.
Rift Herald summoned up. Looks like we might get a Combat Herald on this one as the Weaver's Wall.
Okay.
Nice use there from Faker. River still looking for the opportunity to.
Okay, the wall doesn't do much. Quid's getting caught out. That's fine. They can turn this. They can turn this. Look! Oh, they steal the dragon. Oh, Quid just kills Leona. Gets Leona. Misses, but it's fine. They back off from this. I think they back off, right? Oh, FBI getting caught out. Oh no! Doran uses the fucking clone to dash forward.
T1 take the fight, and
I mean, there goes their goal lead.
Quid tries to escape. Owner wants Win becomes lightning, but he can't quite make it
They're
strike.
not that far off.
As Quid wants to sidestep the seismic shot,
dude, it's actually getting worse and worse and worse.
100 Thieves has overstayed their welcome, and Quid cannot use his Kingslayer in time. T1 may lose the Drake, but they'll take 3 kills. They'll take the mid lane turret, and they'll take
3 for 1 kills and mid tower and steal and lose dragon.
That is what decides the fight, because Quid had a beautiful start to the fight, pulling Carrier over the wall here. Carrier flashes in, throws the exhaust down below.
2 for 1, not 3 for 1. Oh, was it?
Pulls him over with the Zenith Blade, gets the free kill on.
I know Leona dies here, right?
River steals the dragon, and then you're thinking this is going to be 100 Thieves win as long as they play it slow. But FBI walks forward here.
Yeah, FBI.
Seismic shove. You have got to flash that. Does not.
He doesn't flash it,
and it allows T1 to pile in and take the fight.
I think the positioning of Doran in that fight was so good as well, because Ayla, he got a beautiful flash.
Oh yeah, it was true. It was true.
And I thought that the Wukong was immediately going to come in with the follow-up. But Doran made it so difficult for the rest of 100 Thieves to follow up on
Dude,
that
why does
engage,
Varus not flash
which meant
that though?
T1 could buy enough time
What the
to
fuck?
disengage and find the re-engage. And then
Nice.
they hunted
I'm so
the
glad they
Thieves
went
down
poke
into their own
Varus.
jungle,
You can go
closing that
0-1-0.
And there's the payoff of T1's early Drake focus. Sure, they aren't on Soul Point, but the pressure of that possibility threatened 100 Thieves.
No, I mean, like, dude, I think it's normal for teams to start Otacon.
Skill to execute on and give themselves now over a 1,000 gold
They're just gonna throw an Otacon.
No Baron on the clock for another 5 minutes still. The next Drake is still 3 minutes away, but Otacon is about to spawn in the top side just 10 seconds from now.
It is over 1K gold lead, but at the same time,
If only he can actually no. If you press flash 100 times, that wouldn't help.
And that one really came down to execution. FBI
I mean, if he pressed flash like on cooldown, one of them would have to be good, right?
Totally different story. At the very least, 100 Thieves just
eventually he would have a good flash.
At the most, maybe they can get a bunch of kills and try to turn that into something more. But you're right, it's about Otacon now, and 100 Thieves trying to get up there, reclaim some vision on that top side. T1 is a team that is not afraid of just starting the Otacon, forcing your hand. Quid is just going to let the tower die to deny the local gold here, realizing that's probably not going to be defensible for long anyway. So I think that's a totally reasonable choice.
And the top lane tier 1 tower on T1's side is also just barely hanging on. A big thing about Otacon fights is making sure that the enemy team does not have the nearby tier 1 turret to try to retreat towards after a fight. It can make a huge difference in getting a punish, winning a fight, all sorts of situations. T1 still standing with a little bit could be a big difference maker. But again, if 100 Thieves gets the opportunity to try to push, they will be able to secure it easily. As the Scryer's Trinket is going to see the Otacon, it's T1 immediately deciding they want the objective. They've already got it down to 1/3 HP. I think 100
Wow, they're
Thieves
late?
might be a little bit late to the party. Nice Weaver's Wall coming out from Faker. River trying to steal
he stole it!
Thieves steal the objective.
What the fuck? I mean, okay, it's still kind of a bad fight. FBI has to flash out. Oh my god, they'll get a single kill after that though.
To the chopping block. T1, they lose the objective, but again, they get 3 kills instead.
T1 just keep coming out ahead.
I don't even know if that's worth.
Couldn't quite secure kills onto Faker or Carrier, and Doran leading the charge with Gumayushi at his back means that T1 set their sights on the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, it's just so tough. They can't finish off any of those kills. So yes, you do get the Otacon.
Yeah, I don't know if it's an even trade though. I kind of feel like it's worth for T1.
It is now a 3.7.
Like, yeah, losing Otacon isn't great, but they get 3 kills and a tier 2 tower.
Doran and Gumayushi just going to step away. As soon as the abduct does not hit, Doran and Gumayushi know they are safe.
PSG wouldn't have done anything,
good
dude.
about getting these last 2 objectives, but that gold lead is nothing to joke about. T1 feeling very far ahead now.
It feels like 100 Thieves are so close to winning out on these fights, but you'll see in this instance, the fact that River even gets into the pit was crazy enough. Faker with a beautiful ultimate. River gets super close. Ayla then with the quick follow-up, he's able to steal the objective, and that ulti from Dokla onto Faker on the backline as well, locking down the crucial carry. But 100 Thieves are clumping up into this small space, and Guma's doing so much damage from the Tri-Brush.
And I mean, the biggest difference is Quid's just not there, right? Quid is walking for base the entire fight. It's a 5v4, so you get in, you take the Otacon, you almost kill those people. If Quid was there, they're probably just dead instantly, you know, off of that great engage from Dokla. But T1 forcing the objective once again. They start up the dragon, but 100 Thieves reclaiming space in the area. Quid's looking to steal a good ult.
T1.
What do you
2-1
mean?
in Drake
Nah,
so far.
dude.
Dragon down to half HP. 100 Thieves on the approach. The Weavers.
Nah, I wouldn't have done shit, dude. Let's go. Here it is, boys. Woo! Carrier's almost dead again. Doran's in the backline by himself. Okay, they just trade top.
Dragon, 3k HP. Redemption.
Okay, redemption.
Thieves as Owner tries to jump forward.
Oh my god.
River's next to fall. The Drake
Never mind, Owner gets it.
Quid jumps back over the wall. He wants the abduct and he's lucky he didn't get
Oh my god, FBI, please.
Oh,
there we go.
Over the wall from FBI. There are dead bodies in both jerseys all over the Dragon Pit. And now Faker is looking for more. He wants another rock here onto FBI, onto Ayla. His seismic shove will not hit. Gumayusi coming around to try to help him. Ayla's next to fall. It's a 4 for 2 plus Drake for T1.
T1 play at the edge of death time and time again. It felt so close that at a single moment the fight could swing.
Well, I'm about to get one Givers non-LPL LSK, and Fly get only one else versus LSK LPL. And Fly lost that.
In this first game.
Fly cannot beat
really
T1.
is, but I gotta give credit. Whoa.
Oh.
Whoa.
Faker getting a little bit nervous about that Q, and now he's getting TP'd on, and he has no stasis and no flash.
Yeah, Faker might need to be nervous about something else as immediately Quid arrives, but there's so much distance already for the Talia.
Why did Faker go that way?
The abduct yet again with Gumayusi showing up in a seismic shove connecting. It means Quid's chance at grabbing that kill is gone.
I mean, Dokla just keeps getting into the backline in these fights, but the Wukong can never get there with him. The Silas can never get there with him.
The Diaz jerseys, yeah, they're good.
Got him low, got Guma low, got the barrier out. But they need that assistance. It can't be a solo mission from Dokla. Ayla's looking for an engage.
Yeah, Ayla knocks Owner up into the air. Defensive Xin ulti to keep Owner protected. Dokla dives in for the public execution.
Okay.
He's gonna take a ton of burst, and he
wow, they're punishing that so hard.
He's not careful. Doran to the back.
Wait.
100 Thieves, and they scramble defensively.
Doran's dead. Wait. That's Baron, right?
T1 is down as Baron spawns onto Summoner's Rift. 100 Thieves have 5v3, and T1.
Dude, why are T1 playing? I mean, why is 100 Thieves playing like?
Give it up. What an engage from Ayla.
Yo, respectable, man.
Thieves finds Owner right before the spawn of Baron here. He says, you've gone too far. We know that Faker's back in base. We know
I was so confused by this, dude.
So they just force it. Dokla hits another.
It works out great.
In on the Owner, they take him out, and then Doran TPing in.
Yeah, this Doran TP, I was like, I thought Karis was gonna live.
Burst down the Renekton.
100 Thieves have so much resilience as they do not slow down in any game that they play.
Why can't FlyQuest be like 100
Thieves?
Thieves?
For every fight they will look to take, and that fight could very well have been a game changer. T1 hold on to the gold lead for now. It is Owner and Gumayusi where a lot of this gold is sitting, but I keep turning my attention to the man in the mid lane, Quid, getting closer and closer to level 16. The standing gold of this mid tier 1, the bot tier 1, these towers are up for grabs. 100 Thieves are not down and out just yet.
Okay, so Faker's armband is still broken. Quid now has a functional armband of his own. Red Bull Baron power play at plus 2,000. Gold lead for T1 at only plus 1,500. Important to note
2
as
minutes
well,
till,
look at the timers on the Baron
Dragon
and
Soul.
the Infernal Drake. They're going to expire, pop, whatever you want to call it, at about exactly the same moment, which means 100 Thieves are going to have control.
They're going to look for a fight right here.
They're looking for a fight? Yeah, Baron buff.
River jumps in, pops a Cyclone on Faker. That was a...
that was not the fight they wanted.
Got a little bit too excited, but hey, they're still going to force T1 back. They're still going to take the tier 1 turret down here.
I mean, they should just push.
Pushed it in extremely deep.
Yeah, it's 3-1 Baron push. They don't really have vision bot side jungle.
A flash commit from River.
It's not really. They can't really do. Oh my god, they're not using their Baron buff. They're backing off.
Been able to secure a couple of extra items.
Any macro, yeah.
Too deep there from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, River flashed for it.
Thought Ayla was still going to be able to get in behind him, but that is such a big mistake actually by River because now.
But they have Baron buff though, but they didn't set it up. There's like, if you, I mean, the way you set it up, right? Like, there's no vision the bot side of the map for 100 Thieves, so they can't push. Like, yeah, there's no vision here. They can't see anything. They can't push mid and bot. That's what they're trying to do. But like they're trying to escort it, but they don't. So like, yeah, they can't even like walk in.
having good angles.
This is like a waste.
Having those flashes available is going to be key. For T1, it's about playing that front to back, that slower style, making sure
like what,
that this
one tower
Sylas
out of
does
it?
not get on top of your Corki. The target selection from Carrier is going to be so important as Guma is yet to die in this game. This Corki is
what is Quid doing? What is Quid doing?
Right into the brush. He's going to get punished here. Remember, he still has the arm guard, but the chain CC. Quid's alive, but only at 50 health. The Sylas is the target, and T1
they just threw,
has already found him.
right?
Carry is going to be focused down by 100 Thieves. Gumayusi under pressure
okay.
from River, but
Oh, they're just fucked. No, they're just fucked.
Gumayusi low. Dokla needs
okay,
to get the
Dokla,
kill.
never mind. Big Doke.
Dokla flashes back over the wall. Faker wants to take him out, but he doesn't have the damage. FBI gets a double as
wait a minute, that was a 2-for-3 trade?
Play from Dokla to salvage the fight. Quid gets caught, but it's 100 Thieves taking out 3 for 2. And gentlemen, one of the 3 is the enemy jungler. Faker
TP.
trying to save things, trying to look for River here, who has to use the clone to juke away.
Dokla's TPing deep.
Dokla looking to cut off Faker's escape here. The
oh, they got mid tower, but didn't get the local gold though.
Gotta be aware of this, pathing through the jungle, making sure he stays safe. But the mission is accomplished. Soul is averted. 100 Thieves keeping the game so close.
It was supposed to be a disastrous fight for 100
yeah,
Thieves.
the goalie is
Quid
gone.
With the face check, he was supposed to die, and T1 was supposed to have the numbers advantage.
Dude, this
but the
is so
resilience
crazy.
pays off. Quid buys so much time using Owner's ultimate. He drops the arm guard as well, and the rest of the Thieves collapse.
But I feel like this play was so bad by Quid.
Guma, and that was enough for Dokla to clean up the fight.
Like they had to abandon mid tower because of that.
Helping out FBI there, and then again, look at
Dokla catching up Guma's
Doran
huge.
onto Guma, gets in, takes him out, flashes
That's actually
out,
crazy play by Dokla.
Every
and
fight,
Faker
Dokla
flashes.
has hit a good ulti in on the backline. Look at the emotions on the 100 Thieves coaches there. Golden Glue, huge reactions. They are still in it. This game is almost dead even, but still, it is on that knife's edge. One fight this late in the game with Soul on the table for T1. Really
Big
good decide.
Dokes Giga Chad.
Had a 2K gold lead over FBI. FBI finally reclaims the gold advantage. 4 items finished for this lethality Varus. The gold is dead even. 100 Thieves continue to make magic happen as slowly but surely they are bringing this game to T1.
Some huge purchases, though, for T1. Faker now obviously has that Zonias, did actually complete it before that last fight. And the GA is here now for Owner as well. Those are the 2 players with the gold lead. And those are the 2 players that are going to be so hard to take down. How much gold does Quid have in pocket? 1,400, so he's working towards his Zonias. Really needs to try to get that before the next major fight. Because the Seekers is doing him no favors. But as you said,
Quid got Zonias.
Cheaper build, up a little bit in gold. That means he has 4 completed items.
Baron spawning in 30 seconds. The previous Baron was the big turning point here. As remember before that, it was T1 with a 4,000 gold lead, but the pick from Ayla's play ended up setting up 100 Thieves to get that Baron uncontested.
Oh my god,
now
that
with
ward
the second one about to
sucks.
spawn, it's 100 Thieves with control over the pit, and T1 not wanting to let another one of these slip away. Dokla finally going to secure that tier 1 turret up there in the top side, bring this gold back to almost exactly even after 31 minutes of play.
Forced to get Doran's TP out.
He's pushing the tier 2. 100 Thieves are going to demand his attention now as they start up the Baron. It's not dropping particularly quickly, but it is already down to half HP. Quid.
Okay. There it is. There it is. There's TP. They can back off. They can reset. Actually, worth.
No damage done by T1.
Nice.
Are still
yo, that's actually good. Let's go.
T1 will do the same.
Good Baron bait.
His Chains of Corruption onto the teleport. He whiffed it. It was early. Couldn't land that. That would have been critical.
Oh, they don't get local gold though. That's huge.
Doran there.
That's 600 gold he missed out on T1.
Doran TP'd into such a dangerous location.
They also put a lot of
listen, we don't talk about FBI.
Because he wanted to go
He's playing Poke Varus. I mean,
and then TP into the fight. But I think that they thought what you thought, Flowers, which is that this Baron shouldn't die that quick. But it just melted. It was disappearing. Doran had to get involved in the fight. He joined early, but then the fight is disengaged. And Quid my goodness, the level of confidence he was playing at the edge there, he was forcing Guma back, he was threatening a dive onto Faker, he knew that he had Ayla at his back.
If Dokla had ult or TP,
yeah, I mean, there's no reason not to.
they could probably try to bait this again.
Okay, Doran's going to be the first to see what's going on here. Quid not going to hit Abscond Abduct. T1 needs to try to approach this. The Baron
everyone's here. Everyone's here.
To half HP already. Owner
5v5.
River has been winning the smite fights here so far in this game. 100 Thieves looking to peel away now. As
okay, Ayla went in. Has pop ult. Can he even help? Okay. Support for support. Oh, River's huge. Huge ult by Wukong. There we go. Oh my God. FBI flashed in. Ah! What the fuck? What the fuck did he do that for?
Have been the best team in the world so many years for exactly this reason.
Oh, they were winning so hard. What the fuck did they do that for? Oh. Dude, rewatch this. Watch up here, dude. Look at how. Oh! I was like, oh, this is perfect. Look to the river. Oh, 3-man knockup. Then watch this. Watch this. FBI flashes forward. And then they get a. She makes it huge.
The stasis off at no HP, and Doran just crushes them.
FBI flashes into melee range of the Renekton. The flick gets all three, and Doran's like, welcome to the meat grinder. Baron is secure.
Oh, they got Baron and Dragon Soul.
And just like that,
that's the game.
T1 will snuff out the hopes of 100 Thieves.
Exactly. You look at the point where a game breaks when you're looking back at a VOD in League of Legends.
I wish FBI still had his flash.
Where the game broke.
I Faker got a crazy 2-man.
34 minutes into the game.
Or 3-man flip.
From on a knife's edge to firmly now in the favor of T1.
Such a close team fight that a few decisions could have changed so much.
Yeah, they got 2 Horny trying to kill Faker when he has Zanya's, and then Renekton, Doran's just like.
This game. I won't count them out just yet. They've shown so much tenacity and so much creativity. Big Dokla will set his sights on the enemy AD carry. Let's see if he can lock down Guma.
The River had a really good 3-man knockup on the Wukong ult.
I mean, it's going to take a miracle at this point.
But then they just went too deep onto fucking Faker and just all committed Sudoku.
A couple little things, and that could have been their team fight, their Baron, them on Soul Point, in a very different story. But now T1 looking to put the finishing touches on this game number 1. Soul plus a 4K advantage. You know, that's basically 10K worth of stats and good ways to apply it. The Corky Poke is going to be such a problem.
I can't, dude. I thought 100 Thieves was about to win the fucking game off that play.
Push in the bottom lane. No Guardian Angel on Owner, so he will have to be a little bit more careful with his front line.
Yeah, that's not the right link.
They know their task right now is defense, defense, defense for the next 60 seconds. I think if you're 100
No, that's the create link. You have to create it.
From now, the great
you haven't created anything yet.
Dragon, they have to hold on, not allow the base to be absolutely crushed before that point. And it looks like they're doing a good job holding for now as T1 have their next wave ready to push bottom lane.
They have to go bot tower.
To use the Weaver's Wall to guarantee that this outer barrier
you link.
Down.
Yeah, you have to create the clip and then it'll give you a different link.
Xin Zhao ulti yet again wants to have that defensive capability here in what could be the last team fight of the game. 100 Thieves thinking about their moment. River has a Guardian Angel of his own. T1, they'll take the turret, but the inhib still stands and they back away at least for the next minion wave. 25 seconds remaining on the Baron, and Carry is heading home.
You can see how cautious T1 are with their siege. They know that if 100 Thieves can close that gap, they have some serious damage threats onto their carries, and they
100 Thieves are still in it. Hey, Elder Flip! Maybe we're gonna get an Elder Flip.
100 Thieves protect their inhibitors. They hold the line for now. The Baron will wear off. And even though T1 have gained a lot of gold off the back of that Baron, we're kind of at the end of the game. These itemization differences aren't that significant. A fight can still be all it takes for 100 Thieves to turn this game around. T1, hold on to the driver's seat for now. The next objective, not for another 2.5 minutes. Let's see if T1 can secure
Renekton is very strong. It's like a solid pick into like short-range comps. Like they have 4 melee champions, and Renekton does pretty well into melee team comps. And also it counters Ambessa. So when Dokla picked Ambessa, it just makes sense to go Renekton.
And Guma very likely to be that full 6 items. FBI
Clip broke because you tabbed out.
Cheaper build.
Rip.
And there is that 6th item purchased up by Guma. So T1 in an incredible spot. Of course, it's always possible. I don't think T1 is going to give the flip to 100 Thieves. So they don't need to flip it. They just need to look for the fight, utilize their advantages to be able to secure a team fight win and not allow it to come down to a smite for Elder, because if they allow that flip and River wins it, that is the possibility for 100 Thieves.
I mean, you've got Talia and Corki with an Infernal Soul. Your poking capability is very, very high. Yes, the enemy team has
2 minutes until another objective spawns.
T1 has plenty of tools of their own. They've taken away the enemy's full team.
I mean, is Renekton going to split push?
Blue buff. They're feeling
Does he
very
win that?
confident in this last couple of minutes leading up to the Elder, as Quid has to constantly make sure he's answering the push in the bottom lane from Doran. Because that tier 3 turret is already down.
Holy shit, we're getting another long game, dude.
In the bottom lane for just a little bit of time, the inhibitor is seriously threatened.
And Quid is just desperately trying to get enough gold for the death cap, right? He has both the components. He needs about 400 more gold. So he may be able to get it. You know, if he can get some jungle camps, get some of these extra waves, should barely be able to get there. But we'll see if he has time. A kill would definitely help.
Yeah, Doran now gonna be caught by the abduct. Quid going in, steals Dominus. Doran in a pretty bad spot here. Does have to slice and dice his way away. Now the Weaver's Wall is used there by Faker, but remember, this is level 18 Talia. The Elder is still 80 seconds away. That cooldown's gonna be back in time.
The big thing for me is Doran's ultimate being used. It's relatively low, but Quid's is even lower. Level 18 Silas, he's gonna be able to steal another one.
It's back.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So ahead of this objective, actually I say that, I'm looking at these timers, still a ways away. I thought they were much sooner, so I expect Doran's ulti to be back.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Faker, I'm going to check the cooldown on it. So, yeah, still going to have it. They're both going to have those ultimates, no problem. But was a good look there from Quid.
Quid got his death cap? Yeah, he has death caps now. Holy fuck.
Baron is alive, 25
Quid is
seconds
huge.
ahead of the Elder. Quid stealing away the Zinja ulti yet again. River looking towards Faker, but the unraveled Earth means no way he can try to use the Nimbus Strike to close the gap over that. 100 Thieves. This is it. If they want to have any chance coming back and winning this first game, they're going to need to get a team fight win here. They're going to need to get the Elder after. Keria takes a bit of poke there, so they'll feel okay about that one. But again, it's nothing that's going to change the game.
Quid! What the fuck? Okay, it works. Oh my god, he's in the backline. Big Dokes! Big Dokes! Big Dokes! Oh no, they can't kill. Didn't kill a single one. Oh, Big Dokes is dead.
Gumayushi goes in, and Dokla is down.
Oh.
T1 managed
Oh,
to survive the
that's a
dive. They outplay 100 Thieves, and Elder Dragon is about to be their target.
100 Thieves are hesitant.
Elder
to
and
back
Baron
away
are both
from this
spawning.
objective. They know that this is their way back into the game. They don't have Dokla available. 45 seconds until the top laner is back. The HP is low for Quid. Even if they trap the Renekton, is it really going to be enough?
Okay, Quid steals Dominus yet again.
Believe you room for NA? I got the NA blood, baby. Oh, Ayla's fucking dead.
T1 have their first kill.
Ah, they can't kill. They can't even kill Keria.
FBI. T1 on the victory push. Doran goes over the wall and Quid has to flash away from Solar Flare. River and Quid in full retreat. T1 in hot pursuit. River trying to juke with a bit of a clone prank, but it's not going to work well enough. Quid is already dead. Faker has cut off River's escape. It will
Let's get a 10 by 100
Guardian
Thieves.
Angel, because the Angels are not listening. T1 will stop 100 Thieves' chances. Dead in their tracks. It's a 5-0 delayed ace. Dokla's back to life, but the inhibitor is first to fall, and it's only a sign of things immediately to come. The Nexus turrets will melt. 100 Thieves fought hard, but T1 is T1.
T1 fought harder.
Gonna fall in this first game, 24-16.
Holy fuck, dude.
A valiant effort from the underdogs of T1. 100 Thieves is what I meant. As T1 shut them down, the fight execution was phenomenal, and they're able to take the victory to start off the series.
Honestly, a really fun game to watch here in this first one. Analysts, what do you think?
I think this is so frustrating to watch for 100 Thieves, man. They were so
Yeah,
close.
it's not what I expected either.
They kept on fighting.
I thought it was gonna be like a sub 25-minute game.
It got to the point where I wanted them to win. I was like, just it's fine. It's fine.
What the fuck, man?
Oh my god, that was plot, that's plot armor right there.
Honestly, I hope you both see though why I've loved this team so much, and like I was just hoping they could come in like, okay, it's going to be a T1-2-0, but I want people to see their strengths as a team, right? And I think you absolutely saw that here with the way that they really approached a lot of these fights, with the confidence that they were playing with.
Alright,
yeah,
I'm gonna go pee again. I've been drinking too much.
We've seen them do it so many times. I do want to draw attention to an early fight because I think we set this up as like Owner is going to have to kind of be
breaking my balls.
He's going to have to do really well in these fights, and I thought the third Drake fight was like such a great example of that with him on this Xin Zhao.
That man is aura, and he's dancing around every skill shot.
Starts it off by cancelling the initial engage, then sidesteps the ultimate, and then as is Q3, primed on the ward, so he's ready to follow up on the flick from Faker, which allows T1 the space to turn his fight. If they had lost that fight, I think they actually would have been in dire straits. And let's be real, there were a lot of those fights.
Yeah.
But it really, to me, showcased, even though some of the other team members had the redemption moments later on, why Owner, to me, right now, is the heart and soul of this team. If he gets his ins out, he can make miracles happen. Obviously, the big talking point is that they needed a miracle. They were the heavy favorites today.
That's the thing. It's not only on the Jintao, because for me, that's been Owner's performance the whole year.
Yeah,
He's the
absolutely.
consistent member for this T1 lineup.
Yeah, I feel like when other T1 members have stepped up and kind of retreated a little bit in terms of their performances, right? Owner has just been so consistent, so solid, so good for this team. But you already set it up, Chronicler, because we had a little bit of redemption for T1 solo laners who were kind of getting 100 Thieves were getting the best of them in some of these fights, but at the crucial Baron fight that decided it for T1, it's Doran and Faker, of course, coming through.
33 minutes in-game. Doran Faker stealing 100 Thieves' fate in our HyperX Reflex replay. I was screaming during this fight.
Because this could have been where 100 Thieves, even just a game win, would have been absolutely pivotal. And it looks good at first. I think Guma up until this point has been able to stay away. Not this time around, but then right here, it's a free knock-up. And then also Doran helps set it up with the immediate flash. Now, Owner was still on his way, but it's these moments that remind you why T1, especially when it comes to Worlds, just keeps getting away with it.
That's exactly what it is. They keep on getting away with it. No, just of course. It comes down to these clutch moments.
That's actually what happens every time.
Give me one thing we want to see from 100 Thieves for this next game, which could be their last game.
Oh my gosh. I actually might get emotional because I love this team so much. This is going to be Rivers last year in the LCS/LTA because he will be going to serve his mandatory military service. So yeah, I would like to see a little bit better map play from them when they do get these objectives, because it did feel like even in the early to mid game when you had that insane dive where Dokla got the 2-for-1, right? You had some of these early skirmishes that they somehow managed to come ahead on. Quid had the solo kill, but it still felt like T1 were taking control of the map. And that, I think, is where, if they're going to take a game, 100 Thieves does need to recognize those advantages.
And that's the big thing, and that has been an ongoing theme, not just today, but for the entirety of the tournament, is that you can get kills. We saw Quid literally solo kill Faker, but when it comes to the rotations on the map, when it comes to actual gold, T1 throughout that entire game was barely behind, right?
Yeah.
Like they were always able to outtrade. I think that's really hard to fix. I just hope they can keep holding on to the momentum because the fight is there. A couple of key moments differently, and we might have been seeing them one up here.
Chin up, guys. You had this, and you can still prove it. You can still come back against the world champion, which would be huge for this organization and their last run at Worlds. This might be the last series, the last game for 100 Thieves. The team will not be returning to the LCS next year. That's right, you heard me. The LCS next year.
LCS 30. I mean, it's great that he's in the LCS, but now he's playing Draven in a show match.
Of course you can't say welcome to the LCS. It's the LTA. Welcome to the LTA, Surdy.
This is going to be a struggle.
Show what he got in LCS or like LTA now.
It's just LCS. I almost beat Gen G, like, or LTA, excuse me. That's gonna happen.
XU, welcome back to the LCS match. A lot of LCS fans could be all LCS teams.
There's some rivalries this year in the LCS.
LCS pros need to work on their signatures. This is honestly the best plug I've ever seen for an LCS player.
Last game of LEC we'll watch, and then we'll go into LCS, obviously.
It's going to be really exciting to see you in the LCS.
Coming into top lane as an LCS player.
Yeah, River is not going to be here next year. He's going to military.
I was like, LCS, nope. LTA.
Big brain.
Not gonna make that mistake on air for sure. Of the LCS or LTA after their LCS game, you know, flaming the other LCS teams. The second best at the time.
He said that.
Support in the LCS.
The return of the LCS, but smiling face.
Oh, it's
Hell
yeah.
You know, when you're playing against LCS teams.
Fantastic.
This is an LCS thing now, isn't it?
We want to do a check-in for Fantasy LCS as well. Just wants that LCS trophy. I don't think I said LCS unintentionally.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I did it.
But I'll have to check the tape.
So slow. I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back.
Yeah, it's mandatory military in Korea, so yeah, he won't be here next year.
Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
Nah, it doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
This is probably the last game of the day, and then we go into group draws. I really hope it's not like completely bullshit.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, he'll win by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work in Gen G! They are just going to ace them!
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen G, the EWC winners!
Locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position. Double
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in! Bishop flashes in! And down goes Knight!
Yeah. I mean, like, we kind of expected 2-0s, right? In terms of group draws, yeah, CFO against FlyQuest would be pretty fun. if it's like T1 versus BLG, I feel like it's gonna be sad to have one of those teams not progress. Yeah, BLG does look like crap. It's kind of weird. No, tomorrow's the last day of Swiss, and then we'll go into quarterfinals on Tuesday. Damn, Sunday, Monday, I don't have anything going on. I don't know what to do. It depends on Saturday. How I feel on Sunday.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Worlds 2025.
Oh, he's got a 1v5?
Here you can see between the games, while the rest of 100 Thieves are convened elsewhere, doing whatever they need to do between the games. Quid ruminating on game number 1 there at his seat, at his computer. It was honestly a very close first game. The outcome still being what everyone expected.
Oh wait, is this live?
Taking the victory, but the road to that outcome was anything but expectation.
Oh, I was so confused.
Truly,
because they showed Quid by himself, so I was like, oh, they're just like still setting up. But they was changing the draft.
No,
I thought they're showing game 1 draft.
Dive, outplays in the 1v2.
What the fuck? That stun locked me for a second.
Finding the backline time and time again. Him and Quid really were shining in that game for me. And now the question is, can you try to harness that magic once again?
Kiana ban against Owner?
You have to beat T1 twice in a row, or 100 Thieves, their time in League of Legends is over. This is potentially the last game we will ever see, from 100 Thieves, and the last game we'll ever see from River, who is very likely retiring after this Worlds.
For me, we saw such a massive AD carry gap in that game. Gumayushi, his positioning was so fantastic, and his ability to dish out damage, and from FBI, overstepping one too many times, getting caught by
I didn't like the Varus pick, so.
We'll see how things change if they do here in Game 2, as 100 Thieves looks to try and equalize the series.
The good thing about Fearless is that you can't do the same shit draft twice. You gotta think of a new shit draft.
Towards that bottom lane as Cassante, Yunara, and Sion are banned out by T1. First pick of the draft.
Oh my god.
Here in what could be their last game in League of Legends, 100 Thieves will lock the Rumble for Dokla.
I mean, honestly, it does make a lot of sense. And, when I'm thinking of Quid, I wouldn't be shocked if they're doing like a Yone Rumble, like full kind of like spicy style comp. This team, I think, wants to go down swinging. So if the opportunity is there, I would not be shocked. And the fact that they had left Azir open, they were potentially trying to like bait that and look for the Yone into Azir. The Ori is going to get taken, so we might just have an Ori versus Azir trade instead and have more kind of that standard style.
Azir's open.
We could also look towards
like
a Kali or something like that if Quid really wants to stay on the melee champs, stay aggressive, because I do feel like that is probably your best chance, really getting in the mix. You could go like Pantheon Kali, something along those lines, and just full send it, because you can't play standard and really expect, I think, to be able to consistently take down T1.
I don't love Aurora into Orianna. I think the matchup is Orianna favored, but especially given how Quid played the laning phase in the first game, maybe he just feels confident in his ability to get the outplay. Yeah, I mean, he's playing around with some options right now.
I'm surprised they're not going to go
Yone
Azir.
Could also be fine. He will struggle in the early lane, but in the side lane and the scaling, he does have that advantage later on.
Yeah, I think basically what they were doing is, you're leaving Azir Ori, and you're saying, if you go Ori, I go Akali. If you go Azir, I go Yone.
Sure.
And that's kind of like my read, just knowing the player and knowing they see themselves as underdogs. So they're not going to go, like, if this was in NA, he might just go Azir and say, we're just going to trade and I'll just team fight well and we'll win, right? But it's against Faker. It's against T1. You've got to get aggressive. So I actually really like the plan here early on from 100 Thieves.
I think, though, what's very scary is giving Ona this Jarvan, especially
Galio
pairing it
top.
up with the Galio.
That was
I
first
think
three are nasty.
T1 has a very solid foundation. Their dive and their protection. Akali loves the ability to lock down these low mobility mages, low mobility AD carries, and just execute them. But with the Galio protection on top, it's going to be that much harder for Quid to find those executes.
I mean, taunt is so problematic for Akali. You get pulled
They
right
just
out
been
of the
Kai'Sa
smoke
for
screen,
100 Thieves.
and now you have got to draft something for FBI that is going to be able to stay safe against the potential dive of Ori Jarvan with Galio all over the top, right? So I'm thinking about mobile carries.
Dude, I don't know, man. 100 Thieves looking
far
cooked.
back, maybe like a Jhin that is, you know, staying kind of less involved in the fight. And T1 right now is targeting some of these supports that are engaged supports. I really like the Poppy ban because we are clearly showing full dive. The other option is you just go Kai'Sa with FBI and you say, I don't care about you diving me, I'm diving you, right? So those are the kind of two schools of thought. I think knowing FBI, like I would predict that he would play something like the
Griffin
Jhin. That would
one.
be kind of my expectation, more so than the other options. But I do think you do have a couple different paths you can kind of take from here. And Ezreal ban does make a lot of sense, just seeing as, again, it's like, how do I stay alive against this?
I don't know.
I think Jhin for Guma could also be a solid option. Of course,
totally, yeah.
Against Akali, it is a little bit scary, but when you've got so much threat, squishy front lines, like there's no real tank on the side of 100 Thieves right now. So Jhin from the back line with your ultimate, with your W, you've got a lot of potential range to play with as well. Depends how much of the wombo combo direction they want to go. Maybe they're worried about something like a Jinx Lulu, but Nico is still open. And for Carrier, this is one of his preferred champions.
Yeah, I don't know about the Lulu ban.
Synergizes very nicely with
Lulu Jarvan sounds kind of ass.
The wombo combo is very real. And this
I don't know. I mean, I think Nico's slightly better, but
that we're starting to see mount from the side
yeah,
of T1.
I mean, it's all
I'd much
just
rather see like something like Rel or some shit.
Because I'm just going to Shockwave and
Or like
Galio
Leona.
to Nico
Oh no, Leon's
all
gone.
on top of that
I guess
smoke
Rel.
screen there.
Yeah.
And not only is this great engage, it's also great counter engage, right? Because if you are this melee heavy comp,
I feel like he goes
very likely
Xayah
100 Thieves
here.
are going to have four.
I mean,
they are going for a Kai'Sa
yeah, I
option,
guess
so that
Kai'Sa
means it's going to
works.
be a hard engage support. We're thinking like Rel or Nautilus or whatever, something along those lines. Regardless of what it is, you basically have 5 short range champions, and you're going to be flying in on a target, whether it is the Orianna or whatever AD carry that Guma goes. I think something super defensive could be smart here, whether it is the Jhin or Xayah or whatever.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden, in comes the Nico ult, in comes the Galio ult, in comes all these things. So I feel like the draft was fairly predictable. Both teams clearly have defined playstyles. If you're looking like, you know, just standard comps, I feel like T1 has a pretty big edge, but if there were a way to win, I think for 100 Thieves, just full sending it, so I don't mind it whatsoever.
This is a very 100 Thieves style comp,
even
though.
in the slightest by the Xayah being picked against the full dive. So powerful to buy yourself the time while the Pop Blossom or the Galio ulti or whatever else comes in to just create space. 100 Thieves showed us last game that they are willing to play aggressive, that they will not be intimidated by the fact that they are playing up against T1. And with this type of composition, you need to have that mentality. My eyes are locked onto River on this Pantheon. You've got point and click stuns. You've got an incredibly powerful semi-global ultimate to try to turn numbers in your favor when they shouldn't be. And I feel like River's performance will be paramount for this team to have a chance.
I'm keeping my eyes on both Guma and Faker. In the last game, Faker really did struggle throughout the early phases, but he had very significant knockbacks on that Taliyah, whereas Guma, in this composition, he's very relied on to be one of the main damage dealers. This is really only a 2 damage threat composition, and 100 Thieves are going to be sending everything that they've got to take
Let's see
out
it,
these
Quid.
two carries.
Let's see it, Quid.
Their positioning is going to be
Quid
important.
Akali.
Their impact in the team fights is going to be super important. Let's see if River can find the advantages needed to set up 100 Thieves for success in these fights.
Yeah, and Pantheon has been struggling so far at Worlds. It is 1-5. Only win was won by Tarzan. And, you know, sometimes when you have these, like, low threat comps where you have 1 threat, 2 threat, you know, I am not a fan of those. But when it's Gen G, when it's T1, when it's teams like this, you just kind of know that the carries are going to play to a level that it's going to work out, that it's going to be strong.
Also, Ona's Jarvan is just something he's so proficient at. It's something that he's incredibly comfortable on, and he has such impact in the early game.
What isn't he proficient on? That's the problem.
I mean,
with this guy.
Yeah, that's true.
Dude,
that's very
good.
true. That he is in fact quite good. I mean, he's been
How's
kind
his
of
Azir jungle? You know?
Probably quite bad, actually. There you go.
Okay, there we go. We just need to ban him into a point where he has to play Azir jungle.
We need to shift the game into 126 bans. I see what you're saying.
Exactly.
But yeah, I'm very much expecting a huge early game impact from him. Bot lane is the lane I expect him to be focusing his attention towards. Right now, he's sitting in the middle of the lane, deciding where he wants to start his pathing.
Just pondering a little bit.
Well, look, the delayed invade, he was prepared for it. He's
wow,
now
okay.
Change his attention. Great read from Ona.
Yeah, that was actually so impressive. That is what he's doing. He's just waiting. He's saying, okay, I have a ward protecting on that side. He knew that they had that ward over on red buff. So he's saying, I don't want to get caught on this invade here. And as a result, is just going to be able to immediately go to his wolves. It's going to turn into a split map situation very likely. Kaisa is topside, so it is going to be Rumble and Rel weak side.
Ramen Gills and Rice.
Immediately going to go into this clear. Yes, he'll be able to go down and will be spotted.
Stop!
But
You're making me
this is a
hungry.
split map spot, and I feel like though it was River who initiated it, I really feel
All right,
T1's
so you're having a
spot
good
from
time,
here,
man.
because
Fuck.
Galio getting weak sided, I think you're not really likely to be able to punish it that heavily.
I told you guys, he was pondering. He was pondering where they were going to start, how they were going to invade him, just simply considering all of the possible outcomes, as Keria and Gumayusi are going to have control over the bottom lane wave here initially. Quid losing out on these early trades against the Orianna. We know how powerful
That's like hibernation food, dude. After a good meal like that, you just want to hibernate. Just go take a nap and just chill.
It does give you so much more survivability in lane, especially with the additional healing that you can get from your passive. But your kill threat is significantly lower in the late game. Electrocution has become such a staple in Akali's kit to give her that extra kill threat. To not run it, I have some concerns around the potential kill threat later on, especially when we move into the side lane. But for the laning phase, it really does allow you to stay that much healthier when playing in the 1v1.
Yeah, and I think, you know, talking to players about this, it's kind of the trade-off of basically they're saying, yeah, I'm losing damage by not going electrocute, but I'm gaining damage by being able to stay in lane longer and having fleet and kind of having more itemization. So that's kind of the argument I've heard from some players. Whether or not that does actually remain true or whether it does pay off, that's a different question here, because Faker obviously still building a pretty nice edge thus far. Ayla, yeah, maybe could have engaged, but it wouldn't have mattered because no one is in range, and FBI taking a very bad end of a trade there against Dorian, but both are low, and because Dorian is weak-sided, he's the one that's going to have to back off, not knowing where River is.
All right, we still don't have any crazy action here early with this split map situation like you were talking about. And remember, we mentioned it a little bit.
They called Rice for nothing. True. I love Rice. I get white rice like almost anything, dude.
The end of Worlds once this team is out of the competition. It is the end of the organization in League of Legends.
The fuck is that?
Back at the start of this year that they would be exiting League of Legends after the 2025 season was complete. They've gone on an incredible run so far throughout the summer
Final
split
heist.
to even make it to this point. And now up against T1, who are now one game away from eliminating them. 100 Thieves will be put to the test.
And by all means, they have been tested at this World Championship. What a last hurrah for the organization, as they've not had an easy schedule by any means.
No.
They have only played so many difficult opponents here at the World Championship.
Only LPL and LCK.
Yeah, and to round out their tournament, potentially, they can still win out this series.
Yeah, I can eat almost
To go
anything
up
with white
against
rice.
T1 in the event that they do lose today. I mean, I couldn't really think of a better opponent to lose to, considering how storied this organization truly is. But 100 Thieves still in a very even state so far in this game. They are definitely by no means down and out just yet. And we saw how resilient they were in their first game. They came
White rice
so
is good.
close to winning that first
I just
game.
mean like white rice in general. I just fuck
Snuck
with
his way
it.
in.
Yeah, Keria, the extra cannon minion, but he misses the tangle barbs. If those would have hit, I think that's almost certainly first blood.
Yeah, very likely, but either way, he just walks up, chunks down Quid. Quid has no TP, so that is actually so problematic for him. River is coming to try to cover, but they are looking to try to keep this pressure going on him. And this is a difficult spot for Quid.
And I like this choice here from T1, recognizing again
Wow.
in game number 1, struggles for Faker in the laning phase.
Quid had like
getting
0
the
HP.
solo kill, remember, back around like level 5, level 6 or whatever it was. And now they are shutting that down by forcing Quid to take another recall without that TP like you mentioned.
Quid taking that E to last hit that minion.
Yeah, you know what? It is kind of
Carrier
crazy.
was waiting for it. You could see what Quid was planning, and he punished him by forcing him to go back to base.
And it's not like,
an easy dragon
dude, like when I
secure.
eat that shit, I get so fat.
When there's no
When
enemy
people
mid lane
eat
to
that shit, it
contest,
feels like normal
when you
for
know
them.
that
I'm like,
your
what the
Orianna is level
fuck?
6, should be an
Like, dude,
easy
I love
objective
Gyoza
secure.
so much.
Doka's still holding onto his TP though, and Guma is top, so there is a potential for a 5v4 if they want to try to go for it. But of course, they are too late.
Oh, River stole it!
Stole it away with a crash down coming in from Ayla.
This is a 2v3.
But Faker's already level 6. Ayla with a flash away. River stepping forward here with a shield, but a heroic entrance forces another flash. This time
Why did they engage
River.
after? I have no
100 Thieves.
idea.
Yes, they overstay. Yes, it costs their summoners, but a heroic Comet Spear from River steals
Oh,
the
they missed
objective
cannon.
right in front of T1.
They call them the Thieves for a reason. 4 HP on the dragon, and the spear is enough to secure it. 100 Thieves lead the objectives, and they slink back into the night with no kills on either side.
A very rare miss smite here from Owner, down to 4 HP, and River just walks up. Thanks for the leash, brother. It's normally Guma pulling these off, but Guma's not here. The true smiter on 100 Thieves is on the other side. Auto, smite, 4 HP. That's 4 too many, as River's going to be able to grab it.
I love the guy in the audience who's literally doing Pepe hands as his reaction.
Like, oh!
As T1 are going to be a little bit disappointed with that, as now River shows up in the mid lane with a Grand Star fall. Point to Quid there for the start of his first blood over to Quid. This is what 100 Thieves wanted when they drafted Akali.
Yeah, Faker not even gonna use
not
the
bad.
flash. They're just going to hold on to it. Didn't think there was any real way he could get out, and I agree because the R2 would have still been there to
yeah,
follow
that's, I
and
mean,
finish him off.
what's
So
it
it's a
called?
great
All you can
aggressive
eat,
play here. Does cost
yakiniku?
them the flash and double ulti, but well worth it. They take down Faker.
Like, whenever
He
you
has
go
no
get
TP,
yakiniku,
they
I go
push him
all you
away,
can
denies
eat. I'm
them
always
CS,
like,
get that kill
fuck,
onto
dude.
Quid. And 100 Thieves,
Like, you're just
they
like, your
really
body
are pushing
feels
T1 so
heavy.
far in this series. They're playing great.
Like, you can go
Faker,
try
he
to
lost his
take a
flash
shit,
as
but
well,
nothing will
only
come out because it has
increases the likelihood of
digested
Quid
yet.
having even greater kill threat later on in the laning phase. So I very much agree with you, Azale.
Oh,
Wise choice by Faker not to
it's
commit to
great,
that.
though.
The gold, though,
Those wise
still
choices a lot.
very even. That he does. Play going to be secured by Gumayushi. And what I find interesting
Like,
is
when you're eating the
very
food, it's the
committed
best
to
feeling.
keeping
After you're
FBI
done, you're like,
in the
fuck me,
matchup
man.
against Doran.
We fucked
I think
up.
across the map, that is costing 100 Thieves a bit in terms of gold and experience. Gumayushi about to take over to level 7, so he is pretty even with FBI, I stand corrected. As Doran, with that small XP lead, level 7.
Oh, they get 3 grubs?
T1 should uncontested secure these grubs.
Exactly.
Only cost is going to be a few minions in bot lane, but 3 grubs for
Oh,
T1.
yeah,
They're gonna be
I mean, all you can
really
use is the
happy about
best.
that, especially because, like you said, it's been Dokla lane against the duo lane. He's always getting pushed in. You know, mid lane has been getting pushed in. So T1 is going to get access to these towers, and they're going to be starting to shred through plates, which is a big problem here. I mean, Dokla, like, what are you supposed to do in this 1v2? There's not a lot, right? Like, all he can do is just try to survive, and he's done a good job of staying pretty even.
I mean, when you're looking at AD carry farm, comparing that though, biggest individual gold lead in the game is Gumayushi over FBI. 85 farm compared to 68 is nearly 3 entire waves for the T1 AD carry. Now more than that as he's continuing to just farm.
Like back to the kids as
Yeah,
a
I mean, he's
refill.
just free farming, right? Like, he's been in, 2v1s, he's been laning against this Rumble that can't do anything against him, and you're playing Nico Zaya against Rumble Rel to start the game. That's free farm, and then he's in a 2v1 a lot of time against the Rumble thereafter. So Guma doing a great job just hoovering up all the farm possible, getting accelerated on this Zaya. You called it out last game, Vetti, that Guma was just positioning so well, playing so well for T1, really was stalwart for them in that win. And Guma is going to be very difficult to dive and take down. Faker's going to go a super defensive build. He's probably just going Archangel's Roa. We're going to have Zaya that's very tough to take down. You're going to have counter engage from Keria. Galio ult to be there as well.
Oh, they are
These are not
pretty...
going to be easy carries.
They're going
to
to be kind of
get onto and
tanky.
kill.
But that's also
Zaya is
why
gonna
we
be hard to
talked
kill.
about 100 Thieves really needing to find advantage.
That is pretty good into this comp.
Nice ultimate mid lane from River. We need to keep seeing these from 100 Thieves, trying to accelerate the game where they can, get this Akali ahead of the curve, get that first item just ahead of your opposition. And if you can just be that little bit ahead, get those item spikes ahead of T1 and then force them into those fights in these early games before those defensive items come through, that's where you can find these big advantages.
All right, down here in bottom lane, checking in is now finally it's AD carry versus AD carry, support versus support, and still though, that 3 waves or so lead for Gumayushi is present. Owner creeping through the lane now, looking for
Owner's
potentially
here.
the opportunity at a lane gank, but he's not going to see that come to fruition, so instead just channels the recall.
Yeah, and I think more so he's just looking to cover because they know that River's ult is going to be back up. So he's just saying, hey, if we're going to push in this lane, look to put some pressure on there. I need to be there to cover. If Pantheon ult's in, that's an easy one fight in the 3v3.
Dude.
So,
you know what's the crazy shit? When you like burp and stuff, and you like feel like you could taste the meat coming back up.
Now completed for
Your like breath has like,
I mean, Carrier is just kind of
I don't know, like meat.
Everyone's life a nightmare.
That's fucking
Everywhere
crazy,
he
dude.
goes, he is causing
I love
problems
food.
for
Fuck.
100 Thieves.
Oh, nice
little
dodge.
Shuriken flip there from Quid to dodge a shockwave.
Yeah, that shockwave. Not
Yeah, I can't stop thinking about food.
Didn't find them all.
No,
Oh,
we've
such badass.
seen some impressive shockwaves from Faker in the past. That one,
not one of the top 10s.
Yeah, that one's not going to make
Pop
the highlight reel
stickers?
anytime soon, I don't think. But I also don't think 100 Thieves is too, I don't think T1 or 100 Thieves is too super worried about that one
They
right now.
might need to be though, Flowers. With the Dragon started off, Quid has his ulti, and River is in the river.
Okay, but T1 has total control over
FBI's
the
in the
area.
base.
They
Okay,
already
that's
lost
also
the
true.
first Drake, but they started it up, remember, so early. So second Drake of the game, down before 12 minutes, 1-1 in Drake count, thanks to the earlier 100 Thieves steal.
I don't think that ward is in the... Maybe I'm wrong, but I thought that ward actually missed the brush. In any case, yes, I did miss that the AD carry had gone back to base. Definitely would have been a challenging fight. 100 Thieves trying to force that in a 3 versus 4, even without Faker.
But I'm with you. 100 Thieves is just so good that they should have 3v4'd that. That's an easy win.
Yeah, but it just makes me hungry, dude. And that makes me want to eat more.
Game, that's for sure.
You've seen enough Quid to know he can make that happen.
Absolutely. I mean, he did solo kill Faker in the previous game. He started off strong, and I imagine he has to be riding that high with the level of confidence he's playing with.
I thought you were
right
going to
now.
go with, he did solo kill Faker with the help of River.
All right, Owner trying to come in here, make a move on to Quid, but because the shockwave's still down from earlier, it means that Quid can make enough distance that Owner cannot try to engage after him with the Cataclysm without committing a flash. He does not want to use that. They know that Quid still has the ultimate, so he could get away defensively just with that. Comet
There
Spear
it comes.
and the rest of the ulti coming in now as the Grand Starfall
Okay.
sets it up.
They get
Carry is
oh.
knocked down. 100 Thieves.
Ayla
they find
took it, though.
themselves a free kill, and now that's a 2-0 game in their favor. The shockwave from Faker at the very end of the fight doesn't do anything.
I mean, it's a beautiful play, not only because they get the kill on Carrier, but because Faker had to flash to avoid it being him that goes down. So Faker flashes out, and Carrier just kind of has to tank that one for him. It's a get down, Mr. President moment, but you still got to pay that price, and 100 Thieves happy to take the blood toll.
The only bad news for 100 Thieves is the kill did go on to Ayla. They would have loved to have funneled a little bit more gold into their Akali, but at the end of the day, as you highlighted, Azael, advantages gained for 100 Thieves. A small gold lead in their favor. Herald are going to be spawning in about 1 minute, 20 seconds, and so T1 want to try and get that last plate before it wears off, and they're going to grab it. So T1 immediately going to
The gold is still even, though.
We find ourselves once again in a very even game state. I think T1 do prefer this situation, especially with the Rod of Ages completed. And that's going to start stacking up for Faker in the mid lane.
And they get the third plate as well with the extra auto attacks, thanks to the fact that they have 3 grubs. The burn over time gets that third plate right before it ticks 14 minutes.
Now, ideally, Quid does not want to be fighting Doran. Doran has no kill threat on the Akali, but the Akali has no kill threat on the Doran. Meanwhile, Faker with no flash, sure. Rumble ultimate with the Pantheon ultimate could be enough to set up for a kill, but ideally they want to try and swap those when they can, because look at Faker right now. He's just bullying Dokla in the side lane.
Yeah.
I mean, Dokla's been set
True.
behind. True.
I mean, Gumi's just getting fed, though.
His farm quite close to where those mid laners
Good
are.
ideas. Carry threat.
Not going to be having much fun. You know, definitely shouldn't be getting solo killed or anything like that, but could slowly get whittled down by Doran here and lose pressure. And I agree. They really want to be playing around this Akali, so they need to try to fix those lane assignments when they get an opportunity.
And you guys mentioned it back in draft, but it is so true. I want to reiterate it again. The taunt hard counters Akali smoke so well, and Ayla gets caught by Tangle Barbs, but only loses a small chunk of HP. River jumps in after Keria, who drops a Pop Blossom defensively and immediately, then flashes over the wall to get to safety. Owner wanted to try to secure the crab before he made his exit, but he couldn't have the damage to get it done. Now 100 Thieves and River have control
I
over
think
the
T1
area.
outscales 100
They're gonna
Thieves.
start up the Herald,
I feel like
and
the
it's up
longer
to
the game
T1
goes,
to try to
the
stop
better
them,
it
but
is for
Keria has
T1.
no ulti and no flash. This Nico is not very useful.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
It's going to be really difficult. Ayla's trying to wrap around here on Owner, make sure that he can't actually walk up for any chance at a steal. But T1 can just play mid.
I'm gonna make
They're
you have a
just
late
gonna
snack
knock down this
after
tower here. So
stream.
yes, they will lose
Well,
the Herald. But here
technically it'll
comes
be just
River.
dinner.
River jumps in, Gumayushi immediately into the ulti.
Okay,
River tries
there
to
it
follow
is.
him, but the
Oh
hero's
my
entrance
god.
locks up the
Oh,
enemy
this is so
jungler,
bad.
And T1 takes the first turret. They take a kill, and now
Okay, Quid?
is trying to come in to take revenge. Owner is your first
Oh
target.
my
He's
God.
down to 200 HP.
Oh,
He tries to get away
Quid
with the
gets in
murder.
there.
Execution lives up to the name. Quid gets it done. Nicely played there from 100 Thieves to respond to the nice play that T1 started with. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but T1 taking the turret means they come out on top.
You're absolutely right, Flowers. A nice sequence from both sides as T1 acknowledge that they cannot contest the Herald, so they
Oh my
invest
God,
their
Douglas
resources
is getting
into mid.
fucked.
Now, TP top lane.
In a little bit of danger here. Equalizer to slow him down as he tries to escape. Dokla's got to be careful chasing after this. Quid has no ulti on the Akali. Faker trying to make his way all the way out. A beautiful shot. Dokla's down to make it a 1-for-1, but 100
trade.
Thieves still get him.
All right.
What
really
am I
I thought they were just
watching?
going to let him walk out because he was very far back, but instead they decided to force it. It does make it a 1-for-1. They will deny a few minions from Faker, so honestly not bad, but the fact that you spent your TP for that, you spent the flash on the Rumble for that, really means it is not worthwhile.
Oh
and
my
Dorian
god,
is
they're
gonna
losing
knock down your
everything.
Tier 1 on the other side, so another tower going to be going the way of T1.
Next dragon
The top
is
lane Tier
feats
1
of
is almost
strength.
knocked down as well. The goal very slightly in the favor of T1 here, but 100 Thieves keeping it close.
The next objective is going to determine the feats of strength, but unlike last time, 100 Thieves are not in a position to contest this dragon. They will
Alright, never
concede
mind.
it.
Just give it.
T1 will secure the upgraded boots as River looks to try and cross-map, stealing away camps on the top side. It's a very close game with no clear winner. T1 do currently have the map advantage simply because they've secured the mid and the bot tower. But 100 Thieves, I look at this Akali and I think they have a very clear win condition.
They absolutely do, but at the end of the day, I feel like a close game at this point heavily favors T1,
You're right, you're right.
It's
That's
so
true.
hard to really play into this composition, and the more time you give Faker without him being super behind, it's like, not only is it
Yeah,
going to
Dora could also do reactive, like defensive. Galio also still be effective.
At all to dive. So 100 Thieves have really got to make them pay, I think, at this next dragon fight and try to blow the game open with something like a wipe into a dragon, into an Otacon, or I feel like T1 is just going to slowly scale until their carries can't be killed in a dive.
And the thing I immediately pay attention to when we have late feats of strength like this, the initial boot upgrade, it really doesn't
dude,
add a whole
you're making
lot
me
of
so
power,
jealous.
but it's the ability to upgrade the boot an additional time after the first two big items are completed. Killer Instinct from FBI.
Okay.
Pop Blossom to follow it up here.
Can he
Keria
kill
on the
him?
defense as Ayla wanted to use the Magnet Storm.
They can't
And they
carry
do
ya.
secure the kill on Keria, but now
Oh,
Doran jumps in the middle of
shit,
everybody.
Doran.
He gets one back onto Ayla. Support for support as the Galio goes up into the air and gets away. Faker wants to throw the ball forward. 100 Thieves disengaging. Another 1-for-1.
Oh my
That was a
god,
double
this is
TP
1 for
from
1.
T1. So honestly, a 1-for-1 there does favor 100 Thieves. It is just the supports going down, but we'll see if they can find something more. Owner and Faker
fuck,
trying to make
dude.
their way back towards top.
I need to
love
go
that 100 Thieves
outside
is playing
more,
around this. They
touch
have
grass.
Herald, so they're going to try to zone Faker away from getting back to this tower, and he might walk right into River.
No, he's just going to throw the
Recall.
ball.
They're not going to overstay their welcome. 100 Thieves want to go back to base, spend what gold they can. Otacon now going to be spawning in 50 seconds. I don't expect this objective to be immediately started, but in the fog of war... Okay, Rumble. I thought that he was setting up a trap. Looks like not going to be anything too significant. Squid going to push out this wave, and I imagine a reset will come through for him as well.
Honestly, I'm really surprised that River actually based there.
Dude,
Knowing that the
I mean,
Galio ult is down, I don't think there's much of a
T1
response
should
T1
not
can
be
have
like
that sort of
struggling this
aggressive
hard,
play,
dude.
But didn't want to risk it,
Woo.
and as a result, they might be looking for Doran if he overstays as well.
I feel like they want to save Herald for mid. I guess they are worried.
Dude,
about
I've
this.
been
Similarly
eating
to
out
last
a
game,
lot
they are
recently.
A very short-range composition, and against an Orianna,
Like I had
they
like
wanna
the
use this Herald to
sushi,
guarantee
the
this mid tower.
ramen.
Doran though doesn't have his flash.
Nice.
Fried
They stun him up with a
chicken.
shattering strike, and they try to block the exit here for the Justice Punch. Doran cannot use it to get away because he would have to dash back first. So a nice
Otacon, they're gonna
shutdown
force
goes
it.
over to 100 Thieves.
No
Otacon?
As Otacon spawns. T1 now in a 4v5 for the next 30 seconds. There is also no teleport on Doran once he respawns. He will have the hero's entrance if he needs it.
I don't know
The
if this
Herald
is
summoned up
worth.
here in the bottom lane. A Herald charge alone will not kill the tier 1 turret, and Quid is still making his way over to the battlefield. T1 stabilizing for now as the Herald is shot down.
He's sitting in the fog of war. Our observers highlighting for us, but he was spotted on the entrance. Quid has to be so careful. T1 trying to collapse, but he will push them back with the assistance of his team. This Otacon, an
Oh my
objective
God,
too
they're
scary
just
to
getting
start,
poked out.
especially with 2 seconds until Doran returns to the Rift. So 100 Thieves won't convert it into anything. They get some damage onto the bot tier 1, but nothing really garnered off the back of that pick.
Yeah, definitely worried there, I think, about starting it up, about it being a flip or getting knocked down, because that would be probably a game ender or a series ender. But, I mean, they knew Faker is back in base, has no TP, and Doran is dead and has no TP, so I thought that might have been an angle they would normally go for. But definitely,
Yeah, but Doran has
is
ult,
gonna
though.
be a scary proposition. Quid now has the Storm Surge completed, so he's on 2 items. And it feels like, again, this is going to be a game coming down to a
Diablo's
pivotal
always
dragon
underrated.
fight. You cannot allow T1 to get that 3rd dragon for free move to Soul Point.
All right, Doran's about to take the tier 1 turret here in the top lane, put T1 at a very, very slight gold lead. 56 seconds until that potential soul point for T1 does spawn. 2nd item fully completed for Faker as well. He has the Seraph's Embrace all the way involved. Quid going after Doran here, going to allow the taunt to expire. River ready to join up. Yes, Doran is very tanky against magic damage. And he failed the flash over the wall.
What the fuck?
The Galio now with the hero.
You still get down?
To get away
Oh,
to a nearby
shit.
ally.
Whoa, what the
Quid
fuck?
tries to follow here with a shuriken flip. He goes in for the perfect
Oh my God, he's
execution.
still going.
He's trying to still find the kill. Doran dies, and Quid's got the fancy feet.
Goddamn
to
Quid!
guarantee it. Oh no!
Woo!
But a flash 5-point strike hits all 5. Quid dies with a shockwave in retaliation, but it's a 2-for-1 for 100 Thieves.
Dude, what
And one
the
of two
fuck,
is the
Quid?
enemy jungler. Ayla crashing down over the wall as Gumayushi forces his retreat. T1, they're a 3v4 on the map for now.
I cannot believe that Quid made that work. It was such a risky follow on the E. But he says,
so
screw it, I'm going to
crazy.
go in. He finds the outplay. He gets a kill onto Doran. The Rumble ultimate from Dokla with the assist onto getting the kill onto Ona as well. If it wasn't for Faker, he would have been 2-for-0.
But are 100 Thieves just going to give the dragon? I mean, you killed the jungler, you killed the top laner. They're not even moving down there whatsoever. We can see this one more time. It's all about the chase, and Doran, you are not going to get one shot. You can walk all the way, I promise. He just flashes early and flashes into the wall. And the E to follow. We're going on a wild ride, Eddie.
I mean, this was
Did
so
this
risky. A nice
interrupt by
interrupt comes through
fucking-
from Ona. But it also stops the, oh no, the taunt does still connect, but the ultimate is still available for Quid. He still connects the E as well. That Rumble ultimate is huge because of how much damage it does to Ona. It ends up being 2 kills, but we're back to live. The Dragon
What's live? What's live? What's live?
T1 going after the Drake.
Dude, how's
100 Thieves
T1
on
in
the
position for
approach. T1's
Dragon?
only got it down to 40% HP. Doran keeping Quid away off to the right side. Pincer as the Infernal Drake is secured by Owner and T1. 100 Thieves not there in time.
Yeah, River really wanted to finish a 2nd item, so he does do that, but then you're allowing them the free soul point, and now they're going to engage.
Yeah, now it's a ton of damage back on
What
the River.
the
The shield
fuck?
cannot protect him in time. Quid wants threat onto Gumayushi, but doesn't have enough. Pop Blossom's not going to
It's a
stop him.
4v. I mean, that's a 3v4. Oh my God, Quid is spending all of his 100 kills to support.
To fall, double kill over to Gumayushi. Carrier dies, but it's so many dead on 100 Thieves in trade. Only
over.
Quid and Dokla are still alive.
Yo, what's
as
up,
Quid
Ursa?
tries to escape into the enemy jungle. Owner's got an eye on him here with the sweeper. Quid still trying to get out, but
Oh.
Faker's shockwave will seal his fate. T1 with a
Yeah,
4
they
for
killed
1.
Nico.
For
Support.
simply approaching the dragon, T1 find 4 kills. 100 Thieves positioning. They did not respect the possibility of T1's collapse. They lose so many members. They lose the dragon. They lose the Otacon, and this game is quickly slipping away.
Yeah, I mean, it could be, again, the kind of the straw that broke the camel's back. I mean, watch it one more time. The dragon was already down, but they were worried about the potential of Otacon.
Like,
so River
I
has
mean,
its
yeah.
way, he moves over here, but Doka's not with him. FBI's not with him.
But
It's
that
just
no-
such a good engage from T1. Start the fight very early. Owner then just locks FBI into the Cataclysm, and look at this from Guma. The R, the E flash, pulls the feathers through, knocks down FBI, and then all of a sudden it just doesn't matter because even though Quinn had a really great engage, avoided the Pop Blossom, he only kills the support, and T1 just fights forward through the rest of the team.
Faker in an awkward position here.
Yep, tagged by the first Electro Harpoon. Exhausted now as
okay,
he tries to
did he kill
back.
Faker?
Swooping in to protect his mid laner.
Oh
Meanwhile,
my
FBI's
God,
in danger.
don't.
Killer Instinct defensively. Faker burning down. Dokla burning down. A little bit more damage from Flame Spitter. Isn't going to get it
Oh,
down.
this is a
Faker
disaster.
Gumayushi under pressure. He tries to
Okay, Quinn. Oh, Guma!
Play from Gumayushi defensively with the feathers to buy a little bit more time, but he is shut down by River. It's still 3.
All right, well, look at this. Look at this. Oh!
T1 as Quinn and River are trying to get away, and Doran pushes the tier 2 mid.
That pick onto Faker could have opened up the Baron,
man.
but he is
I could have been burping
so
Gyoza. I
tanky.
decided to watch these
Dokla
games.
Didn't have the damage
If there
to get
wasn't a
through the
group
shielding
job
from
today,
Doran,
I
the
probably would have
HP
skipped today.
From Faker's build, and while Quid set his sights on the AD carry, Guma was
It's
far
so
too
doomed,
resilient.
right?
Carrier was providing enough support, and 2 towers will fall off the back of that as T1 gain an even greater gold advantage.
I kind of want to see that one more time because it felt to me at first like maybe Dokla was just trying to hold on to the equalizer, not commit it, used it very late, but they are going to go back in. Can they actually stop the recalls in time?
Dokla looking for it. He has no equalizer to try to stop this, but they don't need it just yet. Here comes
Owner cancels recall?
Faker trying to get away. He's very low on HP, but River's on
Oh
the
my
approach.
God.
Faker and Owner both getting away.
Oh, Quinn!
Quinn on the chase.
Oh, Quinn gets it?
Onto Faker, and now he's going to try to get himself out of it.
Oh, he lives!
He's not going to find the kill under Quinn here just yet. Owner's going to be burned down. Shutdown credits over to River. It's 2 kills for 100 Thieves.
What a fight there from 100 Thieves. They force it. They find the angle. Quinn is back to base, but
Oh
he has
my
no TP.
God.
River is low. Owner is dead. They can't start the Baron, though, because the rest of the T1 members are very strong, and the health bars are too low for River and
It's
Quinn.
such a shit
The
show.
problem
It's
for
such a
100
disaster.
Thieves this game is that while they find kills, they cannot convert it into any objectives as Doran.
This one could be important, but the flash of the wall keeps Doran safe for now. 100 Thieves yet again looking for any chance they can.
Dude.
Outer towers
I'm at a loss for words.
for T1. 100 Thieves know that they have the numbers advantage. The Baron with the Kai'Sa relatively quick, but it's a risky force and they're not going to do it. 100 Thieves need to be converting these kills.
I wonder if
into
there's a ramen
something
place
to turn
nearby.
this game around.
100
I can't
Thieves have
get
not
it tomorrow,
claimed
but
a
maybe
single
Sunday or
turret
Monday.
This entire
spotted
game,
Keria.
like you say, Vedius. Keria has been spotted out. Important to note, T1 also ahead, 29 flower petals as Owner
my
goes in
God.
for the Cataclysm. They're ready to back
This
it
is
up
even
with Faker
good.
and Gumayushi. It's 2 kills for free, 1 for each of the T1 carries. And now with the top laner and jungler down on the 100 Thieves side, T1 are feeling emboldened. Doran just distracting everybody here in the mid lane as the rest of T1 begins the Baron.
The positioning was scattered for 100 Thieves, and T1
And that's
are
Infernal
so
Soul.
quick to pounce. They take out the
Infernal
jungler,
Soul's up in 30
they
seconds.
take out the top laner, they convert it into a
it's
Baron,
game.
and now they've got firm grasp on the game too.
They're just fighting,
And
dude.
just what I was saying before the fight broke out, it is over 2,500 gold worth of adaptive force for T1 just from the flower petals. This is one of the most one-sided flower petal counts we've seen in a game so far at Worlds. That, added on top of the 5,000 gold lead, added on top of the soul that's about to spawn here in 2 seconds, is huge.
Joko has no flash, and he's going top, so they're just going to give the soul. They're not even going to try to contest it here, and it feels like that might
I mean, they don't have
seal
Rumble
their
ult.
fate in this game. We'll see if there's any sort of a attempt at a random seal, but not going to be there, as T1 will claim the Infernal Soul back-to-back games.
There's no Comet Spear this time. The 4,500 gold lead, the 2,500 adaptive force advantage, the Dragon Soul, which is worth multiple thousands of gold
now
on
it's
its
basically
own.
like
You're
the
looking
matchups.
at a realistic lead of
there's 3
5
games
digits of
tomorrow.
power for T1.
The MasterCard priceless moment will cement another soul for T1. 13 kills to 12. 100 Thieves have fought valiantly, but now they have to keep their base alive as T1 set the siege. This bot lane, though, there's not much of a minion wave to work with for now. Doran is going to escort a wave in the middle lane, but that's going to be caught by Quid. The wave clear isn't the strongest from 100 Thieves.
Starting early, yeah, it starts at 1 p.m. my time, so 3 hours earlier than normal.
But he doesn't need to. He knows it's just a matter of time before the T1 members on that bottom side are able to push in here.
Yeah, 3 hours earlier than normal.
There.
All right, first inhibitor turret already
Oh
down.
my God, what is that? Oh, by
River, but in the
Ayla.
front line goes Keria.
Doesn't matter.
FBI's already down, and Ayla's gonna follow. River dies in the back backline of T1. It's 4 dead already, and with only Quid alive, T1 is ready to end this game. The Shockwave will not find the Akali. Quid will waste as much time as he can, but it will not matter.
Whatever, they
Thieves
tried.
left it all
It wasn't that bad.
in their final series of League of
You're
Legends.
suffering
But
now.
the winningest team in the history of the game will not be stopped here.
MCoy would be
T1,
easy.
Move on.
It was always going to be such a long shot against the back-to-back world champions here. 100 Thieves, as you said it, they left it all out on the Rift. They played aggressive. They played to the best of their ability.
As long as it's not Flight Quest versus MCoy, I would be happy.
Always building
I think if it's Flight Quest versus MCoy, that's gotta be the most bullshit draw ever.
Play towards the objectives, had great setups, and the killer instinct that they had to find these picks in the key moments really did separate the two teams.
T1 will move to 2-2. They still need another series to make their way towards the quarterfinals.
Hey.
But what a valiant effort.
I'm gonna grab a jacket, dude. It's cold as fuck.
Everything onto the Rift.
We'll have time for the draw, right?
It has been.
And you can hear the crowd cheering for the Thieves. Their final heist now coming to a conclusion. Up against a team, the caliber and the pedigree of T1, to stand against them and play that aggressively, that fearlessly. You've got to be proud of what they left on the Rift here today. Analysts, what are we thinking?
I think it's World Championship, and T1 always finds a way here, but the Thieves did not make it easy for them. I understand the frustration on the face of 100 Thieves here, given the year they have, given the comebacks that they went through to make it here today, with the run and the teams they had to face off against at Worlds.
I don't know, BLT kind of looks rough right now.
There's no better way to go out than that. It was an absolute banger of a series. One of those times where if you just look at the scoreboard, if you look at the nameplates, it's just not going to do it justice. This was a back and forth. This was an extremely, extremely hard-fought victory here for T1. And I think there'll be a lot of question marks for them, even despite the plot armor going into the series tomorrow, because if you're an average fan, I think it was 100 Thieves. They might not have stolen the win, but it did steal a lot of hearts for that final series.
Yeah, I was really surprised actually to see, because obviously everywhere T1 go, they're always the home crowd, right? Even here in China a lot of times. But there were so many people standing here cheering, maybe for Dokla, again, our latest Doyen star, gaining a lot of fans. But the thing about 100 Thieves that I love about them so much is that they went out playing their style of game, right? So for as many times as I've disagreed with Grayson's drafts, you know, locking in the Akali, the Sylas for Quid, really playing to their strengths, which is creating these skirmishes all around the map. Good job, guys.
Good job, guys. Good job bringing the vibe, saving your season the way they did as well. I have only admiration for these players, for the way they fought. Inspirational here on your side, Emily. And
I won't sing it. It's a thing from my way. I won't sing it because I will actually get emotional, unfortunately. And
yeah, don't do that.
Emotions are bad, guys. Don't have them. But I love this 100 Thieves team so much. Thank you guys for everything you've done all year. You've been amazing to watch.
Of course, we're going to hear more about them a bit later, but Chronicler focusing on our current world champions here, T1. They advanced to the next round, as I was saying. They always find a way. They did it again today, and it came off the back of Owner once again.
Yeah.
Yeah, and for me, there's a very clear number one, which obviously is Owner. I think Guma had a solid series as well. But, you know, being an AD carry in T1, we all know that you don't...
It's the two junglers of T1, as I call them.
It really is the two junglers of T1, because Keria has just been absent this Worlds, unfortunately. That was, for me, the biggest gap today. I think Doran, unfortunately, we are, again, seeing those shades of international Doran. That Flash, in particular, is going to feel very reminiscent of some of the struggles he's had in the past. And then Faker, I think kind of the same as in the LCK, where he's just as likely to get you, unfortunately, in a deficit, because his laning phase really hasn't been up to par, as to actually win you the game. Because we can also look at a couple of the plays he had on both the Taliyah, and I'd argue some of the plays on the Orianna as well, the topside catch, for example, where they weren't able to burn him down. But T1 don't look that good, right? They looked way worse than they did domestically in the LCK playoffs. Let's not forget, this team brought Gen G the distance, the 5! Gen G!
What do you think they're missing, ultimately, right now?
It's just form. I think with a lot of the drafts we've seen, there were one or two where you could just specifically point to meta read or draft. But for me, it's just the gameplay, right? Like Carrier has thus far, I think, had one of the weakest tournaments maybe that he's had internationally ever. I think he's really struggled to have an impact. And for all of Carrier's, extreme highs and sometimes experimentation that doesn't work out, something he rarely lacks is an impact.
Draws
I
are
think
still
that is
good.
something
Okay.
that would worry me. That combined with the fact that both solo lanes are certainly not having the best of times right now. I think if you're a T1 fan, you're very worried going into tomorrow. And I think even Owner, we're starting to see him kind of buckle. The smite steals, it might be a River specialty, but Owner normally is a guy that you can trust with these, right? So that to me is pretty telling to the state T1 is in right now.
And it's funny because at the beginning of Worlds, he came in an interview saying that, guys, I took you guys there. I want to chill now. I want to be the one relaxing. I want you to do the dirty work. But so far, it has been Owner's Rift and him finding the opportunities for T1 to win game. And he is the Oppo player of the series once again for T1 today.
Yeah, and I thought so many of the crucial team
I
fights
mean,
that
like,
they had, starting with this one, we already covered it after game one.
I want
He's always just
BLG,
at the center
T1,
of it, right?
and
He does
CFO to advance.
so much to set up.
Those are
these
three
fights
teams that
for
want to
the rest of
advance,
his
so I don't
team.
want to
I thought his
them to play each
response
other.
I doubt it's in the highlight reel because people probably find it kind of boring, but his response to River's invade was really smart. Like, he's just constantly aware of what
That's basically how I
wants
feel.
to do, keeping track of it, and then again, his team fighting with this team just sets up so much.
For me, Owner is, when it comes to the LCK, the jungler that does skirmishing the best. His sense for where he needs to be in engagement. You can see it if you slow down some of his Jarvan fights. It feels like he's fighting on multiple fronts at a time, which I think is insanely impressive. And again, shout out to Guma as well. I think that he was the utter stability that they needed when the rest of the series was extremely volatile.
It has been really difficult for them so far. Similar to BLG, if they want to find solutions, they're going to find them now. And now we see, it was pretty close, honestly. But again, it was close until it wasn't. It comes to this clutch moments, these team fights that T1 knows to play around so well. But again, Emily, the solutions they have to come up with tomorrow, they're not going to have a lot of time to do it.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing, I do think they looked way better than BLG, by the way, so as we're drawing that comparison, please keep that in mind. But like you already alluded to, Chronicler, this is not the T1 that we saw domestically,
Yeah, but
right?
BLG gets eliminated now. It's kind of sad,
as much
no?
as I love that they just won, and I really want to see them make the bracket stage, right? It always stinks when the defending world champion doesn't make it. So I do hope that they make it tomorrow.
Now, before we send it over to the draw show and the rest of our day, let's send it over one last time to River in the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Laure. River, commiserations on the end for 100 Thieves here at Worlds. How do you look back, let's say, on this series, but also on Worlds in general?
Today we had chance to win against T1, so it was really close, and it was my first game against T1 in my and MSI.
Want to send BLG home?
It was good.
I don't know about that,
too.
dude. I feel like the best teams out of those six is
I wanna say
T1, CFO,
thank you
BLG.
to Dokla, because
I'd be sad if we had to send
he
BLG home.
joined 100 Thieves during the season, so yeah.
Yeah, I can see him right there. He's listening to you right now. Is there anything more you'd like to say to him?
Nothing. Just thank you.
Nothing, maybe off air. Okay. You've had such an illustrious career from the LGL to PSG to your history in the LCS. How do you look back on that journey, on the memories, on the achievements, you know, as we approach this
Yeah, he
final
was in the
chapter since
LGL.
you'll be heading into retirement?
Playing in LCS and LTA was a really good experience. And then maybe today was my last game. So yeah, feeling is weird, but yeah.
Yeah, we've really loved to see you play. It's been an honor for us as well, and I'm sure for a lot of the fans that you've made. Is there anything you'd like to say to them as a final goodbye?
I want to say thank you for fans and everyone. And then I hope you guys, I hope we can meet again, in future.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
We can't play each other? CFO, T1? Yeah, Fly T1. Yeah, they both... T1 can't play CFO or FlyQuest. That's actually kind of crazy.
Oh my gosh.
Man,
River, I know. I love River so much. I've loved watching him since he was on PSG.
BLG can fight everyone. CFO can't fight T1. Fly can't fight T1. MKoi can fight everyone. T1 can fight everyone. Yes, can also fight everyone.
The game. I remember even when he was on bottom LCS teams, he made them look so much better just because of how well
it's just T1 with CFO and Fly. Those are the only matchups, right? It hasn't ever been.
He has such a good attitude about the game.
That's kind of crazy.
So much.
Yeah, and you don't know if
blame
it's
myself.
players.
You start crying and then I start crying. It's your fault.
That's my bad. Apologies, everyone. Unfortunately.
No, I wouldn't want T1 versus BLG. Like, I'm being 100% honest. Like, my true feelings.
It was a beautiful game.
Hey, let's go. We're about to get into the draw. Let's lock in. Let's lock in.
Starting right now, of course, with Candice being on stage. So let's focus.
Chie, don't fuck us over.
In the last round of Swiss stage. What is the expectations, guys? Do you have any matchups that you want to see?
Well,
what do you mean bias?
I mean, I know what the funniest would be given the.
Oh, they didn't cry for Maple.
Even though the results were the way that we expected today, we obviously saw both T1 and BLG really struggle.
True.
Matches where they were heavily favored. We saw both.
Yeah, Maple's a legend, dude. I like. It's hard to like. I don't want to play Maple, or I think he stepped up and did pretty well.
Rather trust their fans, or their fans won't trust them.
Yeah, there's no trust. That's all we know.
There's no trust. I mean, speaking of no trust, you also have TES over here.
Okay. I want 3 good draws. Please don't make it some bullshit.
Love you, but
I mean, that's the thing. When you're the 2-2 teams in this situation, there's not a lot of faith. Usually, I want to say, except weirdly enough, CFO.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. For me, peak cinema would be BLG T1, Fly MKoi, and CFO Tess. That
actually would be insane.
That would be crazy. We'll see what
That's
we're
the
gonna
worst
get
draw he just mentioned.
Let's see, Shia.
Please, what is it?
We had some merciful draws.
Oh, it's TS.
Oh, okay.
Top esports.
Going first. Again, a lot of work, a lot of improvement is expected on the side of TS tomorrow. I see BLG TS matchups people want. Let's see what's the second one gonna be.
They're chanting for T1?
I think they're cheering T1 to go into TES.
He has a baller jacket, by the way.
BLG! The LPL team kill!
Well, optimist me, an LPL team is gonna join Ariel.
Oh, God.
But you don't want to have this one. Worlds are held in China.
Oh, that's tragic. That's not the start
what have you done?
CFO.
CFO, okay.
Wait, CFO MKoi.
Quick
right?
correction.
Oh, no, wait. I guess we can still get FlyQuest. T1 can't get FlyQuest. Wait, no. So we 100% get FlyQuest, right?
Yeah, like what is that?
It looks like a little bear.
It's adorable.
Yeah, CFO Fly. Because we can't get T1.
No, they can't. They can't. So they will be moved to the next matchup.
So it has to be CFO Fly, because T1 MKoi. Yeah. Oh my God. Okay, not bad.
Trust yourself, man.
Yeah, because like even if we draw MKoi, T1 can't play Fly. So yeah. Okay, we CFO flying, dude. That's pretty good. If CFO wants to win.
MKoi.
So that would be MKoi CFO.
MKoi CFO, yeah, that is.
No.
They haven't played them, no? No, they haven't.
But they're forgetting about FlyQuest.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this.
I mean, MKoi has been, for me, one of the... Again, they've been having a breakout year, right? So that is definitely a tough one.
FlyQuest T1.
Oh, boy.
You see? Yeah.
Shia, please.
Yeah, the double LTA kill.
I'm fine with this. I'm fine.
They will do it.
Hey, send NA home. CFO Fly, send NA home!
Oh wait, it's CFO versus.
Oh,
it's
CFO FlyQuest and T1. Yeah, I don't like that.
Oh, it's because
that's a
no, it's
historic
because it's because Fly already faced T1 too.
Oh, there you go.
True. Yeah.
Dude, I'm 100% fine with this.
Well.
Oh, that's great.
I think he's like looking at it from his point of view. It's like, oh, this makes sense. And then he holds it up like that.
Broadcastable right now, so we're just
I have a lot of thoughts on
Hey,
what
I'm
kind
down.
of matchup is that TES PLG match gonna be with both teams playing the way they are?
I think this is a good draw. I mean, I don't like the TS VLG one, but whatever. We got 2 out of
as long as there's delusion,
3. I'm happy with this.
True.
So we're gonna hold on to that hope.
True.
We're gonna hug that hope. And we're gonna hope that hope is what's gonna carry us tomorrow in the last day of Swiss stage.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if CFO loses the Fly, then it's whatever, right?
Of the Flying Oysters facing off against FlyQuest.
Yeah.
I like that. That fills me with joy. Those are hard. I think particularly the obviously I am going to favor T1 given everything. I've now been at too many worlds to not trust this team.
There's only one thing that is flying, and it is an oyster.
Yeah.
True.
I actually.
Let's go, CFO.
I'm not going to touch that one with a 10.
The first one, it's like surely it's TES, right? But like.
Is it? I'm looking at those numbers.
I mean,
I don't know. It's gonna be a battle of who
thing
chokes the
is, like, if they play like they did domestically in playoff.
Tomorrow, this is tomorrow, but we don't know what time.
If they play like they've been playing.
We don't know, like the match order will change, but this is tomorrow.
I would agree, but that would require me to have faith.
That would also require TES, not to trip over themselves.
I'm down for this, dude. I'm actually down. This is actually really exciting.
True. Where is Ox right now? He needs to be here with me.
I know mentally he is.
He is. He's with me.
Could be worse.
I cannot wait to take my phone and just see the reaction on his face.
Dude, the only way it could be worse is like maybe
guys,
BLG, but BLG is not looking that good either.
That's gonna be 7 a.m. CST and 10
Yeah, I hate.
Pacific.
The thing is, I don't like. Yeah, all 3 is tomorrow, so we start 1 p.m. my time. So that'll be 7 hours ago. Because it's 8 p.m. right now, so 7 hours ago would be 1 p.m. start time.
For you're here, for coming, for saving the day, for giving us incredible League of Legends, incredible vibes as well. Emily, I know how much you enjoyed watching this team. Any closing thoughts for yourself, for the tournament, and maybe for your Western brothers and FlyQuests?
The only thing is, I think as long as we shut down Inspired,
final thoughts for
it'll be good. I think as long as we shut down Inspired, FlyQuest isn't that strong.
At the start of the year, so just to be here and play at Worlds is amazing. And I'm just proud that we were able to come together and make it so far from like 8 to here. And obviously we got a bit unlucky on the draw, but a little bit.
Man, give me some credit.
But I think we did the best that we could. I think we can beat T1, which I think.
I'm out though. I'm done for today. Go fuck yourself, guys. As always, take care. Yo, see you guys tomorrow. CFO versus Fly. That's gonna be really, really, really hype. Okay. Have a great day, guys. Peace out, and I'll see you all tomorrow. All right, bye bye. Remember, it's 3 hours early.